Republican Conference is joined by the families of 4 of the over 200 hostages taken by barbaric Hamas terrorists on October 7th. As a mother, sister, and daughter, my heart breaks for the unspeakable pain they are enduring every second of every day. On this issue of standing with Israel and these families, there can be no moral equivocation. As Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu stated last week, this war is, quote, between the forces of civilization and the forces of barbarism. It is a time for everyone to decide where they stand, end quote. Horrifically, the Jewish people have suffered their bloodiest days since the Holocaust, with acts of inhumane evil committed by Hamas terrorists backed by Iran. In fact, this week marks 85 years since Kristallnacht, the pogroms unleashed during the Night of Broken Glass, and the aftermath they wrought shocked the conscience of the globe and led then U.S. President FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, to proclaim, quote, I myself could scarcely believe that such things could occur in a 20th century civilization. The unspeakable atrocities of today have been met by some with callous cruelty in our own 21st century United States. Posters of innocent victims have been ripped down. American universities failing to protect their Jewish students from intimidation, harassment, and violence. And just yesterday, an elderly Jewish man in Los Angeles was beaten to death by a pro-Palestine protester. Hear this loudly and clearly. House Republicans stand with these families next to us. We stand with the Jewish community, and we stand like a rock, as our speaker said, with our most precious ally, Israel. We will do everything in our power to ensure that Israel has the resources to return every last hostage to their family from these Hamas terrorists. With that, I am honored to introduce our Speaker of the House, a great friend of Israel, Speaker Mike Johnson.
Well, it's been said here, but today is the 1-month anniversary of Hamas's horrific attack on the world's only Jewish state. The atrocities of that day and those following it have left a dark and indelible stain on the entire world. Everyone can see these atrocities. And as the Prime Minister Netanyahu said very clearly, this is a battle between light and darkness, between good and evil. As our cherished friend and ally Israel fights for its survival against the Iran-backed terrorists of Hamas, we will continue to stand up for human dignity and offer moral clarity. House Republicans understand that this moment demands decisive action, and we insist that we cannot waste any more time getting Israel the aid that it desperately needs. That's why, as the first act of my speakership, we passed a resolution condemning Hamas and reaffirming our solemn commitment to Israel. Days later, with bipartisan margins, we passed the Israel Security Supplemental Appropriations Act to provide billions in assistance to Israel in its time of great peril. And as we mark the 1-month anniversary of this attack, House Republicans met with and heard from family members of some of the victims, not only to understand their grief and pain and worries, but to make clear why Israel must do everything in its power to wipe out Hamas and ensure that what happened October 7th can never happen again. I am honored to introduce these families to you today. And joining us here, I'll introduce, is Doris Leeper, who is representing her son, Guy Ilus. Guy is a 26-year-old musician who is living in Tel Aviv. He was enjoying the Nova Music Festival on October 7th when the attack happened. All of his friends were murdered, and Guy sustained a gunshot wound while running away. There has been no update on his condition since October 7th. Also with us is Yonathan Lulu Shemriz and Idu Lulu Shemriz, who are representing their brother, Elon Shemriz. Elon is a 26-year-old computer science student living in Kfar Aza who was kidnapped from his home by Hamas terrorists. His family has worked around the clock to receive information about his health and his whereabouts. And finally, Liran Bemir, who is representing his brothers, Ziv and Gali Bemir. Ziv and Gali are 26-year-old twin brothers, both working in the music, sound, and lighting industry. They are inseparable best friends and young adults who love traveling the world. They were abducted from their home on October 7th, and the family has received no update on their health since. I would ask them to come forward, and we'll start with Ms. Doris. If you'd like to speak for a moment, we'd invite you to do so.
I'm Doris. I'm an American citizen. I was actually born in Queens, New York. Just say a few words about my son. I can go on and on. Guy is 26 years old. Very sensitive boy, humble, a musician with a great future. Works with the best famous rock bands in Israel as a sound technician and backliner. I'll just take you back to that day. It was actually a holiday, and I haven't seen Guy for a long time since he always works on weekends. But since it was a holiday, he came over. I made him a nice dinner, which he hardly ate because he was on phones. He was going to the festival. Guy is like the glue of the tribe. All the friends were always at home, music, and he was doing all his calls. And they drove 5 packed cars to the south to this peace festival. And I was happy because, he works so hard, so he's entitled to fun. And all was fine. The following morning, there was a siren. I just went to the safe room, which is actually Guy's room, crawled in his bed, didn't even open up the news, but still, I couldn't go back to sleep, so I call him, and he answers. He's like hyped, so I'm thinking it's from the party, it's early in the morning, and I asked him, did the forces evacuate you because there was a siren? And he says, we were evacuated. We evacuated ourselves. So, okay. And I asked him, okay, where are you driving? And he says, I don't know yet. I said, what do you mean you don't know yet? He said, you know what? I know exactly where I'm coming. I'm coming home. I say, why are you coming home in the morning? He lives in Tel Aviv. It's another half an hour drive to my home. So he says, I'm coming to eat the soup that I didn't eat yesterday. Which is also odd, but I don't care. Come drive safely. And then I get another call from his father, Michel. He's hysterical. And he's like yelling and saying, do you know where Guy is? I say, yeah, I know where Guy is. He's coming home. He'll be here in a half an hour. He says, no. He just called and he's in a terror attack. And his best friend is killed. That's what he said on the phone. And he tries to put me on the conference call. I hook up and we hear shots in the background. He actually called an emergency call since he was shot in the arm and he wasn't able to stop the bleeding. And he was trying to say his last words. He actually said, I want to say my last words. We're not going to survive it. Nobody survived it. Everybody is killed. And his father is just saying, don't talk. If you can find dead bodies, try and just crawl under a dead body so they don't notice. And so he says, no, it's an open area. He doesn't let it. His father doesn't let him speak. He says, shush, don't talk, don't let them hear you. And I try to, tell him, Guy, I love you. don't worry, nothing's going to happen. I'm going to call now. I'm going to send somebody now to get you. And that's what I did. I hung up. And I regret that, since I didn't hear from him since. His father drove immediately to that place, but it was already closed by the police, no entry, and the next few hours were like crazy. Nobody knew anything. This continues on for the next few days. Nobody knows anything. It's like, we don't know if he's killed, if nobody even knew about, it's only like the next day that it spread out that there were hostages. For a week or so, I was just waiting to get a message that he was identified, but we didn't get that. You know, lucky me. What we did get was on I think it was Al Jazeera, I'm not sure, a video of a Hamas guy, you know, with saying that Guy Iluz was killed by Israeli bombing. That's the point I break down, of course. But I actually get an immediate call from the military, and they came over and they say, look, don't pay attention to these whatever the Hamas says, but the good news is that he's a hostage. And this goes on, these mind games. I get a call not even a week ago, somebody calling me saying, this is a confidential call. You cannot say anything about this call. We are now taking care of Guy's case. He's going to be put on the top of the list, and he's going to be freed. You just need to send me all his info, his passport, his ID, whatever you have, tattoos, whatever, and I just, you know, get there and just send anything I can, and then there's another siren, and I run to the safe room, and it was like crazy. I didn't know what to do, but I did call the military, my connection, and she says, I don't tell her because I'm afraid that his chances, like they did play with my mind, and I was saying, look, I can't tell you about the call. They told me it's confidential. I can't tell you. So she convinces me just to give the phone number of this lady that called, and yeah, it's mind games, and that it's just going on and on. I'm here because it's been 30 days. Every day is like eternity to me, and I can't wait any longer because I know that he was shot. I don't know anything. Maybe everything is we don't know. We don't have a list of the hostages. We don't know their condition. I don't have anything. So I need your help, basically. You know, I'm part of your people. You're part of Israel, and America has been like the best allies, and I'm so proud of being an American, being an Israeli as well. But I do need you now because there's nothing helping me now. I pray, which I didn't do before, but just please help me. Oh, and one other thing, if I can, I just forgot. This is Guy. his best friend, is a hostage too. This is Almog, his best friend. So, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. We pray for both of them, and thank you for sharing your story. Jonathan and Edu, would you like to speak?
Hello everyone, thank you for having us. My name is Jonathan, this is my brother Ido. We used to live in Kibbutz Kfar Aza for 30 years. I live with my wife and my 2-year-old daughter. Our parents live in the same kibbutz, a couple houses from me. Ido live in the heart of the kibbutz. And our brother alone kidnapped from his house in the same kibbutz. In that Saturday, my wife waked me up to the sound of the alarms and the missiles. As we rushed to the safe room, I managed to grab my birthday cake of my daughter and some water. And we locked ourselves in the safe room. Meanwhile, Ido sent me a message that he is in the safeguard of kibbutz. And they called them up to take the guns and fight. And in that point, we realized that we are under attack. So I locked the safe room, told my wife to be with my daughter, and I told her that I will guard the door. As soon as we locked the safe room, we start to get messages from all around the kibbutz. The terrorists go inside houses and start killing people. Families, babies. Around 10 o'clock, my younger brother alone wrote me a message that he heard terrorists go inside his house. So I wrote him that I love him and he's strong. He sent me a heart emoji, and that's the last time we spoke. For the rest time in the safe room, we've been in an absolutely nightmare. I can't stress, and you can imagine what it feels like to be in the safe room with your 7th-month pregnant wife, with your 2-year-old daughter, when you hear all your friends being slaughtered inside the beds, when you hear all the terrorists going inside the kibbutz, inside civilians' houses, and wiped out families. Alon worked with us. We're a family business. He was a great guy. We do everything together, 3 of us. We miss him a lot. But now, this is a call for action. They've been 32 days now.
Cat parents,
And
please
Hamas-
think twice before you buy.
Just to remind you, he butchered our families. He raped our women. He beheaded our babies. And he burned us alive. This is the organization that take and kidnapped children, 9-month children, 3-year-old children. He kidnapped elderly women and men that are sick. This barbarian organization kidnapped 240 plus civilians. And every day now, you never know what they can do to them. I want to take to everyone here for helping us, to the American government that help us, but it's not enough. We need help now. We don't know what is their condition. This is a call for action, and this is a wake-up call, not only for Israel, not only for the Jewish community. This is a wake-up call for all of you. All of you here, all of America, all of Europe. You are next. You are next. And we should do everything that we can to stop these atrocities to come and ever again. We need to remember 7th of October and do whatever that we can to stop this.
How does he know we're next? The fuck is he? The fuck are you, man? What do you mean we're next? He said that shit like he wants us to be
The family's
next.
time is very short, but
As
I
if
wanted
we
to
let it
ask,
happen or
Ron
something.
if he would like to speak briefly and share your story as well.
Fucking asshole. Go back to Israel.
Hello everyone.
What's he doing blinging up here with this big ass chain on? What's he doing?
My
Mr.
life
T?
stopped
Mr. T look?
when my two younger brothers, Gali and Ziv Berman, were kidnapped.
Probably better to look
I'm also from
less blingy.
Do and Jonathan
You're asking for help.
Kfar Aza, on the border of the Gaza Strip. My whole family is living there. My father, my
So I got a
mother,
silver bar hanging off his neck.
my second brother, and my twins brother.
Maybe it's white gold.
They were in a certain age that all their life was ahead of them. 26, without any obligation. They worked, they partied, they cheered for their favorite football team, they traveled around the world as a family, with friends. And on October 7th,
Cycle?
they were kidnapped from their
Everybody?
beds in their safe rooms.
I'm still sick,
Sorry.
man. I haven't eaten anything.
Like Jonathan said, we are pleading you, the world, to help us, to speak with Hamas.
Diarrhea.
We have no clue what's happened to them. We only know that they are in Gaza. We don't know if they are injured, if they
My
are
throat's
dead,
really sore.
they are still alive. For 31
Very
days,
weak.
for a whole month, my community was butchered in Kfar Aza. We've been to more funerals in a week than I've been in my entire life. 10 days after the October 7th, the military came to us and told us that both of them are kidnapped. Too long for us to not know anything, to not hear anything, to know that the Red Cross hasn't entered to see the injured.
What the
that
fuck are they? The
Western
Red
world
Cross.
hasn't heard
Hold up.
anything from.
He expects the Red Cross to go in there and go act like they're SEAL Team 6 or something? What?
The terrorist organization Hamas, who act like ISIS. I want to thank you all for having us here, for giving us a voice to speak to you, to the American people, to the
They act
Congress.
like ISIS.
It's
So will the
appreciated.
next group that comes along.
We need action. We need action now. Thank you.
Fuck you and your civil war. Get out of our face.
Well, we want to thank these families again for their courage and their willingness to share your harrowing stories.
Show
And I'll say
courageous.
again and reiterate once more, we will stand against these atrocities.
They're
We will
begging
stand
for
with
help.
Israel.
What's courageous
We'll
about
stand
that?
with each of you and your families. We'll be praying for you. And
You're
we'll be
so
taking action.
brave
because that's what
to
we're going to do here.
beg
That's what's
the
going on.
United States to go
I
into
know
SEAL
that your
Team
time is
6.
short and you have to leave. I want to thank Jay and Jordan
Hey,
Circulo
listen
of the
to
American
me.
Center for Law and Justice for helping facilitate the visit today. I know you have a tight itinerary, so we'll allow you all to step off the stage, if you will.
I don't see his bravery. I see his desperation. Those people, I mean, they'll probably do anything right now. They'll let anybody ask them
We're
questions
going
if
to
it'll
hear
help their
next from
situation.
Corey Mills, who is
that
one
brave?
of our newest members of the House Republican Conference and someone who has been directly engaged in rescue efforts over there. And I'll let him tell you a little bit about his experience because it's just as
I
harrowing.
have brown rice, which wouldn't be too good. It's got too much shit on it.
Thank you so much.
Hey, like,
As you just heard from the
I'll just feel like shit.
very powerful testimony of the families of those who have been taken hostage on October 7th, the barbarism that had taken place.
I get used to it.
You know, I'm a father. I've got my prepared remarks, but I'm a father. And I can't imagine the amount of pain and grief that many of these families are facing. And very much like we won't forget America's 9/11, nor should we ever forget Israel's October 7th. I want to thank House GOP leadership.
Dude,
and the
that's
team
not in our country.
for everything that you guys are
Check
doing.
this out, asshole. Yeah, we should never forget 9/11. That happened here, to our people. That happened to their people, man. I can forget about it. Okay? Fuck them for trying to make this 9/11 for us. It's not. It has nothing to fucking do with us, man.
We will continue our prayers this morning for those families. I'd also like to recognize those brave families and for all who are dealing with this today. I'm praying for your loved one's safe return. We won't forget and we won't give up. Just a few weeks ago on October 7th, a horrible event occurred.
All these motherfuckers
Yeah,
are trying to get Jewish votes is what they're doing. That's it, right now. This is... God, it fucking pisses me off when I figure this kind of shit out, dude.
Action.
The
You know,
Jewish
Speaker
voters
Mike
got the
Johnson and
money.
rest of leadership has talked about the time for
They
talk
fund
is over
their-
and the time for action is now.
Their things so that they
On
can...
October 11th, I went into a
Their campaigns and
parent
stuff.
country, if you will.
The Jewish probably
And
fund their
started conducting
campaigns more
ground
than anybody,
evacuations.
any other culture.
During that time frame, I was able to successfully get 32 Americans out on the first day, personally, and 45 out the second day, going through areas of the West Bank, through Jerusalem, Tiberias, Haifa, Nazareth, and other areas doing consolidations
cash
and making
grab,
continual efforts to try and pull Americans out who have been trapped, stranded, or left behind by the Biden administration. Well, I'm honored to have been able to get more than 200 people at this point out of Israel, including a plane that we negotiated and worked with Mercury.
It's a fucking
going
cash
back.
grab.
We were able to
Fuck
get
them.
159
Politicians
more
can suck
passengers
my
out
dick,
just a week
dude.
ago.
And that
We
is on
must
a
not
bad
forget
day.
about those
On a
who are
good
still
day,
stranded,
I
however,
don't want it.
including the innocent
Only
hostages
if I'm really down and
Hamas,
out.
the Iranian-backed terrorist organization, still has in their control. The bottom line is that Joe Biden, time and time again, has proven he is not prioritizing the well-being of the American people at home or abroad. We saw it during the botched Afghan withdrawal of 2021, where I actually went over with a team of mine and conducted the first successful overland rescue of a mother and 3 children born and raised in Amarillo, Texas. We're now seeing this across the Middle East and across the world. Both times, a team of former special operations members has had to step up as a result of Joe Biden and his administration's failures to do so. While I was on the ground in Israel, I heard horror stories from the Americans who were trying to get home with no support from the State Department. And in many cases, when they would request support, they would receive an electronic form and no further follow-up.
Maybe that'll teach them to stop visiting
2.5
Israel.
weeks after we've gotten people out from Israel,
It's
now
probably
the State Department is trying to contact them to determine their
a good
whereabouts.
idea.
They were faced with extremely
I
limited
kind of
options for
appreciate-
travel. We're receiving absolutely no correspondence from the embassy itself.
Made it hard for
And under
them.
Joe Biden's failed foreign policy agenda, we've emboldened adversaries like the Iran-backed Hamas terrorist organizations and left our key allies vulnerable in their positions today. It has now been over a month since Hamas terrorists took innocent American hostages, and yet we have no resolution and no plan or strategy by the administration. To the
try to
families
order
that were
some
here with us
soup or
today,
something,
I want
man.
to say that I'm praying for the safe return of your loved ones, and will continue to work with my colleagues here in the GOP leadership.
Dude, those
to hold
people
Biden's
are
administration
dead. They
accountable
might
for
as well be
failures to
chopped
protect the
up.
American lives in
Chopped up
Afghanistan
is being
and
dead
Israel.
right now.
We will not
Actually,
stop putting pressure
30
on Joe
days
Biden's
with
administration
Hamas.
to bring these innocent Americans home so that they can reunite with their loved ones.
All right.
I want to thank you all for covering this.
If they're not dead
God
yet,
bless you.
they're gonna be,
God bless
dude.
this
They're gonna
leadership.
use them as human
God bless
shields
this
and
great
shit.
country.
Why would
With
they
that,
give
I'll turn
those
it over
people
to
up?
our
They're infidels.
Whip.
They deserve to die in their minds. There's no way they're coming back home, dude.
Thank you, Corey.
These people need to just
1 month ago today, the world watched as Hamas terrorists committed the worst
Realize it.
massacre of Jewish people in a single
realize
day
your
since the
fucking
Holocaust.
family isn't coming back
They
home.
burned babies alive.
They're in the tunnels of
got down
Hamas.
innocent civilians, slaughtered families, and took
Use your
hundreds
head.
of civilians hostage, including women, children, and the elderly. The stories we have heard from that day are heartbreaking and haunting, but we must not forget them. Today we have the honor of being joined by several families, having been joined by several families who had their own loved ones taken hostage by Hamas. They bravely share their stories so that we won't forget, and the world won't forget, what kind of barbaric
The trick is,
evil
don't go to
Israel is
Israel.
fighting against. To the families that were here with us, I want you to know that House Republicans are with you, and we join you in calling for the safe return of your family members and all hostages from Gaza. And to everyone else listening, let me be very clear. The state of Israel has a right to exist and to defend its people. And Israel is completely justified in its mission to eradicate Hamas once and for all. So long as Republicans are in the majority, this House will proudly stand with Israel. And now I turn it over to our great majority leader, Steve Scalise.
Well, thank you, Whip Emmer. And it's heartbreaking when you listen to the stories of Doris, of so many others. Last Friday, we had some other family members of those who were slaughtered on the 7th, those who still have hostages that are taken in Gaza, and all they want is their family members back. This Republican majority will continue to stand with Israel in the right to defend themselves, to eliminate Hamas, and to get the hostages back. This is not a time to be talking about ceasefires, pauses. Hamas gave that up on the 7th when they went into villages and slaughtered people, when they attacked music festivals, peaceful music festivals, mowing down people, taking more hostages, including American citizens too. And so this is a war. It's a war that the people
American
of Israel
dual citizens.
are
I haven't
resolved
heard of one full,
to
only
confront.
American citizen that was there.
It's a war that
Not one.
we here in the
Have you?
United States are going to stand with Israel every step of the way.
They're actually
to
all
make sure
Israelis.
these families get the relief they need to get their family members back. Hopefully,
But they don't
pray
want you
to
knowing
God
that.
their
Dual
family members are
citizenship.
still alive.
I want
And
you
we're
to
gonna
think they're
continue
just
saying those
full-blooded
prayers, but we're also
Americans.
going
And
to
that's
be
all they
there
care
every
about is
step of the way
America.
with
And they
them
were
as
taken by
well.
Hamas.
So our resolve has
Fuckers
never
are
been
living over
stronger.
there, man.
We
They
need
don't give a
to
shit about
stand
America.
with Israel. We need to stand up against the
They left
anti-Semitism
America.
that we continue to see.
That's their fault.
Here. It's disturbing, it's alarming, but it shows you that this is a time that we need to continue to be strong
I don't feel sorry for
in
them.
our support of Israel, but also strong in our resolve against the evils and the atrocities that seem to pop their heads up in ugly times like this.
Don't go hang out in
With that now,
a country that has
Back
a
over to our
Cold
speaker.
War going on, pretty much.
No, thank you all for your patience this morning. It's been a different kind of day here.
And then
But
don't
we
expect
wanted to give you
America to
opportunity,
come Captain
as we
Save-A-Ho
regularly
your
do,
ass
to
when
make
shit
for a few questions,
happens.
if there are any. Yep, back.
Got that Griner bitch in Russia.
Well, as you know, we passed a bipartisan Israel support measure, which is exactly at the level that was requested by the White House.
All grumpy
and
this
Israel.
morning? A little grumpy?
$14.5 billion.
You would be too if
We
you've been
included
sick
a
for
pay
3 days
for.
straight.
Sorry, and unfortunately,
I'm already
some of
grumpy
the
as it
Senate
is.
Democrat friends
I
have
don't
taken
give a
issue with
fuck
that.
now.
What our point has been, and what we are requesting, urging the White House and the Senate Democrats to do, is to complete that package and get it over the line so that we can get Israel the support and assistance it needs. I mentioned I spoke to Prime Minister Netanyahu on the phone a week ago and told him we would be there for him. About 24 hours ago, I spoke with my counterpart, the Speaker of the Knesset, and told him the same. We're resolved to help, and we want to do that, and House Republicans have done our part. With regard to the funding of the government, we're working earnestly on that. We certainly want to avoid a government shutdown. It's a dangerous time around the world right now. We recognize that, and we're doing our job. So we had a very, I would call it a refreshing, constructive family conversation in our House Republican Conference meeting an hour ago. Very deliberate, positive discussions about the many options that are on the table, and we'll be revealing what our plan is in short order.
The United States has increased its military presence. Submarines. Do you think that's enough of a deterrence to prevent this from spreading?
Well, we hope so. I mean, I believe what we're trying to do is send a strong signal. We stand with Israel, and this conflict does not need to escalate. You know, again, the stories that you've heard and many others that we've all heard are so staggering what they're doing to innocent civilians. And this is clearly, as we said so many times, good versus evil. The United States stands with the good, and we're going to stand with Israel, and that show of force, I think, is intentional and appropriate. Well, I'm not going to tell you what the CR will entail yet, but I will tell you that we are urging consistently and very appropriately to get Israel done and finished. It's an urgent necessity. You know, some of our Senate colleagues took issue with the pay for that we put in there, but I made the point that we can take care of our allies and obligations and get our own fiscal house in order. Don't forget, we have a $33.6 trillion federal debt. The Treasury Department under the Biden administration said a little more than a week ago that we are going to need to borrow more than $1.5 trillion over the next 2 quarters to keep our government in operation. And we have to do these things simultaneously, and I believe we can. So we're urging that support as quick as we can. Well, listen, our number one objective here is to take care of our obligations and do it in a responsible manner. We want to be good stewards of the public's treasury and treasure. And because we're in the situation that we're in, deeply in debt, we have to do this. We have to think about this differently. So with regard to the latter CR, or maybe a 2-tiered CR, it's one of the ideas that has been discussed. There's nothing magical or mysterious about it. It would just be effectively 2 phases. You would do one part, a subset of the bills by a December date, and the rest of it by a January date. The other alternative is a CR that would go into January with certain stipulations. But again, I'm not going to show you all the cards right now. We have some very constructive and I think very positive discussions going on. I think it should be palatable to our colleagues in the Senate because they understand we've got to get the job done. I'll tell you, I'm very encouraged, and I think the American people are encouraged when they see the hard work that's being done here. We made a commitment that we will get back to the business of actually passing appropriations bills. That has not been done here in a long, long time, as you all know. And so 12 separate appropriations bills moving through the process in regular order. We're running up against the clock on November 17th, and we're obviously aware of that, but we are going to get the job done, and we're taking care of that business. So I'll give you more details soon. Let me go front row, sorry. Well, look, I told you we're having very constructive discussions inside the room. I believe all Republicans want to get to the same end, and that is to take care of our responsibilities. I'm not going to tell you when we'll bring it to the floor, but it will be in time. How about that? Trust us, we're working through the process in a way that I think the people will be proud of. And we've got a lot of business to attend to here, so thank you. Thanks a lot.
Whoa, they got him down in the ground like that. Holy shit, that's pretty wild. God dang, they're inhaling all that dust. Jeez. Bush is gonna get onto them for that. Yo, this guy needs to get better at the camera. Camera skills. Oh, whack. This is real. This is the fucking war footage. You can only get it from Hamas. Man, these dudes are like commandos, man. You gotta admit, they're pretty badass. Like, I don't know, man. I wouldn't want to be riding through there in a tank. All these guys everywhere with RPGs. Yeah, that's the stuff Israel doesn't want anybody seeing. I want everybody to think that they are the most badass fighting. I don't know about that, man. War protest turns deadly? What?
As the war between Israel and Hamas intensifies and rallies on both sides spread here in the U.S., overnight a vigil for a 69-year-old Jewish man in Southern California who died after a fight during dueling pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian protests on Sunday.
He loves Israel, is proud of being a Jew, and he went just to wave his flag.
Police say Paul Kessler died after an altercation with a pro-Palestinian protester. The death has been classified by the medical examiner as a homicide, according to police. And investigators are not ruling out the possibility of a hate crime.
What? How the fuck is it not a hate crime?
Authorities in Ventura County say Kessler suffered a blunt force head injury when he fell backwards and struck his head on the ground. One local Jewish group and early reports suggested Kessler had been struck with a megaphone, but the sheriff's office saying this morning, we don't have any definitive evidence that occurred. However, I will say there is a possibility that may have occurred. Kessler was rushed to a hospital where he died the following day. Responding to the incident, the LA Area Council on American Islamic Relations
viewers for saying that Hamas is kind of badass. I don't give a shit, dude. They are. For what they got, dude, them motherfuckers are badass. Fuck you.
Deeply saddened by this tragic and
I don't like
shocking loss,
Hamas,
adding,
but they're
we join
badass
local Jewish
fighters.
leaders in calling on all individuals to refrain from jumping to conclusions.
They're shooting people with
Dueling
mufflers
protests
and
have been
water
popping up
pipes.
nationwide since Hamas attacked Israel a month ago, mostly without serious incident. Police often keep protesters separate. In New York City Monday, hundreds of activists from the group Jewish Voice for Peace staged a sit-in at the Statue of Liberty, demanding an immediate ceasefire and end to the war. While near Central Park, thousands of pro-Israel supporters showing their solidarity with Israel and support for each other.
So nice to feel a part of a community and all this
Like, to
support.
think that they're cowards?
Back in California,
for what they
authorities
did
are hopeful that someone at the
is
event has
short-sighted.
video evidence of the altercation and is willing to share it with investigators.
To think
A news
they're
conference
cowards for
is gonna be
taking hostages and doing what they did? They could have died just as easily through all that, you know? There were people with guns. There were IDF there at that event. They risked their life for that shit. For their freedom. To get the fuck out of Gaza. They risked their freedom for the people of Gaza. For all the people of Gaza. They risked their life. And just a minute ago, it was like an hour ago, they shot off a bunch of rockets in Gaza. I could hear people cheering right afterwards. I don't know if anybody else heard that earlier. People clapping, cheering, whistling. You could vaguely hear it. They're doing it for everybody. The people there want Hamas to do what they do. They're all they got. That's their army. And I appreciate that they're filming things, unlike Israel. Losers. They're gonna lose probably. And then we're going to be brought into this war with Lebanon. Because I feel like as soon as they start actually winning, Lebanon's going to hit the rocket button. They know that this is probably their chance. Because we're so busy with Ukraine. Paying attention to that. Spreading ourselves too fucking thin. And I keep getting the chills over and over. Like, I'll get stomach upset, I'll burp, and I'll get the chills. Take some soup, man. Crimes against humanity being standard. But for the Middle Eastern countries, I thought it was a standard. So many different kinds of soup, dude. Astro mining. Heck yeah. Welcome B-Dog, Golden, JD. Oh man, I'm gonna have to get my hoodie in a second. I'm tired of getting chills. So yeah, I'm sick, dude. This is a third day straight. There's no way this is just a hangover. There's no freaking way this is a hangover. This long. Nose is runny. Chills. Stomach upset. Not sleeping right. The back of my throat is so sore right now, it hurts to swallow. It's like I have a sore on the thing dangling in my throat. It'll be the first time. Oh my god. Chicken soup. I don't have chicken soup. Don't have chicken soup. I'm looking at soups right now. They get delivered. Oh. There you go. You're missing that. I know you were missing that. Sorry about that. I'm not very good today. Why are you telling me that? I don't care. I really don't care, man. I'm not gonna stop cursing because you have to mute it. Alright. I guess I'll just lose another sub. Another one bites the dust. Another one down, and another one down, another one bites the dust. Fuck it. I just knew so many people from fucking years ago that I haven't seen in years. Fuck it, man. It was nice knowing you, JD. Fuck it. Easy come, easy go. That's how this shit works, man. I try not to get attached to you people because you do that type of shit. I do have some really strong vitamin D. Just take one of those and vitamin C real fast. Let's see. 250 micrograms of vitamin D. But it's actually a lot. There's a lot there. You didn't have any of them? Which one did you didn't have any of the symptoms that I have? That's fucking weird, because I've had people tell me that it sounds like COVID from me telling them. No, those are 250 milligram D, Sister T. I don't need 2 of them. You know how strong that is? Like, those aren't even recommended to take daily. I talked to my doctor about it. You take 5,000. I don't know, dude. It's not recommended. Look into it. You're looking at the wrong thing. I said 250 micrograms. You're looking at the UI. This is 10,000 UI, so it's twice as much as you take in a day. It's okay. I just know my pills, man. I just know my pills. And 5,000 is probably high too, because the thing is, vitamin D builds up in your system. And if you're taking too much, it'll just keep building. Oil soluble, that's why it's in it. These are in oil capsules. Fat soluble, apparently. So it stores in your fat. Okay. Oh, you take a week off. Oh, okay. Because I didn't know either. I wasn't trying to, I'm really not trying to be a dick. It's just, like, I didn't know either when I bought them. And I told my doctor what they were, and he was like, yeah, you definitely don't need to take one of those every day. Explain to me. So this is like extremely high dose of vitamin D. I should probably, maybe that'll help. I also took a zinc. It was a 250 zinc. I know y'all is just trying to help them, dude. The lack of food, I think, and sleep, and this mild headache that is pretty constant. Not as bad as yesterday, but at least the headache seems to be a little better. That's weird you say that I'm not having any of this. I'm not having any of the symptoms. Because I had other people say that I was having symptoms of it. The only reason I'm not in bed right now is because I have this to deal with, dude. You know what I mean? And I can't sleep. My body isn't letting me, dude. It's like, it's weird. I'm just tossing and turning from one side to the other side, to my back, to the other side, to the other side. It seems like every 15 minutes. can't sleep. Is that what the flu does? I don't have any head congestion. I can breathe fine through my nose. Right. I'm pretty sure people had headaches with COVID, dude. That'd be silly to think that they didn't. They had to have. COVID headache is one of the most common neurological symptoms of COVID-19 infection. Along with loss of taste or smell. Attributes of sinus headaches associated with COVID-19: forehead, cheeks, and nose. Feeling of pressure and pain, often accentuated by positional changes. Accompaniments: congestion, facial tenderness. My whole head was tender. Actually, the first day, I remember I was like rubbing on the top of my head, and it was completely sore. My entire scalp was sore. That was weird. Sure, you get headaches and flu too, though. I'm not really trying to spend $20-something to find out how much the tests are. For difference. Well, thanks for being here with us, JD. Even though you gotta mute me when I curse, or you gotta press a button. First. If only I was more like Luckner. Wow! Wow, guys! Wow! Hey kitties, are you here? Hey guys, how you doing? It's good seeing you today. Oh. Come here. Go sit down now. It's Luckner time. What if we just did that one day? Lost a viewer over that fucking idiot. He got off because he saw my nipples and he left like I'm an OnlyFans cam girl or something. I'm not a piece of meat, dude. Not OnlyFans, Chatterbait.
Something important has happened.
Hey, 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 oh my god. Fucking man. taking shots. You were drinking alcohol on it? I don't need a test. I just need to get better. It does seem a little better than yesterday. So probably not COVID because it would need to last. It would probably last longer. Simon is mad. Stomach up here, you know what I mean, near the bottom of the ribs is so sore, dude. Amazon sent me the wrong food this morning too, man. And it showed up at the wrong time. I was supposed to get it delivered at like 8. Deliver that shit at 5:30 in the morning. It's dog food. I got $90 in dog food for free though, because I hit them up and told them, like, you don't have to return it. So I got $90 of really high quality dog food in case I ever need it. It's chicken though. Oh, so I can't use it even as emergency for Simon. If only it had been something besides chicken. Maybe I'm gonna take it to a pet store that sells it and exchange it. Without a receipt. That'd be cool. Bro, these slacker hospital streamers are trying to piss me off a little bit. You should stay out there all night. All night long. All night long. COVID-19 symptoms, no appointment is required. Systematic veterans can just drive in. Well, alright, boss. 7:30 a.m. to 7 p.m. However, it's still happening. Whether it's Monday through Saturday. Anyways. Oh. 8 to 4. It's located near building 165. I don't know where the heck that is. do keep feeling shortness of breath, though. I keep having to like take one deep breath in every few breaths. I just tried to use my PC mouse for the laptop. Maybe I just did serious liver damage and that's what's going on. I don't think my liver's sore though. Something. I'm really tired. I can't sleep. Just toss and turn. I think it's some soup, man. I wish the grocery store was across the street. I could walk over there. I read something about eating diatomaceous earth when sick. Y'all ever heard of that? Apparently they did studies and it actually kills the COVID virus in the intestinal tract. So it doesn't spread through our water. And they said something about it helping the kidneys or something deal with COVID. Getting rid of something with COVID. I looked it up. Last night I was looking at Reddit and this lady poured diatomaceous earth all over her driveway so that this homeless dude would stop sitting there and harassing her. And she was telling people like that it's nothing dangerous, don't worry if you see this powder. And somebody in chat was like, well, what is it used for? So she dropped a link for the 10 best uses. And one of the uses for it is detoxing, and it talked about like viruses and bacteria and how it can help get them out of the body. I don't have alcohol poisoning. I don't think that's it. Because I didn't get messed up at all that night. It wasn't until the next morning. I can't remember now. I'm blending together. This morning when I took the trash out, there was a pair of shitty drawers in my backyard because the guy that's posted up shop decided to throw them into my backyard. He posted up shop behind my backyard, and I heard him back there. I grabbed them. I could smell the ripeness in them. I leaned over and looked at him. I was like, "Excuse me, what is this?" He was like, "Oh, sorry. Motherfucker throwing his shitty drawers in my backyard." The dumpster's like right around the corner. he want me to start calling the cops on him living back there? Is that what he really wants? Hey, Bill. It's the second time he's done that. First time I just threw him back. He wasn't there. This time I need to remind him that somebody lives there. Thank you for your service, Mud. It's the same way. It's like I'm in bed right now. Just can't get. I gotta eat something, I think. I guess my stomach more than anything right now. Simon's back on the heart med. Gave it last night, gave it this morning. Appetite seems like it might be coming back. I can see how you guys fall asleep to this drone sound. It puts me to sleep for real. Every day it makes me want to go to sleep. But now more than ever, it's like it's hypnotizing me. They can see that thing during the day when they look up. What's the best suit? I want the best one. I don't want no crappy suit, man. They got this signature. God dang, 1,480 milligrams of sodium. have made that. That's not very good. I like foam with all the green stuff. Man, this is one of the times I wish I had a girlfriend, dude. Just give me some stew. I'm not good at picking it right now because they all look nasty. Like I don't actually want to eat panini food. Like, I know I'm hungry, but I'm not. I don't have an appetite. I need somebody to pick it, bring it, so I'll just eat it. You know, so many choices. They all look gross. So much sodium. Homemade chicken noodle soup. Costco has some I can go get real fast. Well, let me look. Let's see what Costco has. They might have some that's better. I can get that delivered too. I'm definitely feeling the lack of energy though. It's like pretty extreme right now. I don't even know if I can do 10 push-ups right now. I'm not gonna try. My blood pressure's still high because I can feel the veins on the side of my head. I wonder what it is. I don't know. this, and I can feel this vein right here, right now. And I noticed it yesterday. And I was looking in the mirror. I was like, oh, that's not normal. It's not quite that apparent. Ginger root, 550 milligrams. Vitamin shop. Anybody ever shopped at the vitamin shop? They're kind of a ripoff, aren't they? But I was in a hurry. It's a one-stop shop for almost any vitamin. Dude, just seeing this thing up here is making me kind of nauseated. I'm gonna take a stick in. Meat? Is that meat stick? Oh, dude. wasn't open at the time. This guy is still with a dick and balls on his stream. What a fucking idiot. Like, that doesn't do anything, buddy, except make your own stream look like fucking kind of weird. Because you got a dick and balls right in the middle. What are you voting on, Bill? Local election? Primary? Tea has a mild interaction with green, or ginger has a mild interaction with green tea. Apparently it lowers fasting blood sugar? Fasting blood sugar. Is that good? Does that make me more tired? One small study showed that taking just 2 grams of powdered ginger supplement daily noticeably lowered fasting blood sugar in people with type 2 diabetes. If my blood sugar is being lowered, then I have less energy, don't I? What have I done? New research is finding that gingerol helps keep blood sugar levels steady, an important factor in managing the long-term effects of diabetes. One small study showed that taking this 2 grams of powdered ginger supplement daily noticeably lowered fasting blood sugar in people with type 2 diabetes. Another study found that consuming ginger powder for 12 weeks improved insulin sensitivity in people with type 2 diabetes. While it's the carbonation in ginger ale that tends to calm your tummy, well, that's why I'm drinking this with it, so it's like I'm turning it into ginger ale. I should have dumped one of the capsules in there. No, that won't work. A review of more than 100 trials concluded that ginger is highly effective against nausea. Taking just 1 gram of ginger specifically reduces symptoms of nausea in pregnant women. It also helps with motion sickness. Used to relieve nausea and vomiting after surgery or associated with cancer treatment. Improves indigestion. Oh really? Man, I've been burping my ass off. Chronic indigestion is often a result of stomach taking too long to empty its contents. Ginger speeds up the process by helping food move more quickly through the gastrointestinal tract. Several studies found that taking ginger speeds up gastric emptying, even when participants did not have chronic indigestion. Reduces the risk of heart disease. High cholesterol levels, especially LDL cholesterol, are linked to an increased risk of heart disease. But there's some evidence that ginger can reduce cholesterol levels. While more research is needed, early studies in both humans and animals show that adding ginger to your diet may result in low reduced LDL levels, total cholesterol, and blood triglyceride levels. Relieves menstrual cramps. In 2020, more than 20 million women in the United States used non-prescription products to relieve menstrual pain. Research shows that ginger may be just as effective at easing period pain as over-the-counter pain medications such as ibuprofen. One study gave women doses of either ginger or non-steroidal anti-inflammatory drug for the first 3 days of their menstrual cycle. Ginger reduced the pain just as effectively as NSAIDs. Help with osteoarthritis pain. Ginger will not necessarily bring you immediate relief, but for inflammation-related conditions such as osteoarthritis, studies show that ginger improves pain and stiffness over time. While earlier research studied the effects of ginger when consumed, numerous studies are focused on the effects of applying ginger oil topically to relieve pain associated with osteoarthritis. Dude, this stuff's like the miracle root. Wow, man. Impressive ginger. An ugly old root. I'm surprised they even eat it. It's kind of nasty. Surprised they were even like, yeah, this is good food. I would have eaten that for the first time and been like, we're not supposed to eat this. We better spit it out. Nobody cared about the ginger information. Yo, I need something here. Give me a wow, man. A wow for ginger. A ginger, a wow. There we go, nice. So, now we know that you're a fan of ginger. Ginger was what? Take a check. I think you forgot the rest of the sentence. Appreciate y'all being here, man. I'm just on another. You can't hear me. You couldn't hear all my ginger facts? Whoa, I'm gonna have to say them again then. Oh, you missed it. Missed out on it. Oh, God. I I'm not gonna repeat it. No, come on, nobody cares about Ginger really. I got arthritis. Ginger and info good. I'm driving, but gonna look into it later. Oh, yeah, maybe it'll help you out, man. Maybe it'll help you out. Big shit. I heard nothing. Looks like all it does is good stuff. Ginger should never be used in place of medication prescribed by your doctor, though, so talk to your doctor about it, I guess. You feel better? I keep like thinking this soup is just gonna show up. Soup is just gonna show up at my door eventually. Ginger fetish. Oh man, for the women. I'm addicted to heat right now. I can't get enough of this heater next to me, and it's 30 degrees Celsius, whatever that is. Why this thing keeps resetting on me, man? 86.9. WMKV 86.9. Oh, fuck, I'm losing people because they're getting tired of the fucking drone. I don't blame them. They're like, this is good for sleeping, it's not good for daytime. I don't blame you. What is this? What the heck is he watching right now? Why is he watching Ventura
That should
County?
work, and then... Okay, hopefully this works. Hopefully this works. Again, this is a press conference. What happened is, thank you for joining us. Thanks to our moderators. Got to start kind of quick today because this press conference is about to start. Again, it's a press conference about this incident that happened in Thousand Oaks, California on Sunday, where I believe he was 69 years old, an older Jewish man was killed when after an encounter, a confrontation he had with...
That's not news, man. We already watched the news on that. What else are they gonna fucking tell us? That he was killed by fucking Muslims? Breaking news! Breaking fucking news! It's a hate crime. It might be a hate crime, it might not be. We're still figuring that out. Breaking news! Fuck you, listener. I slipped that one in there, JD. I thought it's a Navy Electronics School, the smallest adjustment possible. What? No, I don't. Oh, no. Oh, I don't remember getting taught that one. I was at a different school though. I was at Digital Electronics Training. Did you take that too? That class? I remember, dude, they always said, my recruiter told my parents after I joined that it's the second hardest school in the Navy. Besides Nuke's the first. Nuke electronics tag. They got the biggest bonuses. I didn't get any bonus. Because I had a GED, they told me I couldn't get one. I didn't get shit, dude. It really kind of pissed me off. It felt like I got fucked over by my recruiter because I was the highest ASVAB score they had ever had in their office. Crazy. At least for him, since he had been there. Since he had been working there for a year or two or something. I don't remember. He said it's the highest one he had had. I can't remember if it was office wide or not, but and they didn't give me shit. Lied to me, dude. Because once I got there were people, I noticed there were people with GEDs that had the enlistment bonus and college fund, extra college fund money. That had me pretty jaded against the Navy from day one once I started figuring out that I got screwed over by the recruiter. I mean, I lost tens of thousands of dollars from that. It should have been like $20,000 or $30,000 enlistment bonus for my job. Plus college fund money added onto the GI Bill. That really put a bad taste in my mouth about the military right at the beginning. Job by the recruiter. Families of hostages are speaking again.
Senior Democrat.
This time they're with the Democrats or what?
Today we bring home right here to Washington, D.C. the pain experienced by those in Israel who have been held hostage. Up until last night, that pain for me was very real, but was many miles away. I should point out that Paul Kessler was killed at a demonstration just a few miles outside my district yesterday. Paul was 65 and was there just standing there being pro-Israel, and there was a anti-Israel demonstration where one of those demonstrators came and bludgeoned Paul to death. So I've seen it close to my own district. We've all seen it on our television screens, and we're about to hear it from people for whom this is very close. We will hear from Etai, Rita, Boaz, and Yael in just a few minutes. Their family members are innocent Israelis who have been taken hostage. The hostages include toddlers, grandparents, mothers. A month has passed since October 7th when they were...
How the fuck do I lose viewers off putting up actually content, man? I'm about to fucking just turn the camera off and go do some other shit.
Slaughter of babies.
Let y'all listen to fucking drone all day.
The execution of parents in front of their children. Families here have loved ones ranging from an 83-year-old to a little boy who was 8 years old when he was taken hostage and had his 9th birthday in captivity. Many of those hostages were taken after watching their family members and loved ones murdered right in front of them. The cruelty of October 7th is unspeakable. We will not forget their stories, and we will not forget them until we bring them
the
home.
bonus because they didn't offer it to me. They said I couldn't get it because I had a GED.
Scenes every day from Gaza are heart-wrenching, and a natural human reaction is to say, well, let's have a ceasefire. But after we listen to these families today, I think we will say that there cannot be a ceasefire until these hostages are released. There are those who equate the hostages to those in Israeli jails who have been convicted of terrorism. Keep in mind, these hostages have been convicted of nothing, have been charged with nothing, are guilty of nothing except being Jewish and being available for Hamas to kidnap. These are non-combatants in every sense. For the last 31 days, these families have had to endure immense suffering. They desperately wait any information. Hamas has not published a list, even a partial list, of the hostages they hold. So the families don't know the status of their loved ones, whether they're injured, whether they're being abused or tortured, whether they're even alive. These families need answers, but the International Red Cross has not been allowed to visit the hostages or verify their status. So there is no international law on how to treat civilian hostages, because the law says you're not supposed to have civilian hostages. But international law for combatants who are legitimate prisoners of war requires that their names be revealed and that they be visited by the Red Cross, and of course none of that is happening. The voices who care about human rights must raise those voices loudly and demand that Hamas return these people to their families. We will be telling their stories, we will be remembering them, but we say together, bring them home now. So we'll hear from another of the family members, starting with Itai. Oh, yes. And, but before that, my colleague Kathy Manning was here earlier, and now we have Dan Goldman. Thank you.
Thank you, Brad. I thank so much these families for coming here and telling your stories. It's incredibly important to hear, because there is not enough attention right now on the fact that there are 240 hostages. There are babies, there are children, there are grandparents, there are Americans, they are from 33 countries. And the fact that there are people advocating for a ceasefire without discussing that the hostages must be returned makes no sense and runs completely counter to our American values, our democratic values, and the values that we export around the world. We need to be focused right now on bringing home the hostages who are being illegally held by Hamas. Hamas is doing many things that are sacrificing their own civilians and their own Palestinian civilians and citizens who are being used as human shields, who are being prevented from leaving, but they are also holding ours. They are holding our citizens, and it is unacceptable. And we will not stop fighting for these families and every family that is out there of those 240 or so hostages who must come home now. It has been 31 days. It is unacceptable, and the international community needs to put their focus squarely on these hostages, and they need to put the pressure on Hamas to return them home. I don't want to hear anything about a ceasefire until these hostages come home. And I thank the family so much for sharing their story. I wish it was not so important that you have to share your story, but it is. And we are really grateful that you are sharing your stories of heartbreak, of sleepless nights, of worrying, of wondering, of your mind racing as to what might be happening to your loved ones in Hamas's tunnels.
Oh, really?
And thank you again. It's not easy, but we're grateful that
Crazy.
you.
Thank you, and thank you very much. Yes,
They have a lot of Muslims there, though.
Because this is not an easy thing to do.
France.
These people did not ask to become public.
For a lot of Jews, I mean.
They're worried, they're scared, they're sad, and yet they've come up with the gumption to stand in front of a podium and talk to the press. Itai, please tell us.
Hello, my name is Itai. My uncle and aunt have been living in Kibbutz Nir Oz for almost 6 decades. These are them, Avram and Ruti. Avram is my grandpa's younger brother. They had a small family of a son and a daughter. Their son is to live in Kibbutz Nir Oz as well, in a different house, and he was murdered on October 7th. He was found shot to death in front of his house. His house was completely burned. On that weekend, their daughter came to visit the kibbutz for the Jewish holiday for Simchat Torah with their only son, their only grandson, Ohad, who, as mentioned before, was only 8 years old. The four of them found themselves in this horrible situation and this massive terror attack. The last thing we heard from them was from Ruti, my aunt. She was talking to her sister on the phone, and she was whispering that she can't talk because there are terrorists in the kibbutz. This was the last thing we heard from them. Later on, we found out that by 11 a.m. already, the four of them were geolocated in Gaza Strip. We don't know what their condition is, if they're alive or not, if they're getting medications, if they're getting any food. My uncle Abraham is not that healthy. He needs to use a cane to walk. All of them wear glasses. Abraham needs to take medicine daily. The Red Cross isn't helping. We don't know, again, what their condition is.
The heck is the Red Cross supposed to do, buddy?
Had a birthday.
Go in there and die?
October 23rd. He turned 9.
Fucking
He's
asshole.
a smart, sweet boy who plays soccer and tennis.
The Red Cross is gonna go in there with guns or something, or what? You think the Red Cross can do shit in this situation?
No kitchen,
They would get,
no civilians,
they'd be a hostage.
Innocent civilians. Among the 241 hostages, there are over 30 kids. The youngest of them is only 10 months old. And again, we do not know the condition of any of them.
Send them care
Releasing them
packages?
should be the top
Why, so
priority
Hamas
of
can
the entire
eat them?
world. Should be the number one thing that everyone discusses. Anyone
Yeah, I'm
who
sure
believes in
Hamas
rights,
is gonna
anyone
give
who
them
advocates for
right
human
to
rights,
them.
for humanity, for justice,
Here, Red Cross had these
solve
for you
this
guys.
issue. This is why we're here.
Enjoy.
This is what we're calling the entire world to do, to bring them back home, and to bring them back home now. Thank you.
I want to point out that those who
Paxlovid.
ceasefire
Alright.
need to
Thanks, man.
understand that as long as the
Paxlovid.
hostages are held, no democratic government in Israel could possibly agree to
Fuck
a
this,
long-term
man.
ceasefire.
So much.
Not
Fuck
when
my
the
life
stories
right
of
now,
some of the
dude.
Others are known by the Israeli public, and I do want to commend Israel for having these brief humanitarian pauses. But a real ceasefire requires, at an absolute minimum, releasing the hostages. We now want to hear from Rita.
Thank you for having us here. My name is Rita Lipschitz. I am from Kibbutz Nir Oz. I don't have a picture because I have 76 family members that Hamas took to Gaza, and 25% of my kibbutz is or murdered or being taken to Gaza. And every day I feel their hearts. My heart is beating so hard every day, and my thoughts are with them every day. They came to us in the morning. We got a message. Me by myself, I left the kibbutz Friday evening at 7 o'clock. My granddaughter was with me in the kibbutz for 8 days. And in the morning, I got a message, you need to get into the bomb shelter rooms. And I'm in charge of a whole group of elder people while the missiles are coming. So I was checking them up, telling them what to do and not to do. They were so scared. They were hearing the voices around their houses. We have 4 neighbors who's on the line. And my neighbor, she was calling me, Rita, please help my sons. They are alone. And I told her, I am not there. Tell them to be quiet. While she was talking to them, 16 and a 14-year-old sons, Hamas took them. The youngest said, I'm too young, don't take me. And then my neighbor, she's a French lady who's married to a boy from the kibbutz that his father was murdered. And he was out fighting against 120 terrorists. And she was sending me, Rita, help, help. And I said, I'm not just be quiet, tell your son to be quiet, and you will be fine. You will live. They will not take you. She succeeded to live. I have another family that she was running to be the mayor of the area. I was helping her. They couldn't stand to be in the bomb shutting room because they put fire on the doors when they could not get into the bomb shutter room. They could not breathe. They have a son. The youngest one is 2. They have 3 children. They jumped out of the house and they got killed by Hamas. They took family to the youngest one, 10 months old, and they were the first one that they took to Gaza. 2 children, mother and father. My grandparents, my son's grandparents, that are 85 and 83 years old, took to Gaza. Yocheved Lifshitz got back thanks to all your help from here. So we knew that they shot Grandpa's hand. He fainted by the kibbutz fence. They took Grandma. I am sure with all your help that Grandpa will come back. And every second, every minute, every hour, every 24 hours, we need just to think about this all the time. They are scared. I can feel their hearts beating all the time. We need to bring them back home now. Thank you so much.
Soup.
As I think everybody here knows, but there are people out there, a kibbutz is not just a very small town. A kibbutz is a commune, and the 400 people in it were like a family, often at a kibbutz, eating together, sharing the productivity of their work. I want to thank Steve Rabinowitz for putting this all together, and I want to introduce Boaz, whose family members held hostage include a U.S. citizen.
Hello. So my name is Boaz Atzili. I live not far from here in Rockville, Maryland. I was born at that area of Gaza and Israel in another kibbutz, Kibbutz Zikim. Most of my family are still in that area, or were in that area until 4 weeks ago. Now they are all displaced, refugees basically, scattered all around the country. They cannot go back to their places, which is like a war zone, still under Hamas rockets. We don't hear much about that. I want to tell you a little bit about my cousin and his wife. My cousin Aviv Atzili is 49-year-old.
Should be here by 11 or no 1:15. Bro, I got a while. Whatever.
father's brother.
Better than going to Costco right now.
Like me, though a bit more
Costs it a
handsome.
little bit more though.
And his
Everything
wife,
costs like
Liat
a
Tzili
quarter
Baby,
more.
she's also a U.S. citizen. They are together for many years now. They're a lovely couple. They love to travel. They love to travel, especially with their kids. They have 3 kids that are young adults. They're really a peace-loving, generous family. I think like what maybe represents that is the dog that they adopted. They adopted a 3-legged special need dog. If you
oh, they got a 3-legged special need dog. We got to get in there with SEAL Team 6 ASAP. Kirkland signature rotisserie chicken noodle soup. Campbell's Simply Chicken Noodle, 8 cans, 19-ounce cans. And the Kirkland one is like 4 pounds, about 4 pounds. That was $16.24. The cans are $15.78 for 8. And San Pellegrino sparkling natural mineral water. I'm pretty much out.
And gave her a really warm and loving family. And that
I'm tired of eating those matzahs, dude.
Killed by Hamas on October 7th, to just kind of demonstrate.
Maybe in the suit they'll be good.
What kind of cruelty that is. We don't really know where they are. We know they're not at their home, which was burned to the ground. Rita told us about what happened in Kibbutz Nir Oz.
It actually amazes me these people think they're going to see these people again.
No bodies found, and Aviv's phone was later geolocated in Gaza, so that's the only indication that we have that they're there. They are,
they're not.
As I said, they're Israeli American family. They were here. I met them just last August. They were visiting, and I met them in New York. We had
those people wanted to go to Israel.
Nice,
now they get to stay in Israel.
And all our family. They have a family in Connecticut. They went to visit there.
No, they're the martyrs.
And then they went to travel to Yellowstone because they got to see some nature if they're here in this beautiful place. So, I mean, what breaks my heart is especially
But it's too late now, Pumpkin. I've already ordered it. I don't need any more food recommendations.
They lost both of their
Thanks,
parents at the same day. They don't know if they will ever see them again. They don't know if they will get to hug them again. And yeah, and I just want to say that these are, this is not a pro-Israel issue. This is not an anti-Palestinian issue. This is a human issue. And anybody that cares about human rights should care about that. And I don't only talk about policy here, but I really ask that anything
I was also saying it would have been good
done to bring them back home safe and as soon as possible. Any price, anything. At least for me,
You're too late.
Worth it. And I really want to thank from my heart to
You're too fucking late.
The administration and Congress and everybody who are doing so much effort in order to bring the hostages back home. And from the first minute, they were like in touch and trying to help the families. That's really, really appreciated. So thank you, Congressman.
Which of your relatives is a U.S. citizen?
Yeah.
They're whispering because they're Jewish. That's how they talk.
And the 3 kids are also. Thank you, and bring them back home.
feel like it makes them look really meek, and you're gonna feel sorry for them. Everybody feels sorry for the Jews. Everybody forever feels sorry for the fucking Jews because of the Holocaust. Everybody forever. We gotta, let's pet them. I want to pet a Jew.
And our husband. I want to tell you, this is a story about love, the biggest love story.
Okay, you guys want to pet it? Let's go to a Jew petting zoo.
These two met each other in high school.
There's got to be some that are locked up somewhere and crying. Maybe Hamas has one already.
But they're foolish. Took them a few years to realize they belong together. Finally, they got together, and 3 years ago they got married. They built a beautiful house in Kibbutz Nirim. They love people, they care for people, they love animals, they adopt wounded animals. They have 4 cats and 5 dogs. If they can, they would adopt more.
Oh, that's true. I already petted one. She wasn't actually my girlfriend. She was my fuck buddy. She wouldn't ever be my girlfriend. That's a Jewish girl for you. She only wanted my dick.
Right now, because Rimon's father was diagnosed with cancer.
I'm not putting anything extra on that.
She
She told me at the beginning, she was like, I don't even want you for your penis, pretty much. You got to go get tested at the county building for STDs first. And once I did that, we turned into a super freak.
When you love agriculture, when you love crops, when you want to bring food and flowers into the world.
I can pretty much call her any time of the day and be like, hey,
there's actually a warehouse
what you doing?
Where we store food that goes for the Palestinian people.
No.
When the terrorists came in on October 7th, they burned our houses, they burned our people.
So they're not just like
food for their own people.
Holy, is they make themselves out to be, is what I'm saying. Jewish people are just as heathenish as anybody else. They're not special.
There are 240, or more than 240
On the contrary, they're less special.
138 of them have dual citizenship. They're coming from the U.S., from Thailand.
Because they try to make themselves look a certain way when they're not actually that way. The way they blowing up kids and shit.
Crisis that requires the global community to come together and release civilians.
These people don't give a shit about anybody. It's okay if Muslim babies die, but not if their babies die.
Barefoot into Gaza.
Fuck Israel.
Thank you.
They deserve this. They deserve this shit because of what they've been doing for years to these people. How about that?
Thank you. I'm Congresswoman Kathy Manning.
I said it.
Represent the
Israel deserves this to happen. They've been teasing the tiger for far too long.
We all know what happened on October 7th when Hamas terrorists invaded Israel.
They let this happen also. They wanted this to happen.
By air, and their purpose that day in invading was to murder civilians and to capture civilians and to take them hostage. And the savagery and brutality that we know took place is really beyond anything that we can even comprehend. I have been meeting with hostage families for 2 weeks now, and sadly, it reminds me of when you talk to Holocaust survivors. Each Holocaust
Man, fuck that. It's not the fucking Holocaust, bitch.
Each story is different. And as I've met with the hostage families and heard about their loved ones
They
who are
really need
taken
to stop bringing up the Holocaust, man.
Each story is unique. Each story is
There's no
horrifying.
connection.
And each story is about someone who was loved and who was very special to their family. We know there are
Who the fuck
infants
is it?
as young as 9 months old, and we know that there are elderly people, including Holocaust survivors.
Okay, why does it matter if they were loved by their family? Oh, we'll gotta go in now then. People love them.
35-year-old
What if no one loves them?
and her daughter Geffen,
Isn't that worse?
her husband Alan, who were
Shouldn't they really be the ones that are saved if no one loves them for some reason? Poor fucking guy.
And in making
At least they were loved while they were alive. My fucking parents never talked to me.
Holocaust survivors.
Fuck them.
Yarden
Fucking
handed
dicks.
her 3-year-old daughter Geffen to her husband and said, "You can run faster, you go." And by sacrificing herself, she saved her 3-year-old daughter and her husband, and she has not been seen since then. Not only do we in Congress need to do everything we can to get the hostages back and to talk with everybody we can in the government, we need the terrorists to allow the International Red Cross to go in and confirm that these people are being held and confirm their condition. I myself will continue to do everything I can.
Nobody in their right mind would go in there, dude. As Red Cross.
I want to thank all of the families.
Are you gonna go in there, lady? Are you gonna be Red Cross for the day and go in Gaza?
It is excruciating to come to another country and tell your story over and over and over and relive.
She looks like her fucking pussy looks like a grilled cheese sandwich.
It's critically important with everything that's going on that we don't lose sight of the fact that these are human beings who are being held against their will, and they need to do everything they can to keep these stories alive. I'm going to end by just holding up this poster that was provided to me of the hostage, the people that we know are being held hostage. And if you look at these faces, babies, teenagers, middle-aged people.
The babies are probably dead already. You really think they're feeding babies for a month? You really think they're in there fucking nursing babies and shit with bottles? The Hamas daycare? You really think that, lady?
International Red Cross in so that we can determine who is there, what kind of shape they are in, and we will do everything we can to continue to push.
I haven't seen any women in Hamas.
To Israel and to their families' loving embrace. Thank you.
Sound like she was reading us a fucking fairy tale or something.
Expect that there may be another member or two who will join us. Thank Kathy Manning for her leadership.
This dude needs to shave his head. Fucking idiot. Why do people do that? Why does anybody think that that's a good idea to have hair on the side of your head like that? Like Bozo the Clown? I bet he actually pays for haircuts.
This is one of I'm aware of 3 events involving the hostages. My colleague Jared
Can't let it go.
roundtable that I believe is close to the press, and of course Republican House.
He's scared he'll lose his job if he's bald.
We in the House are certainly hearing about the hostages from the Northwest. I'd like to have the families address your question.
So your question is how we're dealing with that? So we are on, I think, on our life's mission to do whatever we can to bring them back home and as soon as possible. So we're speaking to whoever wants to listen, whoever has the power. We believe that the U.S. congressmen and women have the power because the U.S. is a strong player in the international community, and like the U.S. administration helped with the release of 2 hostages, we believe it is able to do it again with the other 241 who are still there. And it is difficult for us to do it, but we don't have a choice. We think of our loved ones who are held over there, probably in dark tunnels, probably not getting enough food, if any, and nothing we feel is even compared to what they feel. This is our obligation. And behind every person that you saw in the photo, it's not just one family member who's standing here. There's dozens of family members behind every picture on that poster. And I think, again, this is just our moral obligation to do so for our families, for everyone's families. There's some families who have been taken altogether and they don't have any other family in Israel or around the world, so it's our obligation to speak on their behalf as well.
How are we doing? It's the most difficult question I've been asked. You know, for the first 3 weeks, I did not know if my sister-in-law and her husbands were alive or dead. And this uncertainty, when you're trying to fall asleep at night and then the nightmares come and you don't know She's a woman. What's happening to her? Is she separated from her husband? What's happening to him? What's happening to both of them? And then a few days ago, the Hamas released a video of 3 women. Rimon Kirst, my sister-in-law, was one of them. And then in that video, we got the final confirmation that she was indeed kidnapped. So whenever we get a phone call from Israel, it's not to tell us that she is among the unidentified bodies. She's among those who were kidnapped. In that video, I saw a fragile, scared, very skinny sister-in-law. And one thing that I want you to notice, we're speaking about humanitarian aid. In this picture, where she's alive and well, and she has some, flesh in her bones, she's also wearing glasses. In the video that Hamas released, she was not wearing glasses. So for the past 31 days, she was not able to see. And I'm able to see all of you right now. If I take my glasses off, you're just a blur. And when we speak about humanitarian aid, this is humanitarian aid for people to be able to see. People with asthma need to be able to breathe. Babies need formula. People need heart medicine, and so many more. There's a list we passed to the Red Cross. It never got to them. The Red Cross does not see the hostages. And I want to tell you one other thing about how we're doing. More than 200,000 families were evacuated, are displaced. They do not have a home right now. They live in temporary shelters. And so my family is not together right now. My mother and father-in-law are in hospital treating the cancer of my father-in-law. My mother-in-law is alone in the hospital with her husband, and she's thinking about her children. She has 1 child in Gaza, 1 child that was evacuated to the Dead Sea and needs to take care of 3 babies, all under 3. So she's not able to be with her mother in hospital. And then another child here in the United States coming to speak with you all to ask for your help and plead that you bring our loved ones back.
Like I told you before, a kibbutz, all we are a big family. We are 300 left, and people are broken. They are thinking about their family members that are in Hamas, all the funerals that we are going through. The first 2 weeks, it was like a shock. You want to wake up from a terror movie. And then started all the funerals, and in Israel you sit Shiva for 7 days. And when we got into we are living in Eilat now, in a hotel. We go into the dining room, and before we go into the dining room, it's like there is a menu, but instead of a menu, there is pictures of our family members, where their funeral is, and who is going to that funeral, because we cannot go to all funerals because some of the funerals are in the same day. So I am a strong person. I'm strong for all the 300 people, which is 200
I added applesauce.
and
I added 3 different
100
kinds of it.
In Gaza.
Applesauce to the max.
I am staying strong for them,
Just in time.
helping them, hugging them, and trying to find a way to get my 76 family members back. And we are a kibbutz that was one of the most beautiful kibbutzes in the area. We have a lot of feasts together, parties together, and we love to be together. And now we have this sadness, and we are all fighting for getting our family members back. Thank you.
He's in Costco right now picking it up too. Maybe it'll be here by like 11 something.
Yes. So there have been a lot of people who've put up the kidnap posters
$113.
them down, and I'm curious of your thoughts on people taking these posters down.
So there's a lot of politics going around that.
Why is he whispering?
But, like, I guess
Dude.
I want to say just that these are people, civilians, right? I heard about
So meek and soft.
Kid. They are not enemies of anybody, and this is what we have to remember. The suffer of these civilians doesn't negate anybody else's suffering, and regardless of the political and policy solution that will happen, these are innocent people that were taken from their home on purpose to a hostile land just across the border and put underground.
Sweet, he found a rotisserie chicken noodle soup. He got that already.
We know
This is cool.
that we see that they are scared and thin.
I can see when he picks shit up.
And so, like, I want to believe that the people who tear these posters down, they are just ignorant and don't know what we're talking about.
Okay, I'm not gonna watch this anymore. No, everyone's leaving, dude. Look, we got 13 people in here right now. I'll just take that off. I don't like me going off on the fucking idiots, apparently. I'm not gonna stop going off on him because I think the dude's an idiot. Please save my family members. I'm gonna whisper this so you can barely hear my plea. Did I just end this motherfucker? Now we're down to 12. Did I end it and come back tomorrow? I mean, apparently y'all ain't liking the stream, you know? I don't want to just be here so you can make dough all day, you know what I mean? Fucking kind of stupid on my part to stay here so you can fucking get dough, dude. Fuck out of here with that shit. I don't give a shit, dude. Give me my fucking day back. All of you fucking get out of here so I can have my day back. Turn this camera off. If I get below 10, I'll turn the camera off and y'all can have this shit. How about that? I'll fuck off for you. Fucking people got thousands, hundreds, thousands, 800 here, 2,000 there. I got fucking 13! And I do this all day long! Fuck! Fuck this! just don't know what else to do, man. I don't understand why I'm being banned. Like, maybe I talk too much shit about Israel, I guess. You're not allowed to talk shit about Israel in English, only in Arabic. Just like we weren't allowed to say certain things about Biden during his thing, and yeah, I think they're protecting Israel on YouTube, dude. My opinions got me banned. Wait till we're doing better, maybe. I do appreciate you, though. Everybody gets some dough for my coffee's thoughts. Where is this guy? Thanks, Bill. We're getting there. We got the food right around the corner. Well, not really. It's now leaving Costco, I think. Arriving at 11:15. Oh wow, it's gonna be here in like 6 minutes actually. Okay. My legs are even sore, like my ankles, my calves, as if I've been walking or something. I have been tossing and turning a lot, that could be why. Constant tossing and turning. Lower back's starting to hurt from it too. I think it's going to run its course though, maybe by tomorrow or next day. Supreme Court's actually talking about something to do with guns today too. I noticed. Interesting. Something about domestic violence and guns and restraining orders or something they're talking about. I don't really know what. That it might violate the Constitution. He picked a day, didn't he?
So there have been, and we are going to continue to work with our Israeli counterparts going forward to make sure that we can continue to do them. But the idea here is, they're localized and
so much excitement out here.
Look at her today, bro. Jeez. Can you just wear sweatpants or something?
All right, class, everybody. Okay. All right, everyone. It is a serious day indeed.
Most Americans don't have clothing like that, do they?
Today, as part of our 10 Days of 10 Drugs series, we're highlighting Januvia, a drug that treats diabetes and that was selected for Medicare price negotiation as part of President Biden's Inflation Reduction Act. Last year, around 885,000 seniors were prescribed Januvia and spent on average up to $500 a month for this life-saving drug. One of those seniors is Stephen from North Carolina, who wrote to the president that he pays all this that. We'll be able to negotiate
a little Januvia commercial
of Indonesia for a bilateral meeting. Will advance economic prosperity, people force open.
Let's go.
Afternoon, everybody. So today obviously marks 1 month here since the horrific Hamas attacks on October 7th. And we all just want to take a moment to acknowledge all the victims of that horrific act of terror. People slaughtered at a music festival, murdered in front of their kids in their home. It's a horrible day. And also it was a day where dozens and dozens of people were taken hostage. Many of them still being held hostage. So we also want to say that our thoughts continue to be with all of them and their families and their loved ones. I can only imagine the anguish that these families are still going through and have now for the past month, and the pain that they're feeling. The strong desire to get that seat filled at the dining room table again. We are going to continue to pursue every possible measure that we can to get those hostages released and to get those folks back with their families where they belong. And again, we continue to keep them in our thoughts and prayers. We're also keeping in our thoughts and prayers this 1 month in the many, many thousands of innocent Palestinians who have been killed in the conflict since October 7th, and the many more who are injured and wounded in the conduct of these operations. And quite frankly, the 1.5 million that have been displaced internally from their homes. We're mindful of that suffering as well. And 1 month in, it's good for everybody to take a knee, take a pause, and remember the scope of the suffering here and the terrible images many of us have seen coming out of both Israel and Gaza. Now, on the humanitarian side, I can tell you that over the last 24 hours, 93 trucks were able to enter Gaza through the Rafah border. That was as of yesterday. That brings the total to 569 trucks since October 21st. And as we've said many times before, we know that's not enough. It's a trickle. I mean, as a matter of fact, before October 7th, that's about the number that was getting in every day. Now, it fluctuated a little bit, but it was several hundred, up to 500 a day. As you all saw yesterday, the president spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and he certainly discussed the need to continue to try to accelerate and increase the amount of humanitarian assistance that's going in. He also talked about the importance of pauses in the fighting to allow for aid to get in, people to get out, and for hostages to be released. We'll keep that dialogue going, obviously with the Prime Minister and his war cabinet. On the idea of people getting out, so we do expect more individuals to depart Gaza today via the Rafah crossing. To date, there's been over 400 U.S. citizens and their families who have been able to depart and have been seeking the assistance of our consular team at the embassy in Cairo. And in just the last 24 hours, about 96, so just under 100 U.S. citizens and family members were able to move across that border. And as I said, it's very fluid. We won't get the final count until the end of the day today, because the day is still going on. But we do expect that there'll be more Americans to come out today. So keeping that Rafah crossing open for aid to enter and Americans and other foreign nationals to leave has been a major priority for the president, will remain so going forward. And as I said, we're going to be focused on getting folks out, getting aid in, and getting those hostages released.
Thank you, Admiral. The UN Secretary General said Gaza is becoming a graveyard for children. He said the IDF is hitting civilians, hospitals, refugee camps, mosques, churches, and UN facilities, including shelters. So if a war zone is becoming a graveyard for children, can you still say that Israel is following the laws of war?
What I'll tell you is that we continue to stress to our Israeli counterparts that they be as discriminate and careful in their targeting as possible. And it is sad to see. It's horrible to see the images of young kids being pulled out of rubble and so many of them not making it. Hamas is putting those children and their families in greater danger by not letting them go, by encouraging them to stay, by sheltering in their homes, building tunnels under their hospitals, and by holding children hostages. We know that there's a portion of the 240 plus that they're holding as hostages are kids. They're kids. And we've been trying mightily to get those children released. We've had no success so far.
And Israel's prime minister told ABC News that Israel will have, quote, overall security responsibility over Gaza for an indefinite period. But the president said that it would be a big mistake for Israel to reoccupy Gaza. So how much daylight is there between what Israel and the U.S. see as the future of Gaza?
We're having active discussions with our Israeli counterparts about what post-conflict Gaza ought to look like. The president maintains his position that a reoccupation by Israeli forces is not the right thing to do. We'll let them speak to their intentions, but we are definitely having conversations about what the post-conflict environment ought to look like and what governance in Gaza ought to look like. One thing there's absolutely no daylight on is Hamas can't be part of that equation. We can't go back to October 6th.
A senior U.S. official told us last week that the U.S.'s expectation is that in the coming days we should see a decrease in Israel's air campaign and more of a tactical ground offensive. Can you tell us a little bit more about what led to that assessment, and have you seen that in the past few days?
I can't speak for what an anonymous official said about Israeli military operations. I'm not going to get into the habit of speaking of a tactical nature to their intentions, plans, or activities here from the podium. They have obviously gone in on the ground with the intention of putting pressure on Hamas leadership and to find, fix, and finish some of that leadership. I'll let them speak to those operations.
John, you said yesterday that you wouldn't want to overstate the efforts that Israel is making to limit civilian casualties. That's a change from a week ago when you said that it was obvious Israel was trying to minimize casualties. Can you just help us understand that shift in the language?
No shift. Both can be true. We have seen indications that in certain operational environments that they are making an effort. For instance, let's go back to the ground thing. And again, I don't want to be armchair quarterbacking another military, but they're moving into and onto and into Gaza with smaller units than what a lot of people thought they would do. They thought it was going to be this big, massive formation into North Gaza, and that's not what they've been doing. And when you are on the ground, while the risk to your troops is higher, you can be more discriminate. You can be more careful in your formations and your targeting and what you're going after than you can be from the air. But it's also true that airstrikes continue, and it's also true that civilians keep dying from these airstrikes.
Is there any scenario where future aid to Israel would be contingent on how they conduct themselves in terms of minimizing civilian casualties?
We've been crystal clear since the very beginning of this conflict that one of the things that separates us from Hamas, who actually did try and intend to kill innocent civilians, is that democracies like the U.S. and Israel observe the law of armed conflict, that we respect civilian life, and we've been clear since the beginning with them that we want to continue to urge them to do that.
There's hundreds of USAID employees that have signed on to a letter disagreeing with U.S. policy towards Israel. There's some dissent cables floating around the State Department. Why are so many federal government employees at odds with the policies that you're talking about?
Well, I think one of the great things about certainly working at the State Department and in other agencies is that multiple perspectives and multiple opinions are respected. And there's an avenue. Like you said, the dissent channel. I can't speak for what is or what isn't in the dissent channel, but having worked at the State Department, I can tell you that that's a time-honored and traditional way for employees there at the State Department to voice their concerns, and I think that's a good thing. The President understands that there's strong emotions and feelings here, all around, all across the board. And here inside the administration and the federal government, that's certainly the case as well. And he appreciates the fact that people feel strongly and that there are multiple perspectives. And we're going to continue to listen to them, Trevor, both inside and outside the government. We have been engaging with partners and organizations and experts and analysts and people with different perspectives to listen to their concerns, make sure that we understand them as we develop policy.
Is the President frustrated at all with his inability to prevail upon his Israeli counterpart to engage in these humanitarian pauses?
There have been humanitarian pauses already. There's been some. I mean, one of the ways we were able to get those first few hostages out was a pause in the fighting. And Prime Minister Netanyahu, I believe in an interview last night, also talked about the fact that he has approved certain pauses throughout the country. So there have been, and we are going to continue to work with our Israeli counterparts going forward to make sure that we can continue to do them. But the idea here is, they're localized in terms of geography, they're limited in time and duration, and they're usually for a specific purpose or purposes, getting stuff in, getting people out. And we have every expectation that we'll be able to continue to have those conversations.
Just to follow up on what you just said about the Prime Minister's comment about the little pauses. So does the U.S. see that as sort of a satisfactory response to the humanitarian pauses that President Biden has been calling for? He's talking about like an hour here, an hour there.
It's in keeping with the conversations that we've been having with our Israeli counterparts about the need for humanitarian pauses in the fighting.
I wanted to ask. No, that's okay. I figured. In late October, you had referred to the fact that the administration is not drawing any red lines for Israel. As the death toll for civilians in the Gaza Strip has gone up, I wanted to ensure, is that still the case, that the administration has no red lines at all?
That is still the case.
Okay, and then also a follow-up. You all have spoken a number of times about a two-state solution, and this is not so tangential to the immediate conflict, but I wanted to understand, coming in, you all have maintained a policy of recognizing Israel's control over the Golan Heights. That was a move that your predecessor made, reversing, U.S. policy after half a century. Is that still the Biden administration's policy, that you have, that you believe that Israel has sovereignty over the Golan Heights?
Let me get back to you on that specific policy question. I don't want to freelance it from here, but you said something at the beginning that talking about a two-state solution seems tangential to what's going on, and I would respectfully disagree. It's actually what's going on underscores how important it is that we continue to try to make progress towards a two-state solution. But I will get you a better answer on the Golan Heights. I'd rather not just spitball that.
Thank you. I want to follow up on the previous question. I have another question. So why not embracing these dissident voices who calls for a balance between private and public message, and criticize Israel when actually it is in violation of international humanitarian law and the Geneva Convention? With due respect, John, some people think that you repeat what the Israeli army spokesman is saying. It's exactly what they're saying, you're repeating here. So why not these dissident voices, not just understanding them and we have a channel because we're a democracy, why not? What's wrong with them? What's wrong with standing here and say when Israel do something wrong, because you're the best friend, you have leverage on them, why not criticizing them?
Your question presupposes that we've made some determination that the law of armed conflict has been violated, and I don't think we're not at that point.
You disagree with the UN?
I would just tell you that we're not going to react in near real time to every event. Israel has a right and a responsibility to defend itself.
One of my neighbors is doing very nice.
We're going to make sure they have the tools and capabilities to do that. Again, we're 1 month after this.
Very sweet of him,
and
man.
we ought not forget what happened 1 month ago.
Go out there and thank him properly, but I'm
homes
sick of these
at a
elderly.
music festival. And when Hamas decided to conduct operations, it was with the intent of killing people. You know, I heard this word genocide tossed around. Hamas actually does have genocidal intentions against the people.
He's the oldest person in the neighborhood,
wiped off the map. They've said so on purpose. So that's what's at stake here, and we're going to keep making sure that Israel has that ability to do that. As for the voices, of course, we respect all different voices and perspectives on this, and we know that there's a lot of there's a lot of high emotion here when it comes to what's going on. We have never shied away from criticizing our friends and partners when we believe it's warranted, and we'll continue to do that. We also believe that the best diplomacy, the best progress in diplomatic pursuits is to do it privately and outside the public eye, and we'll continue to do that as well. We'll continue to have those tough conversations with our good friend.
Anybody forgot what happened on October 7th, but regardless,
I'm not saying you did forget. I'm just saying it's all good for us. We should all be reminded of what happened, and it happened a month ago today.
Talked about settlers' violence in the West Bank. The president spoke about it, but there's also violence by the Israeli army. There is many Palestinians being shot dead in the West Bank. It's 163 since October 7th. There's also massive arrests. There is 1,350 have been arrested under what the Israeli called an administrative detention, i.e., they can arrest a person without a trial. So, is this something that concerns you? Is this something that you convey to the Israelis, considering the situation in Gaza?
Yes.
Thank you. Thanks, John. I'm going to follow up on MJ's question because I didn't hear an answer about the potential suspension of aid. I know that you've repeatedly said that you've talked to the Israelis, that the U.S. talks to them every day about minimizing civilian casualties. But do those talks include laying out any consequences if they do not, including a suspension of aid?
I'm not going to get into private diplomatic conversations that we're having with our Israeli counterparts. I will tell you this. We're going to continue to make sure that they have the tools and the capabilities that they need to defend themselves against what clearly was an existential threat to their society and to their people. We're going to continue to make sure they have what they need. We're also going to continue to urge them to be as careful and deliberate and discriminate in the targeting as possible.
Right. Jake Sullivan, Feiner, you have all said that any time that the U.S. transfers weapons to another country, it requires assurances that those weapons will be used within the occurrence of law. So just to be very clear, the U.S. does not believe...
That's different than what you're suggesting in your question, which is that we're going to layer on more restrictions on the security assistance that they're getting, and that's not what I'm alluding to, or we're not talking about that.
The transfer of weapons that have already happened. Just to be clear, the U.S. has not determined that Israel has violated any of those boundaries.
No.
And one more point of clarification on what the Prime Minister said about playing a security role indefinitely in Gaza. Does the U.S. see a distinction between that and reoccupation, or is it one of the same?
I'll let the Prime Minister speak to his comments and what he meant by indefinite. President Biden's been very clear, we don't support a reoccupation of Gaza by the Israeli Defense Forces. We do think that there needs to be a healthy set of conversations about what post-conflict Gaza looks like and what governance looks like. What we absolutely agree with our Israeli counterparts on is what it can't look like, and it can't look like it looked on October 6th.
Thank you, Karina. John, on the proxy attacks on U.S. troops, we're now up to 40 since October 17th, with 46 service members being injured or reporting traumatic brain injuries. Does the president think that the action that was taken a couple weeks ago to
46 claiming for traumatic brain injury?
Like those were two legitimate
Sounds like they're trying to get service connection when they got out.
Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps.
I didn't even know what service connection was when I was in, dude. But now they know.
And they were ammo, weapons facilities, certainly legitimate targets that we believe not only had a practical effect on limiting some of their capability, but sent a strong signal of how seriously we're going to look after our troops and facilities. If and when
they know if they get something on the books for having traumatic brain injury,
we'll do it
they can use that later on.
We will absolutely.
People know that shit now.
We need to take.
I had no idea that was a thing when I was in.
That action to protect our troops and facilities as he sees fit.
Has there been any additional warning from the president since the last time we responded that this needs to stop? Because clearly the attacks on our troops didn't stop.
So I can't trust everyone that says they have a TBI, sorry.
Or options before the commander-in-chief. I would just tell you that we will continue to take the action we believe is appropriate to protect our troops and our facilities.
And then on the apparent disagreement between the U.S. and its ally, to some of the other questions that you've already gotten, it is notable that we're seeing the U.S. more readily acknowledge some space between what we're advising and what Israel is doing. Like, Israel appears to be resisting the humanitarian pauses still.
I'm telling y'all facts right now. Like, it's a known, service connection disability is a known thing among service members now. They try to get it even while they're in. They join in hopes that they can get hurt so you can get service connection disability.
For an indefinite period of time.
Actually.
And even in the readout from the call with
people are doing that shit.
The White House readout, used again the language of extremist settlers. This is somewhat notably different than the kinds of language we were hearing immediately after October 7th. So can you characterize the closeness of the relationship right now?
It's extremely close. And we're, as was transmitted by the president in the call of Prime Minister Netanyahu yesterday,
where you going?
Remain solidly behind Israel as they continue to try to eliminate this threat to their people and to their sovereignty, and they're going to continue to get security assistance from the United States. There's no daylight there whatsoever. Now, look, we're friends, and friends don't have to agree on every single nuance and every single word. The Prime Minister speaks for a sovereign nation and for a sovereign people, and he should obviously, be queried about the points that he's making, but it doesn't mean that we're somehow backing away from our friend and our ally Israel, the strongest ally we have in the Middle East, or we're backing off our support for what they're trying to do to protect their people.
Netanyahu in particular, given the Politico that was a point of discussion whether he'd be.
I'm not going to get into the confirming that kind of those kind of press reports. I would just tell you these are two men that have known each other a long time. And I don't think it's any shock to anybody that on a political spectrum, they're not exactly always in the same place on every issue. But one thing they do agree on is that Israel has a right to exist as a country, and they have a right and a responsibility to defend that country and their citizens against the threat that was posed to them.
But doesn't Hamas have a right to take over
continue to find a true friend that will continue to support their ability to do that.
Don't they have that?
John, we know about the strikes that took place in northeast Syria a matter of weeks ago. Just
they
to be very clear, are there
dude.
any additional U.S. strikes against targets as Iranian-backed proxies in Iraq or in Syria beyond those?
You mean from the United States?
From the United States.
No.
There have not. So just to be clear, then there have been at least 17 attacks on bases that house Americans since that last set of strikes. Will you agree that those strikes did not deter these Iranian-backed proxies from continuing their assaults on American bases?
I would certainly agree that there have been continued attacks. I would also note that none of them have been effective. And in many cases thwarted before they could pose any kind of a direct challenge. And that again, Peter, we'll make the decisions on our own about how and if we're going to respond.
To be clear, if you agree that there have been continued attacks, these 17, isn't that evidence alone? Do you agree that that's evidence alone that it has not deterred them from continuing?
It's certainly evidence that some of these militia groups still believe that there's value in continuing to try to strike at our troops and facilities. And our message to them is, you need to be careful because we're going to do what we have to do to protect our troops and our facilities.
Let me ask about the situation in Gaza then, if I can, very quickly. In Ukraine, the U.S. put restrictions on how some U.S.-provided munitions could be used. There couldn't be any targeting in Russia, for example. Has the U.S. put any restrictions on how Israel can use U.S.-provided munitions in its war with Hamas in Gaza?
As is in keeping with U.S. law, we provide security assistance to any foreign nation, including Israel, with the expectation, the full expectation, that those weapons will be used in keeping with the law of armed conflict. That's no different here for Israel than it is for anybody else. And I want to go back to what I said before, but the message to these groups is, don't and stop. These attacks are unacceptable.
And if I can ask just to punctuate the last thought that we were just talking about, to be clear, does the U.S., and they have to be within the laws of war then, is our position on this armed conflict. So
all security assistance is governed by the law and governed by a requirement that it be used in keeping with the law of armed conflict.
Acknowledging the wide belief and understanding that Hamas has built tunnels underneath a variety of different locations, including hospitals, is the U.S. comfortable in knowing that Israel would or continue to target hospitals in Gaza?
I won't speak to specific targets, Peter. I think you can understand why I won't do that. It's not a military operation that we're running or leading. The Israeli Defense Forces are conducting these operations.
With the Israelis making their own decision that could include hospitals,
As
right?
I've said before, when you're fighting in urban warfare, you've got to make some tough choices about your targets. Something could be a completely legal target, but because the civilian casualty count is too high, maybe you don't do it. Maybe you make a policy decision not to do it. These are the kinds of tough decisions that Israeli commanders are going to have to make for themselves. We're going to keep urging them to be as discriminate and careful and cautious as possible.
I'm sorry. John, going to the military installations that had these drone attacks, you talk about protections. What are the protections that you can tell us about that you're seriously, I mean, because for the United States to have military bases attacked and then military personnel injured, is there also a concern that these attacks can spread beyond Syria and Iraq and here and anywhere else in the world?
There's no indication right now that that there's specific threats to specific installations throughout the region. That said, we do have a sizable force posture in the Middle East, beyond Iraq and Syria. And in light of what's been going on the last month, of course, the Defense Department is taking a look at that posture and looking at force protection and making adjustments as necessary, depending on where you live in the region and what the threat level might be. So I won't speak for our commanders, and we never talk about force protection specifically, but we obviously make adjustments as needed. And then to your first question, again, without getting into too much tactical detail about how we attempt to thwart some of these attacks, there are capabilities that we have that permit us to eliminate threats further afield, further away from our bases, and we employ those as appropriate. But that doesn't mean, and we've seen in just the recent weeks, that occasionally an attack could get through and get close to a base or even land on a base.
That protection has to be stepped up because, as you just said, there's some that have gotten through, and this has happened over a 3-week period over and over.
It's an iterative process, April. We're constantly looking at the threat streams and constantly trying to adjust force protection measures to deal with it the best we can. Obviously, in a perfect world, we wouldn't want any attacks on our troops and facilities. The next near perfect world is that you can eliminate these threats before, what was you say, left of launch, right? Before they're launched, and if you can't do that, then as far away from your people as possible. It's called layered defense, air and missile defense, and the Defense Department is constantly evaluating what that looks like.
Last question on genocide. Let's go to Africa and the Congo. What is the White House doing, or national security or state doing about this genocide that's happening in the DRC?
I'll tell you, I'm going to take your question because I don't have a lot of context for you on that today. I'll take the question and we'll get something back to you. But obviously, we're in close touch with African partners across the continent and mindful of a range of these kinds of security threats. And certainly, we don't want to see anybody subjected to genocidal intentions or actions by any group. But let me get back to you with more specifics.
Thank you so much. I have a Russia question and then an East Asia question. Starting with Russia, the U.S. and NATO criticized Russia for pulling out of the CFE. This is the Conventional Arms Treaty. And now the U.S. and NATO are pulling out of the CFE. How do you square that? How do you justify that? And is it the intention of the U.S. and NATO to use that space to expand the footprint of conventional arms, perhaps in Ukraine or elsewhere on the European continent?
My goodness, I don't know how we could justify not pulling out of it. And given that the Russians have decided unilaterally to just throw it in the trash heap, I mean, they actually did violate it when they invaded Ukraine. So it's disappointing. I wish I could say it was surprising, but it's not. And they left the United States and our NATO allies with no choice but to cease our accommodations and in compliance with the treaty as well. As for future force posture, I certainly won't talk about that from this podium. Yeah. We'll do what we need to do to make sure we can meet our Article 5 commitments to our NATO allies.
The weed eater right now.
And that could require force posture changes, but I'm not prepared to speak to that today.
I feel bad.
So on East Asia, is it okay if I ask you East Asia?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, sorry. Can you just update us and bring us up to speed on this Biden-Xi meeting, when it's happening, if it's happening, if the military channel has been reopened, and also when President Biden meets with President Widodo, is he going to be bringing up the Israel-Hamas conflict, and in what context?
No.
I don't want to get him sick, dude. I can't give him money right now.
John, the fact that the Israeli Prime Minister is talking about what the security situation would look like in Gaza right now, would that lead you to believe that this conflict is in the end stages in any way?
Again, that would really be up to the Israelis to speak to. This is their operation, so I'm not able to give you a date certain of when things are going to be complete. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has talked about that he foresees potentially lengthy operations here to rid themselves of the threat that Hamas poses. But I think it just makes good sense, no matter how long you think this conflict is going to go on, for people to be thinking about what post-conflict Gaza needs to look like. And it's just a prudent, responsible thing to do.
The Prime Minister has also said definitively no ceasefire unless there is a return of all hostages. Is that a reasonable position that he's taken?
We'll have to talk to the Prime Minister. Again, we're not going to characterize or armchair quarterback everything he's saying.
Very sweet
we still
man,
believe that a
dude.
general
Very
ceasefire is not appropriate at this time. And by general ceasefire, we're talking about everybody laying down their arms, for an indefinite period of time in the anticipation of peace talks and some sort of negotiated settlement. And we just don't believe that it's the right time for that right now. We do think it is the time to continue to pursue pauses in the fighting of a temporary nature for specific purposes.
Good. Thanks, John. Does
I
anyone else
really
have
don't
a better
deserve
sense
it,
of how
man,
many
him
Palestinians
doing
have
that.
died in Gaza?
We don't have an exact figure. We won't have the capacity or the capability to provide you an exact figure. We still don't believe that taking the Ministry of Health's numbers at face value is wise, but we can't provide you with an alternative number. We do know that it is in the many, many thousands. I mean, there's no question about that. There have been many thousands killed, and each one is a tragedy, and we grieve and mourn for each one of them. And we want, again, to stress that no civilians should be hurt. These people are victims, too, of the fighting. They're certainly victims of Hamas.
The count of 10,000 people over the weekend.
I wonder if he's going to do the neighbor's yard, too.
In that estimation?
Again, I'm not going to get into providing some sort of independent verification of those numbers. We're not able to validate those numbers, but we are not walking away from the idea that many thousands of innocent people in Gaza, mostly Palestinians, have been killed, injured, displaced, 1.5 million displaced from their homes. And all of that tragedy weighs heavily on the president and all of us here.
And just one more question. My colleagues reported that the president has been briefed on a possible military facility from China and Oman. Are you able to confirm that?
I am not able to confirm the veracity of those reports. I would just say that from the beginning of this administration, we came into the office mindful of the fact that the PRC was trying to expand its influence overseas in various ways, militarily, diplomatically, economically, and we have been working hard through diplomatic channels and diplomatic means to address the challenge of that influence that they're trying to expand.
Thank you so much. John, you said many thousands of civilians dead. Do you have an estimation of the number of Hamas fighters or officials who have been killed?
No.
And another one on the president's upcoming international trips or lack of. The president has said he intends to go to Africa this year. Is this still the plan?
I don't have any updates on his travel schedule.
Brian.
I just want to circle around this. I guess April and Jackie and Peter kind of touched on it, but circling around back to that issue, is containment working? Because we've seen large numbers of, we've got, what, 2 aircraft carrier groups, nuclear submarine. It would be counterintuitive for some with us moving all that in to think that we have it contained. But the idea that not letting it spread, do you feel confident that the U.S. military has done that well?
Well, we wouldn't associate ourselves with the word containment. But I think what we've been trying to do is send a strong signal, Brian, of deterrence to any other actor in the region, be that a nation state or a terrorist group, that now's not the time to think about widening and escalating, deepening this conflict. That there have been additional attacks on our troops, that there have been additional rocket launches from southern Lebanon into northern Israel, doesn't necessarily mean that the war is widening and that these other actors have decided to go 2 feet in, all in, to help Hamas out. We haven't seen that happen. Now, why? You have to talk to them about their decision-making process. But we do believe we have sent a strong signal about how seriously we take our national security interests in the region. You mentioned a couple of carrier strike groups. Got an Ohio-class submarine now that's in the Central Command area of responsibility. We don't normally talk about submarines that way, but we felt it was important to lay that out there. We've added air and missile defense capabilities to the region.
It's not important to lay that out there. Everybody knows it's there.
Region. I think the president has made it very clear how seriously he takes our interests.
And how would you categorize our diplomatic efforts in that region?
Secretary Blinken just left from yet another whirlwind tour around the region, second in almost as many weeks, and you know we've got officials going in and out of the region all the time. We're very much focused on that, and now we've got a brand new ambassador to Israel in Jack Lew.
And you feel confident in the efforts that have been put forward?
Confident in
those efforts that have been put forward with Blinken and going forward. Do you feel confident with what's gone on?
We feel confident that we're doing everything we can to support our ally and partner and to make it clear that we're going to protect and defend our interests in the Middle East.
All right, a couple more. Good.
Can you talk about what metrics, or if the White House does have metrics to determine what Israel is accomplishing? You said you don't know, or you can't. Is it that you don't know, or you can't say how many Hamas leaders have been killed? Do you know? To what extent Israel has destroyed military capabilities of Hamas? What are the metrics?
We can't independently verify some of these numbers going on casualties. We're not on the ground. We don't have. It's not like in Iraq and Afghanistan where we had the facility to measure the impact militarily against the outcomes we were trying to achieve. These are operations being conducted by a sovereign military, the Israeli Defense Forces, and they, and only they, should be speaking to the outcomes, the results that they're having. We're not in the business of analyzing and measuring what they're doing in their operation. These are their operations.
Does the White House not then have metrics to determine what?
We are not measuring, analyzing, independently assessing. These are Israeli Defense Force operations. It's not that, I don't want to make too much of the comparison, but we don't do that for Ukraine either. We're not every day measuring, analyzing, assessing everything that Ukraine is or is not doing on the battlefield. Do we have a sense? Yes. But we let the Ukrainian military speak for what they're doing. We don't make it a habit to speak for foreign militaries.
Thank you. I just want to follow up on my colleague's question here. If the United States is not analyzing the sort of impact on the ground, how can you be confident that the laws of war are not being broken?
When I say analyzing, I mean, it's not like we're creating a stack of PowerPoint slides every day on every operation that the Israelis are conducting. These are their operations. Now, we're in constant communication with them. And so the sense we get from how they're doing is from our communications with them. But we aren't, I couldn't, produce a set of sheets for you.
Have been killed. We don't feel confident in the number of civilians that have been killed.
We can't independently verify to a person how many have been killed. We know that many, many thousands have been.
then how in the world would you know? Or you're sort of assuming that what the Israelis do?
We have ways of collecting information. We can talk to humanitarian aid organizations that are on the ground. Certainly we're talking to our Israeli counterparts. It's not like we don't have an idea, but we don't have a number that I would feel comfortable giving you from this podium with some exactitude. But of course we have an idea of what's going on, because now that more humanitarian aid is going in, we have the ability to talk to those aid organizations to get a sense of what they're seeing on the ground.
Way in the back.
Thank you, Karim. John Amos Hochstein is in Lebanon today. Amos Hochstein is in Lebanon today, and he met with the former Intel chief Abbas Ibrahim, who was invited in the White House in 2020 for mediation for the Americans detained in Syria. So, are you seeking a mediation from the Lebanese on the hostages?
I don't have much more detail about Amos's agenda. He is in the region. He frequently travels to the region, and we certainly look forward to hearing from him. What he's learning from his discussions. I would just tell you on the hostages, we're working on this every day, if not by the hour, to get certainly the American hostages out, but also to help get released everybody who's being held hostage by Hamas. And that's something that the whole team is working on.
And one second question to follow up on Brian's question. When yesterday the Israeli Prime Minister contradicted what Secretary Blinken said in the Hill. He said that you don't see Hamas ruling Gaza, you don't see Israel ruling Gaza. Also, we saw this public disagreement between Secretary Blinken and two Arab foreign ministers in a press conference in Jordan. We're seeing also the Iranian not deterred and keep attacking the U.S. troops. What is the image? Does this concern you regarding the leverage of the United States in the region?
People say things publicly that they don't always say privately. And I'll let foreign leaders speak for themselves in their countries. American leadership has been key here since the attacks of October 7th. American leadership, President Biden's personal involvement, has led to this humanitarian aid getting in. Obviously not enough, but it wasn't happening before he personally got involved. It was President Biden's leadership and this team's work here at the National Security Council in the White House that helped get American hostages home, as well as those two Israeli citizens. And that is continuing to work to get our citizens out from Rafah crossing, hopefully more today. We have been at the center of trying to make sure people in Gaza are getting the aid they need and getting out those who need to get out and can get out, as well as making sure that Israel has the capabilities it needs to defend itself.
Go ahead, Jake.
Thank you, Corinne, and thank you, Admiral. As we sit here, hundreds of rockets are raining down on Israeli cities, and I'm wondering if you would know, is this all from the original stockpile, or are rockets being smuggled in somehow?
I couldn't answer that question. I don't have the information and the context to be able to answer that.
Take a look into it, right?
I will look into it.
On Rafah, you've said multiple times that family members of Americans will be able to get out. Could you kindly define family member, please?
The State Department is probably a better place to go for whether there's a textbook definition for family members, but we do know that family members, spouses, children in particular, are able to get out.
The State Department has been in contact with some people through congressional offices, and the understanding that my colleagues have from talking to those people who are trapped in Gaza is that family member definition is being used very narrow. For instance, parents of U.S. citizens only one parent may accompany a U.S. citizen if they're under 21. If they are not a minor, then the citizen's not a minor, then they can only go out with a spouse, not siblings, not parents. Why such a narrow definition of family?
I have to refer you to the State Department. They're the ones that are handling the list of people that are qualified to get out and making sure that they're keeping them informed.
So on the Iranian proxies, why isn't the president's message of don't getting through that?
You'd have to talk to the proxies there. What I would tell you is that they continue to attack American troops and facilities at their own peril, and we will we will do what we need to do. The president will make decisions on his own terms and in his own way about better protecting those troops and facilities. That they continue to do this at their own peril.
So I want to get your take on this. Backing out a little bit, does the president see the new axis of evil, Russia, Iran, and China?
The president's not slapping bumper stickers on axes of evil. What he's concerned about is making sure that we can protect and defend our national security interests around the world. And that includes in the Indo-Pacific. And I don't want to, Karine will kill me if I stand up here and talk much longer, but I mean, you and I could have an hour-long discussion about the things that this president has done to shore up alliances and partnerships all over the world to look after our national security interests, but we're not slapping bumper stickers on countries. We know that Russia presents an acute threat certainly in the European continent. We know that China represents a strategic competitor challenge in the Indo-Pacific and around the world, and we certainly are not blind to what Iran's doing, supporting Putin's war in Ukraine and supporting these terrorist groups throughout the Middle East.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate
that wasn't too long, was it?
Thank you.
See you guys.
Thanks, Admiral. Appreciate it. All right, Sung-Min.
Thank you, Karine. Leader McConnell said moments ago that he spoke with President Biden yesterday and told the president that the National Security Supplemental has to have what he called a credible border solution to be able to pass the Senate. First of all, does the White House have any readout of that conversation?
So I don't have a readout of that conversation. As you know, the president having been vice president and of course a senator for 36 years, he has many relationships with folks in Congress, just don't have anything to read out. He has a very close working relationship, obviously, with Leader McConnell. What I will say is I know that, and as you all have reported, the Senate Republicans did push forward a border security legislation. We certainly think that if they are going to be serious, then they should have a serious conversation with us about it. It is not something that we see it as that particular legislation they put forward as being all that serious. And we have been very clear. There's a reason why the president included a supplemental that had border security, right? And if they want to have that conversation, we would love to have that conversation on how we can move forward in a real way, or they should just support what the president put forward. And so we just don't see anything in their proposal about creating, for example, an earned path to citizenship for Dreamers and others. There are things that are fundamentally missing, and we want to have a serious conversation, but we need to see something a lot more serious than what they put forward.
Right. So obviously the White House doesn't like that specific proposal yesterday, but is the White House open to any sort of policy changes as it relates to the border in conjunction with the supplemental? Or are you only entertaining negotiations on the funding side of border issues?
So look, as it relates to the border, you've heard us say time and time again, our immigration system is broken. It's been broken for some time now, for decades. And Congress, they have the power to change that. They have the power to put forth a comprehensive piece of legislation, like the president did on his first day in this administration, putting forth a comprehensive immigration legislation. And so they can address it. Only they can do that. And so, look, we want to have a serious conversation. We want to be able to talk to Republicans and see how we move forward in a real way. But, we believe that if Congress is serious, they should fund what the president put forward, and that's how we believe how we should move forward on this. But they're not serious. What we saw from Senate Republicans is not a serious piece of legislation to move forward.
Is that sort of serious policy conversation possible in the next 2 or so weeks?
I mean, look, I'm not going to negotiate from the podium here, but what I can say is that the president took this very seriously when it comes to a broken immigration system, put forth a comprehensive piece of legislation to deal with this. He obviously included this in his emergency supplemental border security, and we're asking Congress to fund that if they are going to be very serious as it relates to policy changes. Look, the president already put forth what he believes how to move forward in fixing a broken immigration system, a system that has been broken under a Democratic president and also a Republican president. Okay.
Thanks, Karine. Has President Biden seen the polls from CBS News and New York Times that were out this weekend that show he's trailing the former president if they were to go against each other in 2024?
So first, let me just be clear. I'm not going to speak to anything related to 2024. And I also want to be very clear here. Like, we have to really take these polls with a grain of salt, as we should really be very mindful here. And one of the reasons why is just a year ago, right, back in 2022, there was the red wave that never materialized, right? And then back in October of 22, there were multiple stories about how there was going to be a red wave, Democrats were going to be wiped out, and, you know, we're not talking about that, what we were seeing back in October of 2022. Look, and I'll take it even further. In 2011, this time in 2011, we saw Senator Romney, we saw polls of Senator Romney beating President Obama, and that's where those polls were. And so, look, our focus obviously is going to be doing what the president was elected to do, which is focusing on delivering for the American people. And, you know, there's going to be a lot of polls out there. Until the next couple of months, there's going to be a lot of dozens and dozens of polls. It's not my job or my job from here to analyze these polls. Obviously, there are going to be folks on TV who are going to be doing that. It's a whole cottage industry out there when it comes to polling. So just not going to get into it. Obviously, we see the reporting just like you all obviously are either reporting it or see the reporting yourselves.
So President Biden has seen that?
Obviously, we've all here at the White House has seen the polling. I'm just saying that we have to take them as a general rule. We should take these polling with a grain of salt.
Thank you. And one more on the poet from Canada, Rupi Kaur. She recently posted that she has rejected the White House's invitation to the Diwali celebration, adding that she was surprised that the administration finds it acceptable to celebrate Diwali when their support of the current atrocities against Palestinians represent the exact opposite of what this holiday means to many of us. Do you have a response to her?
So I did not see that reporting, I can't really comment to it directly. What I can say is the president's been very, very clear on the conflict that we're obviously currently seeing in Israel and Hamas in the Middle East, and I'm just going to stick there, and everybody has their own opinion. We respect folks' opinion. That is her opinion, but the president has been very, very clear and just like the Admiral said at the beginning of this of the briefing, how when 1 month ago what all of you reported, and the atrocities that we saw on that day, and 1,400 souls were slaughtered. And so the president has been very clear. I just don't have anything else to add.
Thanks, Corinne.
Corinne, can I ask you, there's been on social media and frankly on news broadcasts, a lot of videos of individuals who have been tearing down signs, many of these taking place in New York City, of Israelis presently being held hostage in Gaza. There have been some tense confrontations that have taken place there. Is the White House's view that these actions should be condemned, the pulling down of them, or that that's a form of peaceful protest?
Look, I've sort of kind of seen the reporting here and there. I think it was from last week,
There's
right?
been like 30 million videos that have gone around.
No, I know, I hear you. I'm just not going to. I'm not going to.
Is that peaceful protest to pull that down, or should you not be doing
I'm just
that?
not going to go into specifics on that particular thing. What I can say, there are real violent protests and threats that are happening right now. And senior administration officials are aware of these reports, which are deeply concerning. And that is something that we're focused on, right?
So to be clear, it's deeply concerning that people would be pulling these things down?
I'm just saying, as it relates to a lot of reporting out there about violent protests and threats. And so I can speak to that. I can speak to how FBI is tracking an increased volume. I can speak to the frequency of threats that we're seeing to the Jewish community, to the Arab American community, to the Muslim communities in the United States since October 7th. That is something that I can speak to. And obviously DOJ and FBI are working with local law enforcement on those threats. And of course, that is deeply concerning to us. And so that is what we're going to work on, focusing on that.
I'd be grateful if you take the question just to see if there is a position the White House has on that just for going forward, because it's created a lot of divide in this country right now.
I'm happy to.
As it was appropriate. Then if I can follow quickly on a different form of protest, vandalism that we saw take place outside the White House. Is the president concerned, is the White House concerned that these protesters, in this case vandals, could get so close to the White House that they could vandalize it, that they could get their hands on the gates outside of the White House?
I would have to refer you to the Secret Service on that and the Park Police for questions about the way the protest was handled.
Is the
And so
president comfortable with the way it was handled?
I would have to tell you I refer you to Secret Service. That is their focus, that is their job, and so I would refer you there.
Does the president think it's appropriate for people to put red bloodstained hands on the outside of the White House?
Obviously not. Obviously not.
Does the president plan to attend the UN Climate Summit this year?
I don't have anything on his schedules to read out to you today on that.
Is the president at all concerned that, having set a precedent and gone to the last 2 UN climate summits, that if he doesn't attend this year, it will send a signal?
I don't have anything to share, so I can't answer that question. We don't have anything to share about the president's schedule for the rest of the year as it relates to any foreign travel. Go ahead.
Green, a potential government shutdown is now 10 days away. It seems like we're hearing far less from the White House this time around just about how potentially painful that could be for the economy, for the country, if there were to be a shutdown than the last time around when we were this close to the deadline. Is there just more optimism this time around that that can be averted?
I would say, MJ, there's just a lot going on, as you know, in the past month, right? As we had my NSC colleague here take about 45 minutes of questions on what's been happening this past month. So there's been a lot going on, right? The president has to do multiple things at once, and that's what he's doing. As it relates to a potential shutdown, the CR, look, House Republicans have work to do, right? It is their jobs, and they have to stick to their promise and honor their word to avoid a shutdown. Period. It is their job to avoid that. We cannot be dealing with political games or brinksmanship. Obviously, all of the concerns that we had leading up to the last potential shutdown still is a concern of ours, right? There are programs, vital programs, that Americans need, and they should be able to. We should be able to continue providing those programs. It would be not beneficial to our economy, obviously, if this were to occur. It would hurt our economy. It would hurt our national security, and if a shutdown occurs, and it would have extreme cuts to law enforcement as well, public health and education. All of the things that we've talked about that still exist. And so Republicans in the House have a job to do, and they need to get the job done on behalf of the American people. That has not changed.
Is there a little more optimism this time around?
I mean, I'm not going to get into the level of optimism. Obviously, the president is an optimistic person, right? You've heard him say that many times, but we believe it is their job to get this done. That has not changed. House Republicans have to get this done. This is a job that Congress needs to do. There are vital programs, as I just listed out to you, that need to be funded and continue to get funded, that Americans need, American families need, and it would be detrimental to them if there was a shutdown. And we should not be a week away from this, or I know it's 2 weeks away, but we should not be looking at this a week from now, or 10 days from now, and be talking about a potential shutdown. This is something that they should get done.
Anything you could say about how the White House has been getting to know the new speaker?
So I don't have anything new to share. As you know, we've talked about, we've laid out some readouts about their initial conversation when he became speaker. I just don't have anything else to share beyond that. We obviously been I can say that OMB Director and the Office of Alleged Affairs have been in close contact with senior leadership, obviously in Congress, including his office, about the importance of getting the 2 supplemental emergency funding done, which is obviously the national security and also domestic part of it as well. The importance for getting that done for the American people, and also making sure that they avoid a shutdown. Those conversations have been going on as it relates to the supplemental
now
funding.
We got to worry
the
about the
past
shutdown
several weeks,
again.
as it relates to funding the government. That's been conversations that we've had for months now. Yeah, Karen.
Thanks, Green. On the supplemental funding, the administration is putting some new pressure on Congress to immediately approve $11.8 billion in direct budget support for Ukraine. There was a letter sent from the Secretaries of State, Treasury, Defense, and the USAID administrator. Why separate out that $11.8 billion for Ukraine from the overall Ukraine funding request?
why push for that specifically like this?
So look, I don't want to get into certainly legislative negotiations. I'm just going to be very careful from here. But we've been very clear. There's a lot at stake, as I was just telling MJ. And Congress, we believe that Congress must pass the emergency national security and domestic needs, both of them. And that is something that we both very much stand strongly behind. I'm just not going to get into the specifics of the negotiations that are happening as it relates to the supplemental funding.
Would there be any opening of a door to working with congressional leaders of like breaking up certain things that the administration would prioritize of that $106 billion more than others, like taking something like this and saying, get this done more quickly?
I'm just not going to get into any negotiations from here. What I will continue to say is that both the national security, supplementals for national security and domestic, there's a lot at stake. We need to get that done. We've been very, very clear about that. I'm just not going to get into specifics from here. Let me call on somebody else. Colleen, do you have? Oh, sorry. Yeah. No, yeah. I don't know if you had a question.
Oh, sorry. I was like, sorry.
We wondered.
It's embarrassing.
I got a question.
Hi.
Behind you afterwards.
Can you provide a readout, Ambassador Jack Lew, who was confirmed last week? Can you provide a readout? Has he arrived in Israel? What his first few days have been like on the job?
That's a good question. I have not talked to NSC or the State Department about his last couple of days. Happy to check in with them to see what his last couple of days have been like. But obviously, there's a lot going on in the region, and so he's been certainly very focused on what's going on, the negotiations on the ground, the conversation, the diplomatic conversations, certainly with the counterparts on the grounds. But I don't have anything specific on what his day-by-day has looked like.
Someone asked about the immigration proposals, whether you were willing to negotiate on policy or funding. It sounded to me like you were saying funding. Is that accurate?
Well, what I'm saying is that in the in our national security, right, supplemental, which is emergency funding, there's border security there. We think they should fund it. We think they should pass that. So if they are serious about moving forward in dealing with a broken immigration system, what's going on at the border, then they should certainly support that. That's what I'm saying.
It's not the immigration system that's broken,
one of the proposals that came from Senate
like
Republicans.
here's what I mean. Like, here's what the Dems want. The Dems think that fixing our immigration system is making it so that the immigrants or the amount that they can take in and process equals the amount that are coming through right now. They think that that's fixing our system. Just making it faster for them to come in is fixing the system, they think. Anybody didn't know that? They think fixing the system is.
We don't think that's very serious. We don't think that's serious at all. No, we do not. What we're
Good, they
very
got a
clear
buffer,
about
man.
is, look, on day one of his administration, the
wait.
president put forward a comprehensive immigration proposal. And so we're happy to have conversations as it relates to what the president put forward, but what we saw from Senate Republicans is not serious. Okay, right behind you.
Yeah, Kareem, are y'all aware of or concerned about these voting machine problems that have been reported in Northampton, Pennsylvania?
I don't have anything for you on that. Obviously, we've been very clear about the importance of, and I want to be careful because obviously this is an upcoming election, but we've been very clear about the importance of people having their right to vote and the freedom to vote, obviously, and so I'm just going to leave that there. Calling people I haven't called yet. Go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
So on the previous question about the letter by Secretary Blinken and Austin and Yellen, does that mean that you are concerned that this, might be this economic aid for Ukraine might be in question, might be doubtful? And the letter states that basically that if the Ukraine doesn't get this aid, it will lose. It won't be able to defend itself. Is that the stakes in your?
Well, we've been very clear the importance of Ukraine getting that funding. We've been very clear about the importance of the brave people of Ukraine who have been fighting this this war, this aggression from Russia, coming up on 2 years now, and how they need our assistance, how they need to make sure that they're continuing to get that security assistance from the U.S. and not just us, from our allies and partners too across the globe, right? Which is something that it's been more than 50 countries that the president has been able to bring together to support the needs of Ukraine. And so that needs to continue. This is about fighting for their democracy. So we have seen bipartisan support, right? Bipartisan support for that funding, not just for Ukraine, but also the funding for Israel. And so we've seen, just last week, I called out a couple of quotes from Republicans in both the House and the Senate who have said that they believe in supporting in a bipartisan way and getting that national security supplemental done, especially obviously for Ukraine and Israel. And so, look, that's what we believe. That's what we want to see. We think it is important for Ukraine to continue to get that funding.
Do you feel it's threatened this particular piece, the economic?
Well, what I will say is there's bipartisan support for it. That's what I would say. And I think that's an important piece, right? That is an important piece that we've heard from senators, Republican senators. We've heard from House Republicans saying that they are behind this additional request that we've made. And so there's bipartisan support. So I think that's important to note too.
Whoa, is this actually Supreme Court seems likely to, what does uphold mean? I don't know what that means.
Go ahead, I haven't called on you again.
Can you give us any preview about what's on tap for tomorrow?
I don't have any preview for you at this time, but certainly we will have more to share later today. All right, thanks everybody. See you tomorrow.
Thanks, Maureen. Meow, 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 meow. What? Fucking meowing at the closet, dude. Extended support. Yeah. Wonder why. Yeah, just eat your food, man. You know what I mean? Here, let me put your face in it again. Sometimes I gotta do that. You're a little retarded. And now he's eating. Oh, okay. Alright. Worked. I don't think I'm just an asshole cat owner probably, but I know this cat. What? What? Bleeding. It's just coming from the stream, man. The TV on. Good boy, Simon. You're the goodest of boys. Thank you for eating some more.
הסנטימנט שלהם לנתניהו הוא מאוד מאוד חזק, אני מניח, לא בחרתי את זה בסקר, אבל אני יודע שגם אחרי המלחמה חלקם הגדול עדיין יהיו בעלי סנטימנט מאוד חזק לנתניהו, וכדי להתברג גבוה ברשימת הליכוד הכנסת הבאה, גם יהיו בחירות מיד אחרי המלחמה, יכול להיות שיהיו הם לא יכולים לעשות את אגף לנצחו, כי זה להתנקם בהם. מצד שני, בסקרים, סקרי מנדטים שכן פורסמו, אתה רואה שנתניהו מאוד מביא שלטון לכאורה, כלומר האכזבה במתח הזה הם הצטרפו לעצמם. אחד כמו בנט שמביא 17 מנדטים, ובוודאי כמה מהם רואים את עצמם אולי חברים בכירים אצל בנט. ליכוד של היום אני לא בטוח שיש הרבה קנדידטים לעבור, יש אולי בודדים. מה שאתה אומר לי בעצם שזה לא מפלגת נתניהו?
I just did too much.
אני אומר שבליכוד נתניהו עדיין לא בודקים. ושאלה לסיום, כן ציבורית, ערכית מוסרית, אם תרצה סליחה על המילים הגסות האלו,
I ate 3 packets of applesauce. I think I'll be getting some energy back by now, right? Still getting the chill, dude. Oh, look down here. Actually, goosebumps. Look for goosebumps. It's 87.9 degrees in here. I don't think I've ever had this happen. You like get a hangover and sick at the same time. I think the sickness might have caused the hangover somehow. I never threw up, so it wasn't like a real hangover. It wasn't like a super bad one. But it was more spiritual. I think that's the sickness multiplication factor. I really hope this is like COVID and I can, well, I mean, I don't hope it's COVID, it might kill me. I don't know. But I hope if I get over this, it's COVID, so I have my immunity finally. Can I check after I get sick to see if it was COVID? Is that a thing? Can they check for the antibodies? I just don't really feel like going up there and having something shoved up my nose while I'm sick. I don't know if they do the nose thing or not though. Within a week of getting better, hopefully. Does that be a week from the first day? Sorry, I'm such a Debbie Downer and fucking depressing stream lately. my life right now though. Dude, that applesauce thing to be entering. I'm exhausted so much so that I don't even feel like going in there and getting soup in the microwave. My stomach doesn't really hurt now though. It's much better. Try to find something else now. Let's go. Red team go. Red team go. I'm on a mission. Oh, I have this. I have something. I'm sorry, I forgot it.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel will need to have, quote, overall security responsibility in Gaza indefinitely once the war has ended.
That's a big deal.
His comments offer the clearest indication yet of Israel's post-war plan for the Gaza Strip. The Israeli leader did express an openness to pauses in fighting, but only if it facilitates the release of hostages. His comments come 1 month after Hamas carried out a deadly coordinated terror attack in Israel. People observed a moment of silence in Tel Aviv today to commemorate the victims. The Palestinian Health Ministry says more than 10,000 Palestinians have been killed since October 7th. Israeli officials say more than 1,400 Israelis have also been killed during last month's Hamas attack 1 month ago today. They also say 241 hostages are still being held by the militant group Hamas. Paul Adams joins us now. He's a correspondent with our partners at the BBC. Paul, Prime Minister Netanyahu seems to be planning to...
Israel's like,
I'm not fucking leaving!
Stop, or appears to stop short of a full occupation of Gaza. He is speaking now about Israel taking over security in Gaza after the war. So, how surprising is this? How are people reacting to this? And what impact could this have in the overall way that this conflict plays out?
Well, Lilia, I don't think it's that surprising because no Israelis, frankly, or very, very few, want to see a permanent Israeli return to the Gaza Strip. They were there until 2005, they withdrew, and they don't want to go back. But I think what the Prime Minister was saying was a recognition that when the fighting is over, whenever that is, then Israel is going to be, for the time being at least, in security, in military control of the Gaza Strip. All sorts of conversations going on about who then comes in to rule the Gaza Strip. But frankly, those conversations have only really begun in the last few weeks, and nobody appears to know really if there's any kind of long-term plan.
The Israeli leader also, has been adamant about no ceasefire, although he seems to be a bit more open to pauses in fighting, but only to facilitate the release of hostages. What's the latest that we know about the status of these efforts, of a humanitarian pause, as the United States leaders put it?
No sign of them taking effect yet, despite days and days of American diplomatic efforts to engineer such pauses. The Israelis say that they need to get information about hostages. They want the International Committee of the Red Cross to be able to get access to know more about the conditions in which hostages are being held. Of course, Hamas are not giving that kind of information, and they're not giving that kind of access. So we're pretty much deadlocked on the whole question of pausing, because the Israeli view is we're not going to give Hamas any room, any respite. We need to keep up the military pressure, and that is the only way to achieve results.
We saw that there were moments of silence in Israel to commemorate 1 month since the attack. How else are people commemorating this moment today?
A very somber day. This is a country that is still, even a month on, deep in shock at the events of October the 7th. As you say, a moment's silence this morning. There's a table laid out in the center of Tel Aviv with 240 places at it to mark the 240 missing hostages. There are municipalities with their flags flying at half-staff. Here in Jerusalem tonight, in a short time, prayers at the Western Wall in the Old City, prayers for the bereaved and for the families of the hostages and the hostages themselves. And outside Israel's parliament, the Knesset, there are going to be relatives of some of those who were killed on October the 7th and some of those who are missing to protest and demand that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu resign. They say they're going to stay there until he goes.
Well, Paul Adams, thank you so much. And police in Ventura County, California, are investigating the death of a pro-Israel protester as a homicide. 69-year-old Paul Kessler was involved in an altercation with dueling protesters on Sunday. The Jewish Federation of Greater Los Angeles says someone from the pro-Palestinian side hit Kessler in the head with a megaphone. Others say he fell and hit his head on the pavement. Kessler died 1 day later. No arrests have been made.
Damn, no arrest, though? I didn't know that. Well, I thought you knew that. This is the longest I've ever heard Lookner go without saying anything. Ever since you started hearing the drone, I had Lookner's audio on.
By the way, Times of Israel's Manny Fabian reports that the head of the Southern Command in Israel said today that troops are fighting in the heart of Gaza City.
But can't they just increase the charges once they get him?
Also, I don't know if it has anything to do with fighting in Gaza City.
I don't know who did
but
it.
at the moment, the Gaza City cam seems to be down. So I don't know if that has anything to do with fighting there or not.
It has to do with AFP being fucking weirdos. What are they doing? You know? They were live. They took it down. They know we wanted that.
I appreciate the comments in the chat, by the way.
Hey, I appreciate the comments in the chat. Keep it up, y'all. Keep making comments. People love to see that when they come by. They read them. They read them like a book. Just like you do. You do it sometimes, don't you? Especially when you're at a new channel, right? Strong man, the dead guy is old bro. But yeah, the dude is a senior citizen, I think, so that's like extra.
One of our viewers said,
Pretty sure you get
Elizabeth
extra
G says it was crazy in Gaza City last night, seemed very close to the
hurting a
camp.
senior citizen, right? Elder, hey, not elder. Whatever Simon is. They're over like retirement age, I think. 65, maybe.
Ooh, one moment here. One moment here.
Which is cool, man. I mean, try to keep the elderly people alive, right? They put in a lot of work back in the day, dude. Country. Even if people weren't in the military, they helped keep America.
Yeah, and so we do have, as you can see, there are a bunch of flares right here.
A lot of people probably wish that they would just die off.
Now,
a lot of youngsters do.
I don't know if some people were saying that there's been. I mean, yesterday there were flares over Al-Shifa Hospital. Al-Shifa Hospital, Israel believes, is a headquarters for.
Maybe COVID
Israel
was
believes
to
that
kill
a
the
big
elderly.
headquarters
Look at
for
all these
Hamas
freaking
is on your
flares,
Al-Shifa
man.
in Gaza City.
Damn.
I don't know if these flares are
regular
in that
flare
area or not.
Party. 1, 2, 3,
I'll
4,
see.
5,
I'll
6,
see
7,
if I can
8.
get any reporting on that. I'll see if I can get you any reporting on where these flares are, real quick, guys.
So are they reporting over here yet on it? No. Second largest use concentration. That probably is.
Al Jazeera reports the Israeli army throws flares over various areas in the Gaza Strip. So that was just a report by Al Jazeera. The Israeli army throws flares over various points in the Gaza Strip. They just posted that.
That's strike one, Lookner. places posted that? He said
That is a bunch
twice.
of them.
He doesn't even see hardly
Flares
any players,
light
dude,
up.
compared to what we're seeing.
They light up the battlefield. They light up the ground. As to why they're putting them up there right now, I don't know. Maybe there's some sort of ground operation going on right now.
What is he looking at? He only sees 4 players right now. Oh no, that's all we got. Oh no, which street this
is. So that's going on.
This one, but his lighting looks darker for some reason. Lighting looks like shit, and it's like kind of pixelated compared to mine. That's weird.
Amanda Mosher, our viewer, says there was a
Maybe I
cluster
have
similar
them on
to
low.
these flares earlier, probable ground movement.
No 720. No, he's still there. There's a pixelation. Look at this. Look at there, dude. You're slipping. Oh wait, is it only on that monitor? I was seeing it right here. Maybe it's only on this other monitor. Weird. Yeah. My big Q monitor shit apparently.
Yeah, I'll
okay.
talk about the technical stuff a little later. I'll talk about that a little later.
It is 30 inch, 32 inches, so not big.
We are hearing some booms now, too. Also, about 10 minutes ago, Coos News Network said heavy bombardment on the outskirts of border villages in southern Lebanon. I don't know if the IDF announced
get the fuck away from them.
Any kind of new strikes. Well, 11 minutes ago, hold on.
If they if they start don't start shit with random people in public for one. Like, I don't even think I would go off on that solo that day that I went off on. I probably wouldn't even do that now. I've grown up quite a bit in the past 5 years as far as fucking with people. Because the world's getting scarier and scarier. People are getting more volatile.
The IDF did say about 15 minutes ago, the IDF posted on their social media and said, in response to the shooting from Lebanon earlier today, IDF fighter jets struck Hezbollah terror targets. Among these targets were a weapons compound,
I will talk shit to someone that's leaving their card out,
infrastructure, and several other sites in which Hezbollah's technological means were located. In addition, earlier today, a terrorist cell that attempted to fire anti-tank missiles from Lebanon to Israel was struck. So they did say that they conducted some airstrikes in Lebanon on Hezbollah targets.
New York, I don't know.
Actually, I probably have something from their other social media for you on that. Here, I have it right here. See, look what they said. IDF warplanes attacked targets of terrorist organization Hezbollah, including a warehouse, launch positions, infrastructure for targeting terrorism, and sites where technological means of the terrorist organization Hezbollah are located. That's in Lebanon. The attack was carried out in response to firing from Lebanese territory earlier today. By the way, I'm sure people have been sending me stuff. Let me get caught up here.
Oh no. Lost. Let this thing go. Like this with this.
Here is the statement from the IDF Major General that was released today. The Guardian posted the statement. The statement says, we are fighting at this very hour in significant centers of the Gaza Strip. I have just returned from there. For the first time in a decade, the IDF is fighting in the heart of Gaza City, in the heart of terror. This is a complex and difficult war, and unfortunately, it has costs. So again, the Israeli military says they are fighting in Gaza City. So, again, this...
Breaking news, by the way, they're fighting in Gaza City. Where's this guy been? That was breaking news like yesterday. But it's hard, he really tries, doesn't he? Alpha. Just playing. He's making bank. I don't give a shit. Awesome. Struggle. Let's see, third in what?
Welcome to the program. You've been listening to some of the reporting just airing just before you, and you're obviously seeing everything that's going on around you. Tell me first, what has been going through your head and your heart since October 7th?
Well, since October 7th, everything has changed in some ways, and in other ways, everything is, my worst fears are coming true. As you mentioned, I fought in Gaza in 2014. That war was also preceded by a horrific terrorist attack, just like we saw on October 7th. 3 Israeli teenagers were kidnapped and murdered, which led to a, oh.
Don't worry.
Sorry.
No worries.
Which led to a horrific, which led to the firing of rockets, a massive crackdown on Hamas in the West Bank, and firing of rockets, and then a ground invasion. The images that everyone is seeing, that I'm seeing, remind me very vividly of that fighting, and frankly, it's my worst fears, because many people, colleagues in the Israeli peace camp, in the Israeli anti-occupation camp, have been warning for so many years, saying that there is no military solution. We can't just manage the conflict and maintain a very, very brutal military regime of control over Palestinians that actually plays into the hands of Hamas and plays into the hands of these murderous terrorist groups. And so all I've been doing since then is trying to share my message, try to share my experience, and try to avoid making the same mistakes that we made in 2014, when Hamas only got stronger after we bombed them and killed thousands, and we struck them a decisive blow, or that's at least what I thought at the time, but I only saw afterwards that my own government strengthened Hamas.
you know, it's pretty intense to hear you say that. Look, we know that the majority of your country right now is in favor of this war. They might not be in favor of the current government, but they definitely believe that somehow, somewhere, Hamas has to be defeated. You're saying it can't be done militarily. Tell us, I guess the first question really is to you, are you out of step with the majority of your country people right now? And are you able still to talk about, you know, what you saw, what you feel, what you've learned, how you've changed?
Yeah, well, I'll add, you know, I'm not a pacifist. I believe that Israel has the responsibility to defend itself against Hamas, and of course, that includes military actions. But I think that right now in Israeli society, there's a debate going on as to whether this war that we're fighting should be against Hamas or should it be against the Palestinian people. And you have members of this current government who have said, since the horrific atrocities that we saw on October 7th against Israeli civilians and the kidnapping of Israeli civilians who are still being held, they have made it clear that they aren't differentiating between civilians and Hamas. Even last night, a senior member of the coalition, on Saturday night, senior member of the coalition, a member of the cabinet, Bezalel Smotrich, the finance minister, and the minister overseeing the West Bank in the Ministry of Defense, said that he doesn't really see a big difference between the Palestinian Authority and Hamas. The Arabs are the same Arabs. So there are many Israelis who disagree with that, and there are many Israelis who are questioning the assumptions and questioning the lies that they've been told for so many years. And maybe it is a majority who has believed the lies that our government has told us. You know, I think that this is an opportunity for partners of mine in the Israeli peace camp. I saw many of my...
Yes? I can hear you. Let me ask you another question, Bensi. Let me ask you another question. Okay. Bensi, your line has dropped. We're going to redial you, and we're going to bring you back. We're going to bring you back, okay? So stand by, and we'll bring you back. I want to ask you again about the op-ed, the article you wrote for the New York Times, describing what it was like, you know, in the deployment in 2014 in Gaza. You wrote, you know, that some of your soldiers were feeling doubts at that time, and then you wrote your own thoughts on a piece of paper. And you wrote this: I wrote that some members of my team had been tallying the number of soldiers killed and discussing whether this operation was worth the losses. I think it could be worth it, I wrote, as long as we decisively eliminate the threat. That's the lie they told us, and the lie that's being repeated today, that we can decisively eliminate the threat of Hamas through a military operation. Bensi, how did you come to the conclusion that you couldn't?
Well, you know, one of the voices that I've listened to over the years and I've been convinced by is not just the voices of human rights activists, but also the voice of the former head of the Shin Bet, Ami Ayalon, who's the top counterterrorism expert and for 4.5 years in the country. And he said this openly. He said the only way to decisively defeat the terrorism that Hamas represents is through creating an alternative and creating hope. And that means working towards a political solution. And our current government has been fundamentally committed to opposing a political solution and to preventing the creation of a Palestinian state and preventing Palestinian independence. So therefore, that's why I realized that a military alone will not defeat Hamas. And that's why I think that our government needs to be changed immediately.
So let me ask you then as well, because you talk a lot in your op-ed about what you saw in Gaza in 2014. Tell me, because earlier you said you don't believe that the soldiers distinguish carefully enough between civilians and Hamas fighters. What did you yourself experience to make you say that?
Well, in the area that we went, we were told that all the civilians had fled, and that was true for the most part, but it wasn't entirely true. We did find civilians. There was an entire family in the second neighborhood that my unit took over. There was an entire family who stayed behind, and the soldiers, luckily, when they entered the house, they didn't kill them through live fire. They gave them food and water. They guarded them for many days. But when we pulled out, the Air Force flew overhead and bombed the entire neighborhood, and 8 members of that family were killed. I learned this later. So I've seen this with my own eyes, and I'm listening today. I'm listening to my own leaders, including who I mentioned, Bezalel Smotrich, who said he doesn't really differentiate between the Palestinian Authority, which recognizes Israel and wants to negotiate with Israel, and Hamas, which is the terrorist organization that carried out these atrocities. The Arabs are the Arabs. That's what he said on Saturday night on Israeli television. So it's hard for me to believe. I don't believe it. I've seen it with my own eyes. I don't believe that Israel is doing everything in its power to prevent civilian casualties based on the statements of members of the Likud and other members of the coalition. And I think that that's a result of the fact that this government doesn't view the Palestinian people as the future partners for making peace with. And they are just convinced that overwhelming military power is going to bring us safety and security. And this is a catastrophic mistake. It's the same catastrophic mistake that led us to the horrific events of October 7th. And we absolutely need to change that. We need our partners abroad. We need the U.S. government. Also, I'm an Israeli, but I'm also an American. And I expect that the American government also not just pays lip service to the idea of pursuing a political solution. You know, settlements are expanding at an incredible rate. Settlers are illegally taking over land, not even according to international law, according to Israeli law. They're going out and they're shooting at Palestinian civilians, and there's no, with impunity, there's no real enforcement against them. And so I think our international partners and allies need to take a stance on the side of the Israelis who are demanding a political solution and are demanding differentiation, and that our government makes sure not to harm and kill innocent civilians.
Bensi, obviously they tell us endlessly that they are doing their best, but you can see allies like the United States are getting increasingly worried, not to mention everybody on the ground, about the civilian toll. There are stories, a lot, about dissent being quashed in Israel. Are you not worried about what you're saying to me publicly now, and being accused of siding with the enemy and the kind of things that are getting some Israelis in trouble?
You know, it's a risk that I have to take for the future of the people of Israel. Siding with the enemy would be ironic for my government to accuse me after my government, in order to prevent a Palestinian state, actually facilitated the transfer of hundreds of millions of dollars to Hamas, and preferred to bolster Hamas and to delegitimize the Palestinian Authority and Palestinian human rights organizations. They designated Palestinian human rights organizations as terrorist organizations. They categorized Palestinian diplomatic initiatives as as diplomatic terrorism. But Hamas, they facilitated the transfer of hundreds of millions of dollars. And they also crushed Palestinian hopes of independence, which also fed the fuel of Hamas, because that's what Hamas is, the enemy of peace. And when our government committed itself to preventing a peace process and preventing negotiations, they were actually helping Hamas.
Bensi Sanders, thank you very much. And what you've just said has been confirmed by very many people. And obviously we know that governments were encouraged to try to make Gaza and Hamas sort of economically okay, thinking that the threat had subsided. But clearly we know that it had not. Bensi Sanders, thank you very much.
Woohoo.
For an indefinite period, we'll have the overall security responsibility because we've seen what happens when we don't have it.
1 month into the war with Hamas, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is giving his first indication of Israel's plans for Gaza after the fighting ends. This comes as more airstrikes could be seen slamming Gaza City overnight. The IDF says it has secured a Hamas military stronghold in northern Gaza and struck a cell of about 10 terrorists in an anti-tank missile cell. Joining us now is White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby. Admiral, I appreciate your time. I want to start with what we just heard from the Prime Minister. There has been a lot of discussion about what would happen after the military conflict is done. The President has made very clear he believes that holding Gaza, that essentially a reoccupation is not a good idea. What was your take on what you heard from the Prime Minister?
Well, the president still believes that a reoccupation of Gaza by Israeli forces is not good. It's not good for Israel, not good for the Israeli people. I will let Prime Minister Netanyahu speak to whatever his post-conflict plans are. I can tell you, though, that one of the conversations that Secretary Blinken's been having in the region is, what does post-conflict Gaza look like? What does governance look like in Gaza? Because whatever it is, it can't be what it was on October 6th. It can't be Hamas.
One of the country is Saudi Arabia. They're hosting a summit of Muslim leaders this weekend. There are reports that Iran's President Raisi will attend that summit. What does that tell you? What's your response to his attendance?
I don't know that it tells us anything too specific, Phil. I think we're going to have to wait to see how this plays out and see what kind of a role, if they actually show up, what kind of role they play. I mean, what our perspective is, Iran is a destabilizing actor in the region. They support groups like Hamas and Hezbollah. They're supporting these militia groups that continue to fire rockets at our bases in Iraq and Syria, and they're also supporting Putin's war in Ukraine. So it's difficult for us to see where Iran would have some sort of meaningful, constructive, productive discussion about conflict resolution at this point, given that they're the arsonists here. But again, we'll have to see what happens at this meeting this weekend.
You mentioned the rocket attacks on U.S. personnel. There have also been one-way drone attacks as well. I believe there's as many as 38 or 39 U.S. personnel who have been injured in those attacks or a number of attacks that have occurred. Does the U.S. believe that at this point the threshold for an expanded conflict has not been crossed yet?
We are still working very hard to keep this conflict from widening, deepening, escalating. The attacks on our troops obviously are deeply concerning. You've seen us retaliate in the last week or so. We'll evaluate what we're going to do in terms of next steps. We're obviously going to do whatever we have to do to protect our troops in Iraq and in Syria, make sure that we make a strong statement about force protection and how much that means to us. But we haven't seen another nation state or actor move in demonstrable major muscle movement ways to try to deepen and widen this conflict as yet. That's one of the reasons why the president has added so much more force posture to the region now, including an Ohio-class submarine, which is now in the Central Command area of responsibility. We're going to keep watching this. If we have to make additional force posture changes, well, we'll do that too.
Did you think you'd see the day where CENTCOM would tweet out a picture of an Ohio-class submarine in transit?
Well, look, it's as you know, it's rare for the United States Navy or our combatant commanders to talk about where our submarines are and what they're doing. But in this case, I think it makes perfect sense when we're trying to send a strong signal of deterrence to actors in the region so that they don't widen this conflict, to let them know that we've got yet additional military capability at the ready to defend our national interests.
The president spoke with the prime minister again yesterday. They've been speaking on a very regular basis. Admiral, I was struck that former Prime Minister Ehud Barak gave an interview yesterday where he was talking about that he could see the window closing for the military operation due to the pressure from regional allies, the pressure also of domestic political pressure at the United States. Has the president conveyed that to the prime minister, that there is a very small window of time to conduct these operations?
Well, I won't talk about the private conversation between the president and the prime minister. They have a routine now sort of dialogue as these operations are ongoing. And again, they spoke again yesterday. One of the things that the president made clear to the prime minister is that
We're going to continue to stand with Israel. We're going to continue to make sure that they have the security assistance they need, the tools, the weapons, the capabilities to go after Hamas. That hasn't changed since October 7th, and it's not going to change going forward.
I wanted to play for you the sound from Jordan's Queen Rania. She's been very outspoken. She's also, Jordan is a very critical ally in the region for the United States. Take a listen.
If you manage to eliminate all of Hamas, what next? The root cause of this conflict is an illegal occupation. It is routine human rights abuses, illegal settlements, disregard to UN resolutions and international law. If we do not address these root causes, then you can kill the combatant, but you cannot kill the cause.
She is of Palestinian descent. I guess the question is, to that point, and for regional leaders who say the same thing, what is the response right now?
So we certainly agree that Hamas isn't just an organization. There's an ideology behind this terrorist group that slaughtered 1,400 Israelis on the 7th of October. And while you can go after the leaders and eliminate the leaders and disrupt the network, and we've proven that we know how to do that against groups like Al-Qaeda and ISIS, it is difficult to kill the ideology. Now, she's also talking about history here and how things ended up the way they did in Gaza and the West Bank. And I think that the history is obviously long, it's complicated, it's complex, and it's good for all of us to remind ourselves of how we got here. But it's also important to remember that we still believe in a two-state solution. In the United States, President Biden still supports this as a viable vision and a promise for both a Jewish democratic state and a free and independent Palestinian state. That is the way we believe that both sides can live in peace and security going forward. And even though we're in the middle of a conflict, Phil, the president hasn't given up on that, and we're continuing to talk to our partners throughout the region about how to get back on track to some sort of viable two-state solution here.
John Kirby, we appreciate the time and your ability to fight through the leaf blowers behind you. Thank you, sir. I appreciate it as always.
You bet.
starters. Right.
I do not have anything off the top. Sean, do you want to kick us off?
Sure. Could I just start with American citizens and permanent residents and others who are leaving Gaza? I know there's a new figure that's been given of 400 who are out. Can you just explain a little bit more about that? The time frame, are they still coming out? Have there been people coming out today? And how many, presumably there are some, how many are still left as far as you know?
Thanks, Sean. So yes, we have assisted more than 400 U.S. citizens, lawful permanent residents, and other individuals to be able to depart Gaza. We continue to work in partnership with the government of Egypt and Israel towards safe passage for more U.S. citizens, their immediate family members, and U.S. Lawful permanent residents. And we encourage those whose names may have appeared on previous lists that have been published by the Palestinian General Authority for crossings and borders to make their way to the border and attempt to exit. It's our understanding that individuals whose names had been on previous lists published can present themselves and should be able to cross. This, of course, is a very fluid and quickly evolving situation. There are 3 entities involved in controlling access to the border crossing: Israel, Egypt, and Hamas. And we're continuing to work with Egypt and Israel to ensure that American citizens who have indicated a desire to depart are able to do so. As you've seen over the past number of days, the American citizens have been able to exit, and we expect this number to continue to grow.
Sure. If I could just pursue that, you said that more safe passage for more afterward. The secretary, I believe it is a week ago on the Hill, gave a figure of 1,000, including citizens, green card holders, relatives. Doing the math, is it safe to say 600 are still waiting, or is that, or the figures have they been evolving?
I mean, that is, if you were to do basic arithmetic, that is, of course, the number that you would get to. But I again just want to caveat, as we have in any circumstance that involves American citizens in any part of the world, we of course do not ask American citizens to register when they travel and so on and so forth. So I just want I'm hesitant to provide a pinpoint metric, as of course this is an ongoing and fluid situation.
Sure. I have more, but if people want to pursue this.
Do you have an update on the aid trucks that have been able to go through Rafah?
I do have an update on additional humanitarian. So as of November 7th, today, approximately 526 trucks carrying humanitarian supplies have entered Gaza through the Rafah crossing, as reported by the UNOCHA.
Okay, and then if I could ask about some comments that Netanyahu made yesterday about who should govern Gaza when fighting is over. He said he thinks Israel, for an indefinite period, will have overall security responsibility. What's your take on those comments? Have you sought any clarification from the Israeli government about what they meant by that? Do you have any concerns?
So we, of course, engage with our partners in the Israeli government about a numerous number of things, especially currently as this situation continues to be ongoing. I would refer you to the Prime Minister's office for further elaboration on that particular quote. Our viewpoint is that Palestinians must be at the forefront of these decisions, and Gaza is Palestinian land, and it will remain Palestinian land. And generally speaking, we do not support reoccupation of Gaza, and neither does Israel. Secretary Blinken was fairly clear about that during his travels as well. But it's important to note that at the same time, we agree with Israel that there is no returning to the October 6th status quo. Israel and the region must be secure, and Gaza should and can no longer be a base from which to launch terror attacks against the people of Israel or anyone else. And so we're working with partners on various scenarios, on governance, on security parameters, on security situations in Gaza for once this crisis recedes, but I'm not going to get ahead of that process. We'll get into it from here.
Have you been in touch with his office since his comments came out?
As I said, we are engaging with our partners in Israel around the clock on a number of issues. I'm just not going to get into the specifics of the day-to-day diplomacy. Olivia, go ahead.
Thank you. Can I follow up on the aid trucks, please?
Sure.
Because last week, the number of aid trucks getting into Gaza seemed to be increasing every day. And since the crossing closed for a time over the weekend, it seems like there's been a significant curtailment both in people coming out and aid going in. The administration has voiced its frustration with the amount
I'll take that as a no
aid
more.
going in as being insufficient. So can you provide us any insight into what the slowdown of the delivery of aid is attributable to?
Well, on the first, to take a step back on the issue of basic math, the number that I'm providing today is an increase from the number that I provided yesterday that was reflective of the total since November 6th. Broadly, though, there are a number of issues at play here, primarily being this is not a crossing that the United States controls. We are engaged directly in diplomacy with our partners in Israel, with our partners in Egypt, to ensure that aid can flow. We are working appropriately with the Israelis to develop inspection mechanisms that would allow trucks to move into Gaza quickly while still undergoing full inspection. The Secretary raised this during his visit. This is an area that also has been rattled with blackouts and other instances that have made both the entrance of aid and for the voluntary departure of civilians to at some instances be slower than not just the United States but anybody would want in this circumstance. But that is exactly why Special Envoy Satterfield is in the region, engaging in diplomacy, working with the Israelis and the Egyptians on this to ensure that humanitarian aid can get into Gaza. And simultaneously, we are working around the clock on the consular piece of this so that American citizens and their family members and legal permanent residents who choose to depart are able to do so in an appropriate manner. Of course, no one is trying to indicate that the rate and the clip at which these have been happening have been satisfactory. We think more aid needs to be getting in. We've been very clear about that. We think American citizens who are interested in departing need to be able to do so swiftly, and we're working around the clock to ensure that.
You didn't hear me. I said they're not covering Palestine, and you're like, Madrid. I'm like, they don't have any Palestinian flags, do they, Mark?
I'm not going to put a specific metric on it. Our goal at this point is doing everything.
No, I'm not going to just stop everything and cover other shit because it's a riot happening. No.
To allow
give a shit what's going on in Spain.
For the influx of humanitarian aid into Gaza, as well as for the safe departure of American citizens, LPRs, and eligible family members.
If I may, one question on hostages.
Yeah.
We got Lugner's covering. Go over there.
The hostage releases that we've seen to date were sort of pilot cases to see if the pause for release system could work. Are we to take from the fact that no additional hostages since that initial release have been made to as an indication that that system doesn't work and won't pave the way for the release of additional hostages?
I'm not going to get into the specifics of diplomacy beyond saying that the release of hostages has, of course, been a key and evergreen goal of ours since October 7th. The Secretary has been incredibly clear about that, not just with his Israeli counterparts, but also any country in the region who may have a relationship with Hamas or who may have influence over Hamas, and has been sending a very clear message that all these hostages need to be released. It's exactly why this administration has been clear-eyed about its call for a humanitarian pause, so conditions can be created that could potentially lead to additional hostage releases, that could potentially lead to an influx of additional humanitarian aid as well. So this is something that we're continuing to pursue.
And just quickly, is there an update on the hostage negotiations that have been ongoing?
I don't have any updates.
I have one more on the reaction within this building, if you'd like to go around.
Yeah, why don't I can come back to you. That's great. Jaleel, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Patel. This next question I want to dedicate.
Is it on the region or is it off topic? Okay, I will come back to you then. Michelle, go ahead.
Are you aware first of an assassination attempt on President Mahmoud Abbas in the West Bank?
Thanks for your question, Michelle. So I saw those public reports as soon as right before I came out here. So I unfortunately don't have any specifics to offer on that. I'm saying this solely on public reporting. We are continuing to pay attention, and as we have more information from the United States' perspective, we will certainly share that. From the public reporting, it seems that President Abbas himself was not harmed. But again, as we get more information and as this situation develops and we have anything additional to share, we'll make sure to share it.
And my second question is on the attacks on the U.S. forces in Syria and Iraq. There have now been
thanks for the heads up, though, Mark. On this
in this region since October 17th, President Biden, Vice President Harris, Secretary Blinken, and other officials threatened Iran and its proxies not to do it. They have done it. What's next?
So, Michelle, I don't think you need to look any further than how we have tackled the threat that has been Iran over the course of this entire administration. We have used a combination of deterrence, pressure, and diplomacy to counter Iran's destabilizing activities. I will also note that we sent a very loud and direct deterrence message to Iran about our willingness to vigorously protect our personnel and our interests.
Dude, look at this shit. Hold up. Literally. Look at this weird shit for a second. Commercial break. You're not going to believe this.
So this latest story is another embarrassing episode for Disney, which has not had a lot of good reasons to be happy about in terms of recent headlines. The company's stock price is down. It's at a 9-year low, and now we're learning that some guests at some of the Disney theme parks have been relieving themselves while we're waiting online for rides at Disneyland and Disney World. Of course, people who have been to these theme parks know that they could sometimes wait as long as 60 minutes, 90 minutes, 100 minutes just to get on a theme park ride, and apparently, naturally, when you wait that long,
it says
you need to go to the bathroom. So,
they're pooping.
According to several posters on Reddit, people have seen human feces while waiting online for Star Wars rides, such as Rides of the Resistance and other attractions.
Crazy,
Each thing is that people at Disney can have their places in line held by a cast member if they need to go to the bathroom. So there's no really need to relieve yourself while waiting for an attraction.
Cool.
This is according to the company, of course. In 2015, a couple of former cast members who used to work as custodial workers at Disney theme parks said that it's quite a common sight for them to see not only horse crap, but human crap as well, while they cleaned up several installations near the attractions. This is just another unfortunate news item for Disney, which has not had a lot of good news lately. Of course, they hope that their fortunes will turn around, though, since it is a large company and they do have a track record of success. I wouldn't be surprised if they did.
For Walt Disney's dead, man, it's not the same.
October 26th, the U.S. military carried out strikes against 2 facilities in eastern Syria used by the IRGC and affiliated groups. These precision self-defense strikes were a response to a series of ongoing and largely unsuccessful attacks against U.S. personnel in Iraq and Syria, as you said. So we've been very clear that, 1, we will take any steps possible to protect our personnel and our interests in the region. But additionally, we have been very clear to countries in the region that we are incredibly keen on ensuring that this conflict does not spread. And in the matter of Iraq, that's something that we raised directly with Prime Minister Soudani on Secretary Blinken's trip. And the Prime Minister has also called these attacks unacceptable and has committed to taking whatever possible steps they can to stop these attacks.
On the same topic.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Vedan. Yesterday, the Islamic resistance in Iraq, they attacked Erbil airport, and some civilian flights were canceled because of these attacks. Because these attacks, it is true that they are saying that we are targeting the U.S. bases in the region, but they are endangering the people in the region, the civilian people, the civilian airport, especially in Erbil, the Kurdistan region of Iraq. And today, the president of the Kurdistan region said that this is extremely dangerous development in the region, and we call to some solution and to hold those groups responsible. What engagements do you have with the Iraqi and with the Kurdish government to prevent these attacks, to not put dangers the civilians and the people who are living in the region?
Well, I'm glad you raised that. The impact on civilians, of course, in this context, but especially in these attacks that are being carried out in Iraq, is of course of importance to us. And one of the aspects that we have raised directly with the government of Iraq, and something that Secretary raised directly with Prime Minister Soudani. I'm not going to get into the specifics, but the Prime Minister himself called these attacks unacceptable, and it's something that we're going to continue to engage on with the Iraqi government to take whatever steps we can to hold the perpetrators accountable.
One more question. Sure. Where are you in your discussion with the Israeli government on the humanitarian pause? And could you speak about this humanitarian pause? What do you mean by that?
On the what?
Humanitarian pause.
Humanitarian pause. Again, and I touched a little bit about this yesterday. Our goal, our end goal here, I think, is threefold. Is first, we want conditions created that will allow for the entrance of additional humanitarian aid into Gaza. We want the conditions to be such that will allow potentially for additional hostages to be released by Hamas. And we also want the conditions to be such that Hamas is not able to use such a time to regroup, grow stronger, position itself in a way to further attack the people of Israel, to conduct further terrorist attacks. So we can call it whatever we want, but that is what we are looking at, and those are the end goals that we are trying to achieve through our diplomacy, through these engagements that we're having, not just with our Israeli counterparts, but with partner countries in the region as well. Rabia, go ahead.
Thank you. There are some alarming reports coming out of Gaza with regards to shortage of food shortages. Many hospitals announced they won't be operational without new fuel supplies. Do you have any updates on the U.S. efforts on getting fuel inside Gaza? Yesterday you said the U.S. continues to work on this, but do you have any updates since yesterday?
I don't have any specific updates for you. Again, we recognize that fuel is urgently needed in Gaza, and the critical role that it plays in both the access to free water, clean water treatment, desalination, and things like that. We also understand the critical role that it can play in ensuring some basic needs and protecting public health, and that's exactly why Special Envoy Satterfield is discussing ways with Israeli authorities, with Egyptian authorities, donors, and aid agencies on what mechanisms exist to enhance the flow of fuel into Gaza to benefit the civilians. But I don't have any updates for you. Go ahead.
Do you have any information on Israel specifically turning away trucks that have tried to enter upon Israel's inspection, including because they were carrying fuel or any other reasons?
I don't have any specifics reports to share, but what I can just say on the inspection mechanism, and I touched a little bit on this, is that that's something that we're working diligently with our Israeli partners on. It's something that the Secretary raised during his travels as well. We're working with them to develop additional inspection mechanisms that we hope will allow trucks and aid to enter Gaza more quickly and more efficiently, and we're hoping we'll be able to talk more about that in the coming days and weeks. Alex, go ahead.
Very quickly on the Secretary's trip, I want to get you out of Middle East briefly. I know you will be looked back anyway.
I think there's quite a other questions on the region, Alex. So
yes,
this is not on the region. I'm going to have to come back to you.
Just very quickly on the trip, then come back to me on Ukraine and Russia.
Okay.
The Secretary, when he met with Turkish officials, did he get any assurance that Sweden will become NATO member by the end of this month?
That's exactly the kind of question. That's not on the region, Alex. I will take it because you just asked. Look, we have been very clear about our viewpoint on Sweden's accession to NATO. We have long felt that they are ready to be a NATO ally, and we think that the agreements that were made under the Madrid summit have been met. And so we're going to continue to work and let this process play out. I have no doubt that it was something that was discussed, but I'm not going to get beyond the readout.
That's a clear understanding why it is taking longer.
Again, I'm just not going to get into the specifics beyond that. Sam, you got your hand up patiently. Go ahead.
Thank you. The group Democracy for the Arab World Now, founded by slain journalist Khashoggi, put out a recent statement charging that there's a grotesque hoax by the Biden administration, not just greenlighting, but bankrolling ethnic cleansing. They specifically cite parts of the supplemental that the administration has sought that fund the proposed humanitarian aid to Palestinians who have been displaced from Gaza into neighboring countries. And they also highlight the fact that the Israeli government appears imminently planning the move of Palestinians permanently from Gaza to Egypt, and they cite a leaked Israeli intelligence ministry report along those lines.
So,
what do you have on that? I realized that earlier in your comments you seemed to distance yourself from this notion. You said that it was Palestinian land and that you were opposed to this, or that was the implication of your remarks. However, there it is. You're asking for the money to do it.
So let me just be clear about a couple things here, Sam. First, we continue to provide support to Palestinian refugees through the UN, through UNRWA, and the U.S. is going to also continue to support efforts for safe passage for civilians in Gaza seeking safety. As it relates to our foreign policy, the U.S. does not support any forced relocation of Palestinians outside of Gaza. It is not a policy we're pursuing. It is not something that is on the table.
So why are you asking for funding for it?
I don't understand your question.
This group, Democracy for the Arab World Now, founded by Khashoggi, says that you're asking for funding for new Palestinians, not just displaced from 48, not just displaced from 67, but displaced from this conflict from Gaza into Egypt and other neighboring countries. I think it's an open secret that Israel has been attempting.
We're not engaging in any situation in which Egyptian land would be leased. I've not seen that letter, nor am I going to get into the specifics of the funding request to Congress from up here. But forced relocation is not something that we are looking at, or is on the table, or a policy that we support.
I'm asking you about your funding package.
Excuse me, but thank you. How long of a pause in the ceasefire does the State Department and President Biden have in mind for Israel in a brief follow-up?
We're not calling for a ceasefire. Okay. That's not policy we're pursuing.
Okay, you've been following. Why aren't Secretary of State Blinken and President Biden asking Hamas and Hezbollah for a pause in their firing of rockets on Israeli communities?
Don't even know where to begin with that talk. We have, since the onset of this conflict, we have condemned Hamas for their destructive terrorist attacks on the Israeli people on October 7th. We have also been incredibly clear to Hezbollah and any other malign actors that they should not use this opportunity to widen this conflict. And when we're talking about a humanitarian pause, what we are talking about is conditions that simultaneously ensure that Hamas is not in a position in which it can regroup, re-strengthen itself, position itself in a way to further conduct attacks on the Israeli people, while also creating conditions that perhaps will allow for the further provision of humanitarian aid into Gaza, that will perhaps allow conditions that other hostages can be released as well.
Well, Hamas is still firing.
I've taken two of your questions. Go ahead.
Thank you. Just to follow up on Sam, in March 2021, Secretary Blinken accused China of the crime of genocide for its alleged treatment of the Uyghur minority, but he didn't accuse them of killing on any mass scale or forcible transfer. Now we see with Israel's military assault on Gaza, something like every 200 people in the Gaza Strip has been eliminated. Over 4,000 children killed. The Ministry of Intelligence, as Sam pointed out, in Israel has published a blueprint for the forced transfer of the entire Palestinian population to Egypt. We have the intent to commit genocide expressed at the highest level of the Israeli government, including Netanyahu himself referring to the Palestinian population as Amalek, the biblical Amalek. So I wonder, when you're accusing one country of genocide without accusing them of mass killing, and then blocking ceasefires to enable another country's military assault, what metric are you using to determine genocide, or is this just political rhetoric?
It's certainly not political rhetoric. The department, and I talked a little bit about this yesterday, we have a rigorous process in place for evaluating whether something constitutes as genocide or not, and that is true in any country that that situation might be being looked at. That is not a term that we have assessed pertains to this current conflict. We are, of course, monitoring the evolving situation and are examining facts as they develop. This continues to be an incredibly challenging and fraught situation, but it's also important to remember that Hamas bears responsibility for sparking this war. They have brought this tragic war to Gaza.
Okay, well, President Biden has accused the Russian government of genocide for its actions in Ukraine, where in 2 years it has killed as many civilians as Israel has killed in 1 month in the Gaza Strip. So how do you account for that disparity where you're assisting one country and accusing the other of genocide when the country you're assisting has systematically killed so many more people in 1 month?
Those circumstances are totally and completely not the same, and to make a comparison like that, candidly, is incredibly inappropriate.
What?
We have
Why?
Please don't interrupt me. We have been...
Fuck you, little twerp. How is this guy?
Have raised directly
30?
with the Israeli government about
shithead?
the need to distinguish between Hamas terrorists and Palestinian civilians. This is something that the secretary has raised directly on his travels. We even laid out that we believe that there are commitments that can be made additionally on dealing with protecting civilian life more effectively. And we're watching very closely to make sure that happens.
But you've referred to Palestinian civilians as human shields. Doesn't that blur the distinction between civilians and militants?
We have not referred to Palestinian civilians as human shields. We have said that Hamas is using Palestinian civilians as human shields. That is not hyperbole. That is something that we have seen Hamas do as they continue to integrate themselves into key civilian infrastructure across Gaza.
Wouldn't that be blurring the distinction between civilians and combatants? If you say Hamas is using civilians as human shields, wouldn't that be in some ways justifying the killing of civilians because they happen to be in the way, in their homes?
There is no one in this administration that is justifying killing of civilians. Any civilian life loss is incredibly troubling.
But they're not saying anything against it, though, fuckhead.
Deeply troubling to us.
They're saying something against
we are working with
Russia,
our Israeli partners to ensure that steps can be taken to minimize the impact on civilian life. And we also have believed that there is a moral imperative, there is a strategic imperative to take steps to minimize loss of civilian life. I'm going to work through my answers.
But they're not trying to.
Questions.
Genocide question. You said you're monitoring the evolving situation and examining the facts as they develop. Are you confirming that the U.S. is examining Israeli bombardment of Gaza to see if its actions constitute?
No, that's not. I did not say that to indicate that there is some active, ongoing process. This is par for the course as we observe conditions and circumstances around the world.
So there's no active process looking at this specifically?
Correct.
Just to follow on that briefly, given the circumstances, is one likely?
I'm just not going to get into internal deliberative processes that exist at state. I want to. Could I go to Sean and then I can come back to you before you said
It's related somewhat, but another aspect of this, the killings of journalists in the conflict. There's a Committee to Protect Journalists report, I believe, out yesterday, which is saying that 37 journalists have been killed, the vast majority of them Palestinians in this conflict. I think another one today. The Secretary General of the United Nations said that this is the deadliest conflict for journalists in quite some time. To what extent is there a concern about the killing of journalists in terms of ways to avoid this, and in terms of why this is actually happening?
I would say, of course, Sean, that the impact of this conflict on journalists and our concern of journalists being among that could potentially be targeted when it comes to civilian casualties, that, of course, continues to be tantamount and something that we are paying attention to and have raised with actors in the region about this as well.
It's been raised actively in terms of
it's when we talk about ensuring that civilians are not placed in harm's way. Of course, journalists are part of that, and we continue to believe that civilians, including journalists, that steps need to be taken to ensure that they are not impacted within this conflict, that they are not targeted or killed in this conflict.
And just finally, is there any concern that there's been a deliberate targeting of some of the journalists?
I'm not aware, nor have I seen any reporting to indicate as such. Go ahead.
About this building, I just wanted to ask you, because there have been multiple reports about the response and maybe in some cases the outcry within this building about the U.S. policy approach to this conflict. So first, can you say whether you are aware of the formal submission of one or more descent channel cables by American diplomats? And then secondly, if you could speak more broadly to how leadership here is responding to those with deep expertise in this building who believe that America's foreign policy here may be ill-conceived.
So first, I'm just not going to speak to the specifics of the descent channel out of respect to the integrity of the channel. What I will just say is that this is something that has been available to employees since the Vietnam War, and we are proud that the department has an established procedure for employees to articulate policy disagreements directly to senior department principals in this building without fear of retribution. I will also say just broadly that we understand and we expect people in our workforce to have different personal beliefs, different beliefs about what U.S. foreign policy should be. And in fact, we think that that is one of the strengths of this government. And it's one of the strengths of this department in our ability to engage with people who have different opinions. And we encourage individuals to continue to make those opinions known. It's also important to remember that the president is who sets this policy, and we all up here at least serve at his pleasure. But we encourage everyone, even when they disagree with our policy, to make their leadership know. The dissent channel is one of those mechanisms. I will also note that we continue to take the responsibility to our workforce incredibly seriously and recognize that this is an incredibly taxing and trying time. This conflict is incredibly fraught. We have, like any workforce, ensured that the workforce knows what mental health resources are available to them in this trying time. And I will also just add that throughout this deliberative process, as it relates to U.S. foreign policy, we have engaged directly, the Secretary has, with those who may have dissenting opinions or different opinions from what current U.S. foreign policy is. That's democracy. That's part of the process.
Just very quickly, because apart from the articulation of opinion or grievance as it may be, are there people with expertise in policy whose views have been incorporated as the situation has unfolded?
I'm just not going to read out the specifics of what a deliberative process or what the interagency process is like. There are, of course, the ways that decisions are made in any administration involve the inputs of a lot of people across across a lot of different agencies with a lot of differing equities. Ultimately, though, it is the president who sets the policy. But simultaneously, we have a number of mechanisms at our disposal, available to the workforce, for them to share their dissenting viewpoints, whether it be the dissent channel cable, whether it be discussing directly with department leadership, which there have been opportunities to do so as well. Alex, go ahead. I'll come back to you.
A couple of questions, non-Middle East related, if you don't mind.
Sure.
Ukraine, I'm sure you have seen multiple reports over the weekend that the U.S. is pushing Russia, Ukraine into dialogue with Russia. There is speculations being built around it. So I'll give you a chance to clear up the air. Have you guys done anything like similar to that?
Any negotiations, Alex, are up to Ukraine. And as we have said a number of times before, nothing should happen about Ukraine without Ukraine. We are not aware of any conversations with Ukraine about negotiations outside of the peace formula structure that you've already seen a number of engagements take place on. But it continues to be incredibly clear, Alex, that the Kremlin has no interest in negotiating or ending this war. And we are committed to supporting our Ukrainian partners.
Thanks so much. Moving to South Caucasus, sure. Yesterday, Matt put out a tweet about what was going on in Georgia. Georgian citizen was killed by Russian, I don't want to use occupied terrorists. The question is, the country has been, ruled by a party that, has been promoting Russian propaganda for a long time. Are you in a position to step in and defend Georgia should Georgia, become a target for Russia?
Alex, I'm not going to get ahead of anything that happens. That would be incredibly.
Now we got to protect somebody else.
Shut up, Alex. In the tweet yesterday, which is that we condemn that killing, and it is another example of the destruction that is ongoing, that's being caused by Russia's occupation of Georgia's sovereign territory and elsewhere, and it's something that we'll continue to monitor and call out as well.
Thank you. My final question, Azerbaijan.
You guys sucking cock right now?
In September, in this building, by senior officials that both Azerbaijan and Armenia had agreed to, send their officials to Washington for another round of meeting. Now we have seen lately they are engaged in carousel of form shopping. Is Washington still an option for next round of negotiations?
Of course. Look, Alex, outside of everything that, of course, is going on in the world that often sometimes takes up a lot of the oxygen in this room, peace between those two countries continues to be a priority for us, for Secretary Blinken, and it's something that the department will continue to engage towards.
Then
I'll come back to you, Sean. Go ahead.
Thank you. So 2 questions regarding China and South Korea, if you don't mind. South Korea is a key U.S. security ally, and the State Department has been very clear in raising concerns over China's human rights practices as well as its economic coercion toward other countries. So the State Department has also in 3 different human rights and religious freedom reports highlighted a particular issue in which the Chinese embassy in South Korea has been using its economic leverage to pressure theaters in South Korea to try to block performances by an American company, Xingyun Performing Arts. So it's an American arts company whose classical Chinese dance shows have been banned in China because they include pieces portraying human rights persecution in China. So my question is, does it remain a concern by the State Department that in such incidents like this, China is using its economic pressure to influence the freedom of expression in an ally country?
Broadly, I would say it, of course, continues to remain of concern. The PRC has a very clear track record of using economic coercion and otherwise in a wide array of countries, not just necessarily the ROK. But this is, of course, something that we're going to continue to address in close partnership with the ROK, with Japan, with other countries in the Indo-Pacific as well.
Follow-up regarding Secretary Blinken's trip later this week. So in addition to, of course, talking about countering threats from North Korea, does Secretary Blinken also plan to address countering China's regional influence in his meeting with South Korean counterparts. Of course, like you said, meeting with other Indo-Pacific partners as well.
You've heard me say this before, or I will say those in this room have heard me say this before. Any aspect of our foreign policy, whether it be the Secretary's current presence at the G7 or his soon-to-be presence in India with Secretary Austin, it is about our foreign policy and the foreign policy of those countries. In the G7 case, the foreign policy of those member countries. It is not about anything other else. What we have long said, of course, is that we do not ask countries to choose between the United States and the PRC or any other country. It is about offering them a choice and continuing to show what a deepening partnership with the United States can look like. Go ahead.
Yeah. Do you have any update about the long-term observation mission to Georgia from the U.S. for 2024 parliamentary elections? That's going to be the first time for USAID.
Is ensuring.
Do you have any readout of the meeting? I know I asked yesterday, but the climate meeting in Sunny Lands?
Okay, this is done talking about. They're done talking about Palestine.
This news is funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. No ceasefire, no votes. And in November, we remember. Those were two chants we heard Saturday in Washington at the largest rally in U.S. history for Palestinian rights. Protesters denounced President Biden for refusing to support a ceasefire in Gaza while sending more arms to Israel as it continues its month-long bombardment that's killed over 10,000 Palestinians, including 4,000 children. Polls show Biden's support among Arab Americans is plummeting. This is Nihad Awad, the head of CARE, that's the Council on American Islamic Relations, speaking at Saturday's rally.
No ceasefire, no votes. No ceasefire, no votes. No votes in Michigan. No votes in Arizona. No votes in Georgia. No votes in Nevada. No votes in Wisconsin. No votes in Pennsylvania. No votes in Ohio. No votes for you anywhere. If you do not call for a ceasefire now, we will make our voices heard more and more. In November, we remember. In November, we remember.
Nihad Awad, head of CARE, said he was speaking in his own capacity. We are joined now by Jim Zogby, president of the Arab American Institute, joining us from Washington, D.C. It's great to have you with us. And if you can talk about these figures that I'm sure the White House is looking at carefully. In 2020, President Biden had something like 59% support of the Arab American community. Right now, it's at something like 17%. James Zogby, if you can talk about Biden's stance right now on Israel and Gaza.
Thanks, Amy. It's been a long time since we've been together, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. Look, the poll is one that we did to get a read on the community. I have never seen, in the 27 years we've been polling, my brother and I have been polling Arab Americans, we never saw a movement this dramatic over this short a period of time. The last time we polled Arab Americans was just a few months ago, and the drop since then has been even more precipitous than the drop since 2020. This issue resonates. It's big. It's important. It also is part of a general national trend. Arab Americans are not immune from what the rest of the culture is feeling, and that is that President Biden just is not in control of his own presidency and how he is being portrayed to the American people and to the world. They didn't elect a Reaganite foreign policy advocate, a neocon who was fighting for freedom there to have freedom here, that kind of rhetoric that comes from the White House. They voted for somebody to focus on a whole bunch of domestic issues to bring domestic peace and tranquility after 4 years of Donald Trump. And that's not what they've gotten. And I think that, coupled with the Gaza situation, most certainly is driving these negative numbers. They are deeply disappointed with the position he's taken on this conflict, and they just are jumping ship.
And Jim Zogby, could you talk about the some other aspects of the poll, what the support for a ceasefire was, and also whether there were gender or age or religious differences in those you polled?
What was really significant was that across the board, when you get numbers that high, a flip that high, or numbers in the 70% range on several questions like support for a ceasefire, or how important is the Palestinian issue to you, or how disappointed are you with the president's performance on this issue, all of those numbers were 2/3 or greater. When you get numbers that great, you expect across the board to see the crosstabs reading that way, and we did. There was virtually no difference in terms of majorities, regardless of religion, regardless of whether born here or immigrant, or gender or age. Pretty much across the board, there's frustration and deep disappointment with this president. And the question I keep getting asked is, can Biden win him back? The visceral reaction to this issue is so great that in order to do that, something dramatic has to come from the White House. And I'm not sure that the president has the wherewithal to do it. Look, I've heard two things from people at the White House. The one is they're not going to vote for Donald Trump because they don't want, they don't want back what he was doing during his 4 years. And so they'll come around in a year. I told them that when I heard that, I said, that's insulting and dismissive. You have to earn that vote. They might just as well stay home. They might vote for Cornel West. They might just not vote at all. And it's not a given that young Arab American women who want control over their bodies and their health care, that older Arab Americans who want protection for their Medicare or an expansion of health care, it's not clear that they're going to make the decision to vote at all if they don't have something to vote for. It worked the last time, vote for me because I'm not the other guy. I'm not quite sure it'll work this time. And I've got an article coming out in The Nation tomorrow that makes the point that it's not just Arab Americans who are affected this way. It's young people, it's progressive Jews, it's Black, Latino, Asian voters. There's a significant decline that this president is encountering across the board. And Gaza is playing into it. It is a sort of a canary in the coal mine issue. It's one that sort of is the speaking to a broader sense of dissatisfaction, and the White House has to get a handle on that and not just dismiss it.
And speaking of broader sense of dissatisfaction, you worked with Bernie Sanders for 2 of his campaigns. How do you understand his insistence only on calling for a humanitarian pause and not a ceasefire?
And Juan, let me play a clip of Bernie Sanders, who was interviewed this weekend on CNN.
I want to just clarify one thing, Senator, if I might. You support a humanitarian pause in Gaza. Some of your fellow progressives say that there should be a full-on ceasefire, which would require an agreement on both sides to halt the fighting. Do you support a ceasefire? And if not, why not?
Well, I don't know how you can have a ceasefire, permanent ceasefire, with an organization like Hamas, which is dedicated to turmoil and chaos and destroying the state of Israel. And I think what the Arab countries in the region understand, that Hamas has got to go.
That was Bernie Sanders being interviewed by Dana Bash of CNN. In fact, just a few days ago, Bernie Sanders' office was occupied by a group of progressives protesting that he wasn't calling for a ceasefire, among other senators. Jim Zogby.
Look, I have no idea. I've called the senator, didn't get a call back, left them a couple of messages, text messages, didn't hear back. And I'm disappointed and frankly confounded. I don't understand the thinking here. One could easily take the sentence that he spoke about you don't have a ceasefire with a group like Hamas that blah, 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 and stick in the Netanyahu government of the most extreme rightists in the country that are today, while under the cover of Gaza, taking armed settlers to evacuate Palestinian villages and force people to leave their lands, leave their orchards and their homes. This is a crazy extremist government, and yes, Hamas is a group that has done and does evil things, just like the Netanyahu government does evil things. The question is, that's why you need a ceasefire. And to say we can't have peace with them, it's what the Palestinians say, we can't have peace with the Netanyahu government. But the problem is that the United States has to act like the adult in the room, and we haven't. We've been the cheerleader, the coat holder, the enabler, and the funder of one side, digging the hole deeper every single day. And the result is that we're locked in a conflict here on Israel's side that has no good end in sight. Those who think on this path will eliminate Hamas, forget what happened in Beirut in '82, forget what happened in Lebanon in 2006, or what happened in Afghanistan or Iraq. You don't eliminate. What you do is you create the conditions for something more virulent afterwards. You're not going to get rid of Hamas. I mean, the million-plus people who've been forced to leave their belongings, their memories, the neighborhoods that they lived in, now reduced to rubble and flee to the south where there's no infrastructure to take care of them. The families of the 10,000 who've died, 4,000 of whom children, they're not going to say when this is over, if it's ever over, oh, we love Israel, let's have peace. There is going to be the seeds being planted today for Hamas 2.0 or something more virulent. And I don't understand how the folks in the White House or the State Department just don't get it and say, this is not going to end well. At the end of this path, with the exception of more dead bodies, more anger, and more virulent extremism, we're going to be right back where we started. It's a failure of the United States, not of Hamas and of Israel, but the United States. We have not shown the leadership that we ought to be showing, given the fact that we're funding this damn thing, to stop it.
And James Ogden, you've been for decades now an expert in public opinion and polling, and it's not just the United States or England and France where we're seeing unprecedented demonstrations in support of the Palestinians and opposed to Israeli bombardment and the invasion, but also across the global South. In the rest of the world, outside of the Western countries, there's virtually no support for the United States policies and Israel. I'm wondering if you could talk about that.
Yeah, and we've just finished a poll in 12 Arab countries. I should add, my brother does the domestic polling. We played the game of Risk, and he took one side of the board, and I got the other side of the board. I do polling in the Middle East and some polling in Europe. We've done some polling on Ukraine and with European countries, their attitude toward it. But in the Arab world, we've blown it. There wasn't actually much of a bounce when Joe Biden got elected. The damage done by George W. Bush, the disappointment in Obama making promises in Cairo that excited people and then blaming the Arabs for not delivering on the promises he made, and then Trump and the chaos of 4 years. People have told me we've been on a roller coaster with your country for the last 20 years, and frankly, we're dizzy right now. We don't know what we're getting. They too hoped for calm when Joe Biden got elected. And instead of calm, they have two big wars, and they're being forced to choose. And frankly, they can't, because they have decided, as European countries are deciding, that they have to make their own decisions, and they have to do what's in their interest. And their people are watching what is happening in Gaza and saying, hell no, we're not going to do this anymore. Even countries that have made peace with Israel, their public opinion has turned decidedly against Israel, and decidedly against the prospect of living in harmony with that country. Damage has been done here. And I don't understand, in all of my conversations with people at the White House and the State Department, that they don't just get it. I don't know what they're taking in the morning that makes them think, today's going to be a better day. Israel's going to kill more people, and Arabs are going to say, let's have peace with Israel. That it doesn't work that way. And I've been down this road now for the last 40, 50 years doing this work full time. And frankly, it gets worse, not better. And those who think you win a victory in a war where you kill lots of civilians, their heads aren't screwed on right. And frankly, we need new thinking on this, but the guys in the White House aren't capable, I think, of that kind of new thinking. And it's deeply disturbing, because the hole we're digging is one it's going to take a generation to get out of.
Jim Zogby, I wanted to ask you a few quick questions. I see you have a TV behind you, and I was looking to see if there was a crack in the screen, because I was wondering of your comments on the coverage by the mainstream media, a word you almost never hear. And I'm not talking about Fox. I'm talking about MSNBC and CNN, places where you appear. Rarely do we hear the word occupation. And why that is so significant in understanding how to end this. We're not just talking about Gaza, we're talking about the West Bank. When you had the National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan, saying right before October 7th, it's peaceful there in the Middle East, we're moving on to other issues. Yet at that time, you had at least a Palestinian a day being killed in the West Bank by settlers or by the Israeli military. Now, I think since October 7th, the number is well over 150. The OPT, the occupied Palestinian territories, Gaza and the West Bank. Question how we should be talking about this issue, what you think would be the most honest, and do you think there's a difference between Biden and Trump, not on other domestic issues, but on Israel-Palestine?
Joe Biden promised us a lot. He issued not just a platform plank that was one that they made some accommodations to us about, but they issued a separate policy statement for Arab Americans. And I remember when we wanted language that talked about the equality of human needs and rights, and they issued that statement that both Israelis and Palestinians are equally deserving of, and then there were a litany of words that followed it. 3.5 years later, we're still waiting for the delivery on the equal promise of. All the Palestinians have gotten has been a green light for Israel to run roughshod over the West Bank, take more land, build more settlements, demolish more homes, more restrictions on Palestinian rights. Jerusalem the same, and Gaza worse. It's been a huge disappointment, and frankly, I don't. I recall some interesting things in the platform debate that still troubled me, because I remember back in '88 when I was negotiating with Madeleine Albright on the Dukakis-Jackson platform issue, we wanted the word Palestinian in the platform. And she told me, she said, if the P word even appears in print, in the Democratic Party platform, all hell will break loose. I told her, I said, don't play Chicken Little with me. The sky's not going to fall. We can do it and get it and live with it. I mean, it's not rocket science to say there are Palestinians in this conflict. The party had never even mentioned the word up till then, and it didn't that year either. What troubled me in 2016 and 2020 was that we couldn't get the word occupation in the platform. They wouldn't use the word occupation, which was Trump language. Trump wouldn't use occupation either. In fact, they changed the Human Rights Report from reporting on the occupied territories to putting it all in one thing. That was the green, what do you call it? The U.S. Ambassador Friedman, Trump's ambassador, wanted it that way. There was no occupation. The Biden administration deals with it as if it were an occupation. In language, but not in practice. Not in practice. We have not put conditions or terms on Israel to deal with Palestinians as an occupied people. And so we've kind of come a ways, but we haven't come anywhere at all. From not using the P word to not using the occupation word. Frankly, it's maybe a bit of a semantic thing, but Palestinians are living under a brutal occupation. It's an apartheid occupation. And they are also being victims of a genocidal attack on Gaza right now that is killing the infrastructure, killing the people, forcibly evicting
I wish this guy would hurry
over
the
a
fuck
million
up.
people from their homes in the north.
I'm putting him on fast. Never mind. We're done with him. I'm gonna go lay down, y'all. I'm fucking tired. I'm tired. I don't want to be here anymore. Thanks for being here, though. Bye. Thanks, Bill. Good man. Gotta lay down there for a couple hours. Thank you, Bubba. Jim. Sorry I can't be here, man. It's fucking burning up. It's 91 degrees in here and I got the damn heater on. I just need to relax a little bit, dude. Someone. Alright, hot coffee. I didn't mean to cut that guy off, by the way. It was almost done anyway, dude. Oh, wait, did it?
Biden and Trump.
And I still had 4 more minutes. Oh, maybe I'll play. Here's a link, dude. You might want to finish it. My job. The bot down? Oh. Alright, I'll be back in a couple hours. Hopefully I'll feel better by then. The food getting through my system. My intestines are just empty. So it's kind of rough right now processing this food. Love you. Bye. Here. I'll miss you too, man. Let's all sleep together. No homo. Later, guys.
another boom. For relaxing times. Make it Suntory time.
Whoa, hey, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there. This was a few seconds ago right here. This is a few seconds ago. Watch this right here. See that? That was a few seconds ago. That just happened. Just happened on the right there. A few seconds ago.
commitment and perhaps optimism in finding these hostages and getting them back alive, but it's been a week since the ground invasion began. You've been able to rescue, I think, only one hostage. How realistic is it that you get all of these 240 people back?
Laura, I'm afraid that you're right. It is it's a very difficult and challenging situation, and it's a scenario that we've never faced before. The amount and where they are held and by what organization they're held makes it a very challenging tactical task, but nevertheless we will have to implement it, and whether or not it's by force or by diplomacy or any other creative way to get them back, we will see it done. Just as we are going to dismantle Hamas and create a totally different security situation for southern Israel, we also are committed to getting all of them back home.
Okay, troops, it's reported, are in Gaza City right now. How many and what is their mission?
So the mission is to engage with Hamas and simply to dismantle each and every Hamas stronghold that is buried underground in bunkers. We are doing that at a slow and meticulous order, according to plan. Our advances are they're good, solid. It is a very challenging battle space to be in. Hamas has prepared the battlefield, unfortunately, very well, and it is totally enmeshed with tunnels, many of them short tactical tunnels that are just basically fighting positions that allows Hamas to move from one alley to another, emerge and then submerge, and some are longer and deeper and wider, but we are slowly getting to all of them, and there are gains achieved each day of fight.
There's reports that Yahya Sinwar has been isolated in his bunker. Can you confirm that? And is the directive to kill or capture him?
The directive is definitely to kill or capture him and all of the other leaders of Hamas, those who planned, facilitated and executed the murderous October 7 massacre in Israel. We've said so clearly, all of them are dead men walking, and it's only a matter of time inside Gaza and outside of Gaza until these Hamas leaders will either be captured or killed by Israel.
How many Hamas leaders have you killed or captured so far, and how many do you estimate is still to kill or capture?
Unfortunately, many are left, and the most senior ones, they are hiding deep underground, letting the fighting go on above ground, and the exposed civilians pay the price of their aggression and attack. They call themselves a nation of martyrs and that they're willing to pay a price. Surely they're referring to the price paid by civilians, their civilians, and not the price paid by their own families. Most of them have been whisked out of Gaza before that and living comfortable lives in safe havens in Qatar and Turkey. But they will pay a price. All of them will pay a price. I think we have so far been able to get our hands on mid-level and senior commanders in Hamas, little bit more than 60 of them. We have named names and positions, etc., and we are hard at work. Right now we're focusing on combatant commanders, battalion commanders, company commanders, those who have the direct influence on combat operations on the ground.
Hamas always tries to snooker Israel. It puts Israel in an almost impossible position. They move amongst civilians and innocents. We know thousands of them have died. Can you give some kind of indication now with you in Gaza, with ground troops in Gaza, and you essentially getting the upper hand in that area? From now on in, will those civilian casualties be less?
Well, we will definitely try for that to be the case, definitely. What we've been doing over the last 4 years is to open special humanitarian corridors between 10 a.m. and 2 p.m. and to allow Palestinian civilians to evacuate on foot
Sorry,
from
Jonathan,
those
did
very
you say the last 4 days? I think you accidentally said 4 years, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Oh, then my mistake. Thank you for the correction. Yes, 4 days, the last 4 days, we've been doing humanitarian evacuation efforts. Palestinians have been able to evacuate from those combat areas between 10 and 2. yesterday and today as well, and I think that we will be doing that tomorrow. We will continue to aspire to minimize the effect on civilians, and we still urge all the Palestinians to go south into relative safety until fighting is done.
Okay, so two quick ones here. The US and the international community is calling now for a humanitarian pause. What is that? How is it different from a small ceasefire? And will you acquiesce to that? And the second thing here is about occupation of Gaza. Is that also the directive now, reoccupation by Israel of Gaza for the foreseeable future?
So I'll answer shortly. There will be according to the information I have, there'll be a ceasefire once our hostages are returned, full stop. And second, no, we have no such plans or intentions or orders given. Our task is to dismantle Hamas and make sure that there's no terror infrastructure left in Gaza to threaten Israeli civilians like they did on October the 7th.
And no humanitarian pause as far as you're concerned?
As far as I'm concerned, if we don't see our hostages back, no such thing on the table.
It's been 1 month since Hamas gunmen executed more than 1,400 Israeli men, women and children and kidnapped hundreds more. Now an Irish-born father and Hamas attack survivor is coming to terms with the unexpected news that his daughter Emily, who he thought was dead, may still be alive.
The anguish Thomas Hand is about to describe has left him trembling for weeks. It's a journey of death and a hope of resurrection, he says, is impossible to imagine.
On the day it was Russian roulette, whether you made it or not.
On October 7th, Hamas fighters stormed the kibbutz Be'eri, killing roughly 130 people and ravaging the community of 1,100 residents. That morning, Thomas's 8-year-old daughter Emily was sleeping at a friend's house. Thomas could not reach her as Hamas fighters took over the kibbutz. Days after the attack, the Irish-born father spoke with CNN's Clarissa Ward about the moment he was told his daughter had been killed.
Thomas waited 2 agonizing days before getting the news.
They just said, "We found Emily. She's dead." And I went, "Yes!" I went, "Yes," and smiled, because that is the best news of the possibilities that I knew.
Thomas says leaders of the Be'eri kibbutz community told him Emily's body was seen in the aftermath. But almost a month after the massacre, Thomas was given news that almost made him collapse. He says the Israeli army told him it's highly probable Emily is alive and a Hamas hostage.
How were you told the news that Emily might be alive?
That was official from the army, with all the information that they have, the intelligence that they have. It's very likely that she's been taken to Gaza.
Thomas says he's been told Emily's body is not with the remains of victims and that there was no blood found inside the home where she slept the night before. Thomas also says that cell phones belonging to the family Emily was staying with have been tracked inside Gaza.
When you spoke with Clarissa Ward a few weeks ago, you said death would be a blessing in this situation.
That's how I felt at the time, yeah.
How do you describe where you are now?
Extremely worried about her, obviously. What conditions she's been held in. She's, more than likely in a tunnel somewhere under Gaza. Your imagination is horrible. And it's her birthday on the 17th of this month. She'll be 9. She won't even know what day it is. She won't know what day it is. She won't know it's her birthday. There'll be no birthday cake, no party, no friends.
The survivors of the Be'eri kibbutz are temporarily living in a hotel. In the lobby, there's a vigil to all the kidnapped hostages. Now Emily's family says the young girl's photo will be placed next to the others.
Let's go live to Tel Aviv now. Israel's Defence Force spokesperson, Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, joins us. Jonathan, thanks so much for your time. Do you know?
Now, since Israel began its bombardment of Gaza, 9 countries have withdrawn their ambassadors or severed ties. Now, they call for an immediate ceasefire and for humanitarian aid to enter the Strip unhindered. NATO member Turkey is amongst those that's pulled its ambassador out. So did Israel's neighbour Jordan, and it said that Israel is committing war crimes. The latest to join the list are Chad and South Africa. Bolivia was the first to sever ties entirely with Israel, saying its decision was a condemnation of the aggressive and disproportionate Israeli military offensive taking place in the Gaza Strip. Alan Fisher has more from occupied East Jerusalem.
Thank you. Benjamin Netanyahu has spent many days recently meeting world leaders, the latest, the Bulgarian president. But with more countries rethinking diplomatic links with Israel, the Prime Minister decided to act. He summoned foreign ambassadors to a meeting in Tel Aviv and claimed Israel was fighting for their future too.
We will win, and we believe that all civilized powers should back us in this effort, because this battle is your battle, and our victory is your victory.
Several countries have withdrawn their ambassadors over the growing carnage in Gaza. Bolivia has severed all diplomatic ties. Many have criticised the human cost of war, the growing number of civilian deaths, the pictures of dead children in the wreckage. The latest country to recall its ambassador, South Africa.
We believe the nature of response by Israel has become one of collective punishment, which falls fully outside of the practice of international humanitarian and international human rights law.
Ireland's Prime Minister has also said he has no regrets at describing Israel's response to the Hamas attack as something more approaching revenge. Bringing together the community of ambassadors shows that Israel is worried it's losing international support about the way it's prosecuting the war in Gaza. But the diplomatic tipping point may come if one of its traditional allies decided to call for a ceasefire or even an end to the war. Alan Fisher, Al Jazeera, in occupied East Jerusalem.
Let's bring you those latest pictures coming out of Gaza and explain what they are. A military source for us has confirmed they're described as illumination rounds fired from Israeli artillery. They're flares that are attached to a parachute that float down like a sort of mini sun, giving the military the opportunity to operate in daylight, so to speak. When they run out of fire, the military fire more into the air. The Israeli military, according to this particular source, don't have as many night vision goggles or night vision capability as other armed forces like the US, for example. They do have some smaller specialized units that do have these night vision goggles, but certainly what you're seeing are not munitions as such, but they're called illumination rounds that light up the sky and allow the Israelis to target the locations that they have been doing, certainly for the past 3 hours across the Gaza Strip. Let's bring in Marwan Bashara, Al Jazeera's senior political analyst. He's been monitoring events with me. Can we just begin with Raed Mansour at the UN? He wasn't party to this closed-door meeting that's been held by the Security Council, a meeting called by the United Arab Emirates and China over the ceasefire. But it is the word ceasefire that is paramount right now, and Raed Mansour made that very clear.
Yes, and that's also clear from what he explained in terms of the General Assembly's overwhelming resolution in favor of a humanitarian truce, which now, considering the humanitarian disaster that is called Gaza, I think the need for a humanitarian ceasefire is paramount. But once again, as he said, there is an actual elephant in the room. And clearly the Biden administration has rejected once and again the idea of a ceasefire, because it's trying to shield Israel diplomatically as Israel carries its crimes in Gaza. There's this idea in the Biden administration that Israel needs to get justice and needs to finish, as it were, Hamas in Gaza. And for both the United States and Israel, unlike the rest of the international community, the ends justify all means. The end, meaning finishing off Hamas, justify the devastation of Gaza. And that's not acceptable to the rest of the international community.
And this might be the overall message that's being given, you might say, by the top, be it the president or the Prime Minister. But what we do have is Secretary Blinken and the CIA chief in the region talking to various capitals and various leaders of respective Middle East countries that have influence or certainly have an opinion. Secretary Blinken has certainly experienced firsthand how angry the Middle East is right now. Is this message going to reverberate when he goes back to Washington?
You would hope so, right? But to me, the Biden administration has proven to be sort of blindly following in Israel's footsteps. You would think as a world foremost superpower, it would be sensitive to its credibility, reputation, and interests around the world, especially in the Middle East. And you would think that it will have a certain calculus different from that of Israel. So instead of blindly copying Israel and coupling its mindset to that of Israel, that it would take a bit of a distance, figure out what is needed in the Middle East and in Gaza today, and act a bit more responsibly. Because the United States has been acting even less responsibly than Israel the last month. See, if you look at it, Sohail, I think our viewers around the world have probably noticed that American diplomacy and Israeli war have been two sides of the same coin. And that's problematic in the sense that America has used its gunboat diplomacy, something like borrowed from the 18th century, like the British Empire. They've dispatched aircraft carriers and nuclear submarines to the East Mediterranean in order to flex their muscles, shield Israel, and basically pressure different countries in the Middle East to support Israel in its war crimes. As you said, as you well stated, the Arab capitals are in no mood to be complicit in Israel's war crimes against fellow Arabs. Even the most moderate, the most pro-American, like Egypt and Jordan, have rejected the notion of Israel's self-defense by carrying war crimes in Gaza. And hence you would think something got to give. And we're already a month into this evil war against the Palestinians, and the United States needs to start taking some steps to distance itself from the war crimes and start acting more responsibly like a grown-up.
You talk about responsibility and we talk about anger in the Middle East, but we have to also focus on Egypt because they have a very delicate position, but also a very important position and a responsible one as well. We're talking about the Rafah border, the only communication and transport link there is really for Palestinians and Gazans to get in or out if their name is on a list. The Rafah border is not open all the time. And there are restrictions, there are rules, there are laws, and there are agreements that hinder Egypt even wanting to open that door and allowing everybody out. But it's not going to happen.
But you would think that in these exceptional circumstances of an utter genocide taking place in plain sight, that you would take exceptional measures. I mean, these exceptional circumstances require exceptional measures. And these are not that exceptional in the sense that Egypt has a very special relationship with the Gaza Strip. It, in fact, administered it for 20 years. Gazans' only way out to the world is through Egypt. You know, probably, I don't know how many exactly, but a good portion of the people in Gaza have studied in Egypt. All these doctors that we see, and nurses and teachers, a lot of them actually have studied in Egypt. A lot of them have actually gone to Egypt and went back. So there is a real genetic, if you will, national interest and relationship between Egypt and Gaza. Egypt owes us to be more responsible, owes the people in Gaza to be more responsible, owes the international community to be a more responsible Middle East players, because it's always been that way, meaning Egypt is like a sort of a nation state that's always acted soberly in the Middle East. It doesn't act out of a, emotion or rash. It actually considers things. And a month into the genocide, into the war crimes, into the suffering, into the killing of thousands of Palestinians, you would want Egypt to step in and say, look, I had enough of this bloody war. I am not necessarily able to stop it, but I'm certainly going to try to help people eat and get medicine and get shelter. And that's a humanitarian mission to do. Now, finally, and probably this is the most important, since we are talking not in humanitarian NGOs, we're talking about a state and an interstate system. It would be very helpful for Egypt to play an important role moving forward after this war ends, if it acts responsibly today and acts in a way that is humanly reasonable towards the people in Gaza. Only by acting responsibly, not with indifference, but with difference towards the people of Gaza, will it be able to play an important role afterwards. Because I think the Egyptian presidency is looking to the time when the dust settles so it can go back again and play an important role in East Mediterranean politics. But it won't be able to do that if it lets down the people of Gaza today.
We shall see what does happen, certainly over the next few weeks. At the moment, Marwan Bashara, thank you.
The horrific Hamas massacre of October 7th, Israel is at war. It is a war that we did not start and we did not seek. Hamas massacred over 1,400 Israelis, babies, women, young girls, young men, children, the elderly, the disabled. He massacred them all. We will not forget that. Hamas also holds over 240 hostages, men, women, children, babies, the elderly and the disabled. Today marks 30 days of holding of a 9-month-old baby hostage, Kfir Bivas. Now is 10 months old. My young boy just turned a year a couple of days ago. Kfir Bivas is holding by Hamas in Gaza. It's unimaginable. It's a crime against humanity, with other many children. Hamas commits crimes, war crimes, against Israelis, but also against the Gazan themselves. Hamas cynically uses civilians in Gaza as human shields. They kill their own people. This isn't just a terror tactic. Human shields are a key pillar in Hamas's operations. Until now, over 800 rockets are launch failed that landed inside Gaza and killed many Gazans. Today, I will be sharing evidence proving that Hamas systematically exploits hospitals as part of its war machine. We already shared evidence that Hamas operates command and control centers inside and under Shifa Hospital. We decided to declassify and share more sensitive intelligence with you, because the world must take immediate action against that. We are at war with Hamas, not with the civilians in Gaza. We have been calling on civilians in northern Gaza and Gaza City to temporarily move south of Wadi Gaza to a safer area, away from Hamas strongholds. We are monitoring the movement of the population through our humanitarian corridors and increasing our calls to the areas that have lower rates of evacuation. Here is a recent analysis of our evacuation efforts. Here you can see the millions of times we urged the residents of Gaza to move south. This is in addition to the effort that my unit made in the media and the social media and in the social networks, in Arabic also, in other languages. on many channels. Here you saw just how big this effort was and still is. As you can see here, Israeli intelligence has been working around the clock to reach as many people as possible. The Israeli Air Force dropped over 1.5 million flyers, like these ones here. The Israeli Air Force prioritized our evacuation effort over other missions. Prioritize evacuation effort over other missions. This is an example of a flyer urging the residents of Gaza to move to safer areas. Each new flyer had its own color and to indicate that it was new warning, more urgent call, and updates the corridors to move south. Let's watch how it looks like.
أيضا وصلني الآن أحد المناشير وهو هنا سقط في مستشفى الشفاء، والذي يقول به الجيش الإسرائيلي إلى سكان مخيم الشاطئ: جيش الدفاع يطالبكم بالإخلاء الفوري من الشمال القطاع إلى المنطقة الإنسانية. وهذا طبعا نحن تعودنا عليه في تلك الأيام الماضية. هذا أحد المناشير التي ألقتها الطائرات الإسرائيلية والتي تطالب سكان منطقة مخيم الشاطئ بالتوجه إلى المنطقة الجنوبية من القطاع.
As you see, a journalist showed the IDF flyer explaining it to its viewers in Arabic. Gazan listened to approximately 6 million recorded phone messages in Arabic. I will now play for you one of the recorded messages that we sent to the residents of Jabalia, this place that civilians were being held by Hamas, urging them to evacuate south.
من أجل سلامتكم عليكم إخلاء بيوتكم فورا والتوجه إلى المناطق الموجودة جنوب وادي غزة. جيش الدفاع الإسرائيلي غير معني بالمساس بكم وبأفراد عائلاتكم. كل من يتواجد بالقرب من الإرهابيين أو بالقرب من مراكزهم ومنشاتهم سيعرض حياته للخطر. كما أن البيت الذي يستخدم على يد المنظمات الإرهابية سوف يتم استهدافه.
Israel wants civilians to move away, to move from Hamas strongholds. Gazan should not be used as human shields by Hamas. We made almost 20,000 personal calls. People were from Israel on the other side of the line. Live phone calls to neighborhood by neighborhood to keep people in those areas, including Jabalia. Like this phone call here, we made in the last few weeks to a resident in Jabalia.
عم بتصل حاليا في كل منطقة جباليا، كل الناس الموجودين في منطقة جباليا، مش بس فيكم. بدنا نعطي إنذار قبل الوقت لكل الناس في المنطقة لتطلعوا بصورة آمنة إلى الجنوب.
لكل جباليا.
كل جباليا، المعسكر، المدارس، كل جباليا.
أيوة. ناس.
كل هاي المنطقة حتى المدارس راح يكونوا مكان غير آمن بالمرة.
كل القطاع كل جباليا.
كل جباليا وحتى المدارس.
حتى المدارس. ماشي.
اوكي عملوا الجهود لتطلعوا لمكان آمن أكثر لكم.
Hamas is weak without human shields. Is weak. Hamas is actively stopping Gazans from moving to a safer area. Here is a call we declassified with a resident of Gaza. He's giving a testimony of how Hamas prevents Gazan from evacuating.
طب احنا انت تعرف انهم رجعونا ومصدقين نروح على الجنوب. هذا اول بند، ثاني بند عندك الطيارات اللي مصور بطلعناش على الجنوب. يعني احنا بين نارين، بين نار انه نطلع على الجنوب وبين نار تسكنها، ايش بدنا نعمل؟
اول شيء مين رجعك على الشمال؟
انت بتعرف مين رجعونا، انا ما بقدرش احكي لك، انت بتعرف مين رجعنا.
بس كثير ناس بيطلعوا على الجنوب وما بيرجعون.
اللي لهم طيارات بلفوا برا الجنوبية، مش عندنا طيارات.
انت شفت وسمعت هذا الشيء، انت شفت وسمعت.
طب احنا في المدارس احنا نمشي في المدارس.
And I want to show you how Hamas blocks the road. Hamas tries to prevent Gazans from moving south. They put roadblock to stop civilians from leaving Jabalia. I want to be clear. The IDF adjusted our ground operations to keep the corridors from the north to the south open. But Hamas is attacking our forces like yesterday that opened this corridor. This is why we had to stop the corridor yesterday. Hamas was attacking our forces with anti-tank missiles on this road, preventing the corridor to be open. Hamas tries to prevent Gazans from moving south. This is what we are doing. Now let's look at what they are doing. We know Hamas hides behind civilians in Gaza. Hamas places forces and weapons inside, under, and around schools, mosques, homes, and UN facilities. Among the worst of Hamas war crimes is the use of hospitals to hide their terror infrastructure. We already revealed Hamas Command and Control Center under the Shifa Hospital. Now let's talk about 2 more hospitals. Hamas uses hospitals to disguise their war machine is systematic. The Sheikh Hamad bin Khalifa Al Thani Hospital is located north of the Gaza city along the coast. Its construction was funded by the Qatari government and it's called the Qatari Hospital. Here you can see the IDF soldiers exposing a tunnel opening. This is part of an operation, a ground operation that was conducted on the hospital, then revealed a tunnel that was being used for terror infrastructures in the Qatari hospital. If it wasn't enough, this tunnel, if it wasn't enough that we exposed the tunnel under the hospital, the terrorists also shoot at our soldiers from within the hospital. I will now play a video for you taken recently from Qatari hospital. You will see Hamas terrorists firing at the IDF soldiers from the inside of the hospital, a hospital funded by Qatar. We already released evidence of Hamas' use of Shifa Hospital to shield its terror complex. And Hamas uses the Qatari hospital for terror as well. Today we will also release evidence that the Indonesian hospital is being used by Hamas to hide the underground command and control center. This is an Indonesian hospital. This picture was taken in 2023. You can see the hospital structures in south of the roundabout of both sides of the road. The hospital is located in northern Gaza between Jabalia and Bet Hanun. The construction of the hospital was funded by several NGOs from Indonesia. I will show you the reason why they built the hospital there. This picture here was taken in 2010 when the hospital was under construction. Take a look here at the area in red. They were Hamas terror outposts. Unsurprisingly, Hamas built a hospital on top of their terror infrastructures. Those outputs of Hamas had underground facilities before they started to construct the hospital, the Indonesian hospital. There are 3 important areas to point out. The first area is the collection of cement materials here. You can see here arches. These arches are very, very unique. It's a unique structure. It's only used for underground terror facilities for Hamas. These cement arches are not needed when building hospitals. They are used to build underground city of terror, an underground metro of tunnels. We have watched Hamas use these arches to build tunnels for many years. Instead of building homes for Gazans, he built this metro over hundreds of kilometers underneath Gaza and underneath places like hospitals and mosques. They are building underground terror infrastructures for Hamas. Here you can see the entrance to an underground tunnel. Hamas used this tunnel to access their command and control complex under the hospital. This is all satellite, and of course all these images and intelligence and more was shared with other agencies to confirm what I'm showing you now. Now let's take a look at the hospital in 2020. You can see that the cement materials, including the arches, are no longer above the ground. Done. It's all underneath the ground. This is a satellite image of the hospital complex taken after the massacre of 7th of October. I'm going to zoom in on the area here, okay? Across the street. Only 75 meters, 80 meters to the hospital. Here, the IDF identified a launch pad, meaning they launch rockets from here. I want to repeat it. They launch rockets on Israel 75 meters from an hospital. Why? They know precisely that if Israel will airstrike a launch pad like that, the hospital would be damaged. And this was part, of course, of the outpost before, in 2010, this architecture of underground facility, including launch pads. Here you see layer by layer how Hamas systematically built the Indonesian hospital to disguise its underground terror infrastructure. And we see that they use the area around the hospital as a base for terror against Israel today. Now I want to reveal evidence that Hamas steals fuel from the Indonesian hospital. Next, we will listen to a phone call from November 2nd with an official closely affiliated to Hamas terror organization. Let's listen.
لازم انا بحكي انه اجوا لي في الاندونيسي قال عم بيبعثوها بتعرف طلعوا الاعلام قال بعد 12 ساعه بوقفوا نزلوا الموقود والساعات وهيك.
دعايات كثير طبعا انت بحب الدعايات كثير. انا اقول لك لما بتشوف انت طفى رسمي وولع الشمع واللتات بتقول الله يعطيه العافيه.
نازلين لنا نقص سولر ونقص سولر ولا عندهم نقص شيء. كذابين. السولر اللي عم بوصل لسه على الشفا وعلى الاندونيسي وعلى ناصر وعلى رنتيسي وصلوا من مين؟
هذول مخزون موجود في المحطة. هذول المسؤولين اللي حكيت لك عنه.
بس المستشفيات عم بتقول لي انه عم بوصلوا لهم اياهم تعرف ناس اللي بتيجي تتبرع عرايم. السؤال في منه ولا هذا كمان لعبه اللي عم بيلعبوها حماس؟ كذابين. انا حكيت لك امبارح كيف انت بتشغل بتقول فيش عنده سولار وفي سيارات او المحطات بتعبي بنزين وسولار. هذا فعلا عجز. مين قد المستشفى ولا المحطه والموتوسيكل والسيارات؟ قول لي مين ابدا انت خليك مكان.
This phone call and others can be authenticized and verified by other agencies that we send them more materials that I cannot reveal here. Agency of the United States and United Kingdom will verify these materials. This call that we intercepted reveals a few things. While Hamas screamed to the world about a lack of fuel, there is no shortage of fuel in Gaza. Hamas has the fuel. It's in the hands of Hamas. The leadership and the members of Hamas are lying. Hamas has fuel. Hamas stores this fuel underneath hospitals in Gaza, the very hospital that Hamas tells the world's running out of fuel. I will now share one last audio recording with you that we intercepted. Hamas
اللي داير متوفر في الشمال عندي وتحت ايدي 1000 لتر. هذول بكفهم بس لبكره بس. للباقر والكباشات والسيارات تاعتي. الان احنا عندنا تقريبا 4 ايام بنعبي سولار من اللي اخذناه من الاتصالات. يعني قلت له تاخذ من المستشفى. فيش باقي صاحبه عاطف جاي امبارح صاحبه كله ماخذوا على البوليس.
طيب انتوا اشتغلوا بالحد اللي يعني حط
الحين احنا
لهم قد ما تقدر لكن بكره حلينا
ان شاء الله خير. الحين هي مشكله.
Hamas moves fuel from the hospital to terrorists. Okay? In Jabalia. Meaning moving it from Shifa to Jabalia. From Shifa Hospital to Jabalia. The same Jabalia that Ibrahim Biari, the murderous commander, was killed. They move fuel to Jabalia because Jabalia is a terror center. They steal the fuel from the hospital, the fuel terror infrastructure. Finally, I want you to see Hamas in their own words.
البعض يتساءل، وهذا سؤال رائج وشائع، يعني من قام بتشييد 500 كيلومتر من الأنفاق لماذا لم يشيد مآوي يلجأ إليها المدنيون خلال القصف؟
نحن شيدنا الأنفاق لأنه لا نملك ما ندفع به عن أنفسنا من القتل والاستهداف. هذه الأنفاق من أجل أن نحمي أنفسنا من الطائرات، نحمي مقاتلين من الأنفاق. أما القطاع غزة فأنت تعلم والجميع يعلم بأنه 75% منه لاجئين، واللاجئين هو مسؤولية الأمم المتحدة في حمايتهم، مسؤولية الاحتلال في أن يقدم كل تبعا لاتفاقية جنيف الدولية أن يقدم لهم كل الخدمات وهم تحت الاحتلال.
Human shields are a key pillar of Hamas terror operations. Hamas systematically exploits hospitals as a key part of its war machine. This is the murderous organization we are dealing with. Hamas doesn't even try to hide it. They say it out loud and it's loud and clear. Here is Hamas leader Abu Marzouk a few days ago on TV interview confirming that Hamas builds tunnels in hundreds of kilometers to protect its terrorists. Who's above? The innocent civilians are above. But more than that, he admits that Hamas is not responsible for the civilians in Gaza. It's the world's problem, he say. They don't even hide the logic of using human shields as a part of their terror and war machine. Hamas is hiding behind hospitals. Hamas is sickly exploiting hospitals to disguise its war machine. Our war is with Hamas, not with the civilians of Gaza. We will not accept Hamas' cynical use of hospital to hide their terror infrastructure. I want to repeat. We will not accept Hamas's cynical use of hospitals to hide their terror infrastructures. Hamas exploitation of hospital must come to an end.
Welcome to our channel. In the Middle East,
Whoa, we had a flare. We got a flare, guys. We have a flare. There's a flare up there. It just burned out. The flare burned out, but it was there.
Tight, yeah.
Feeling okay?
Tight, yeah.
Feeling okay?